It started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl. What devastating loss. Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch. Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see! Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to Watchburn, coming to you live from the ACC Arena here in Anaheim, California. We're through 4 days of the 2022 Overwatch League playoffs. 12 teams entered, and only 6 remain vying for the championship title. The fans are here. Can I hear you? That's right. The teams are ready, and we're pleased to be here to get you ready for all the Overwatch League action ahead. I'm your host, Zoe Schwind, and with me once again here on the Watchpoint desk are Jonathan Reinforce Larson, Scott Costa-Kennedy, and as per usual, we're keeping a spot open for our good friend Danny Lim, and hope that he will be joining us again soon.
I miss him so much.
Sometimes
Same.
I can still hear him.
I heard he was gonna come around at some point, but I don't know where he is. I don't know what's going on.
What's going on?
It's Danny! He's alive!
I'm a warrior! Yeah! I'm back! What an entrance!
Thank you. Thank you, production, for for making me this special intro. I am back. Thanks to Kiriko, actually came over to my house. Suzu cleansed me of my sickness. So I am back. I am ready to go. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
We're glad to give you your 2 minutes in the sun, but now it is time. The gang is all here, so it's time to kick off the show for real. This time, as I mentioned, we started a week with 12 teams looking to earn the title of Overwatch League champion. We're now down to 6. So let's take a look at our favorite thing in the universe, brackets.
I love brackets.
We're starting with the lower bracket here, so let's take a quick glance on where we are currently at, and it is absolutely bonkers that this is in fact our lower bracket. Seoul Dynasty going up against the San Francisco Shock, and later we're gonna have the London Spitfire and the Spark battling it out. Guys, this is crazy.
This is absolutely madness. Seoul versus Shock is, of course, going to be a rematch of the 2020 Grand Finals. They haven't played since.
Absolutely. Now let's take a glance at our winners bracket. There we go. What a treat! The battle for Texas as our winner bracket final. We could have not scripted this any better.
Honestly, the Dallas Fuel have looked unstoppable, but if anyone is going to beat them at LAN, it's going to be the Houston Outlaws. They've done it twice this year. They can do it again.
I hear some Outlaws fans here in the arena for sure. They're usually very loud. So that's how we got to where we are now, guys. What's been the biggest surprise for you so far? But that's a surprise. What are you doing here?
No,
This is the biggest surprise.
Well, might be a big surprise, but we've got a special edition of Overwatch.
Okay.
oh,
Yep. But
this is Watch
wait,
Point.
No, it's Overwatch, but
All
it's
right.
live.
Well,
I know,
that's a
crazy
takeover.
concept. It's insane. We're in a. I don't know if you know, there are people here. Dan?
yeah. I could see.
We noticed.
It's insane.
It's insane.
So
It
we're
is
doing
insane.
a live version of Overwatch here today. Each of the desk analysts. I don't know. You can call them out if you really want to. They have these buzzers, and they can buzz in for the questions. We're just going to add up the points at the very end. Someone's going to tell me in my ear because I cannot do maths. Danny.
That is my name.
Is this as far as we've taken technology? These buttons right here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's it.
We've leveled
Is
up.
this the best we have?
We've leveled
All right.
up.
They're pretty terrible. But that's fine. Because, you know what? I've made them easier. The questions, that is, of course, they've always been easy.
Of course,
They've
except for
always
the
been
Ottoman
easy.
Empire.
They were easy if you did your homework. I did actually give you homework this time around. Did you bring it?
Did you?
Wait, you gave us homework?
I did
didn't-
not get that assignment at
Really?
all.
I was home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, Danny has a sick note. The rest of you, not so much. Look, let's just get into it, please.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Messing
We're
around.
ready.
So you hit your buzzer when you think you know the answer. So just be quick.
Okay.
Into the mic, remember that, and also put the mic up to your mouth. That's how mics work. So, first question. Doomfist shares a skin name with what Overwatch League team? Danny.
San Francisco Shock.
What?
How do I not know
Not
this?
true.
I have no idea.
Someone?
What?
Scott?
Hunters. Chengdu Hunters.
What are you saying?
I don't know. I
Are we
panicked.
just guessing?
No.
Oh, in that case,
Okay, no.
Dragons?
Soul.
No, Danny, no.
LA Valiant.
No. Well,
think
you're
this
actually
is how
half
this
right.
game works.
He has a gladiator skin.
I was so close.
Oh my God!
Gladiators.
You gotta be kidding me.
Really?
We got performance anxiety in front
Yeah,
of a
this is a
crowd.
lot.
It's really the crowd. It's
You
not
played
us.
that new game that just came out, Overwatch 2?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
heard of it.
Just
Pretty
making
good.
sure. Just making
I
sure.
dabbled.
All right, next question.
Okay. we're ready.
Johnny appeared on a cast in 2021.
Did he?
He did.
Did I? I don't know this. I don't know the questions to my own cast.
Who was his casting partner?
Uber shots.
No.
No, I know what else.
Danny?
You. Jaws.
Was! It was me!
I casted with
How
you.
did you forget we casted together in 2021?
Jaws, my
Don't
friend.
touch me.
It was not
Very
very
forgettable.
memorable.
Very forgettable.
I just guessed.
Minus a point for Johnny. Production? Thank you.
Minus.
Minus a point. Okay.
I'm a busy man.
This is an easy one because you all play
Said
this
that
hero. Roadhog has the same name as what shark?
As what?
As a shark?
As a shark. Roadhog has a skin that
Yeah.
also has the name of a shark. Press the button. Press the button.
Hammerhead.
No.
No, Danny?
Great white shark.
No.
I was just going through shark.
I'm sorry, Joss. I'm out of shark names. I don't know any other
Audience?
sharks.
Oh,
Whoa, Zoe!
Mega shark?
No way! Whoa!
You cheated! You cheated! You cheated! Guys, that doesn't count, so he cheated.
I'm
Someone else told him the answer.
see it.
not
Moving
my
on,
fault
moving
that you
on.
don't listen
Didn't
to our
see it.
audience.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Got my
Okay.
back here.
Next question. We've seen this hero quite a bit in the playoffs. Fully named every Kiriko ability.
Oh,
My button down.
Scott?
okay. We have the Suzu.
Yes.
We have the Kitsune Rush.
Yes.
The Kunai.
Yes.
We have the Healing Afuda.
Yes.
And then we have the
The other one.
teleportation.
It's called Swift Speed, Scott.
No!
Swift
wrong,
Speed.
Wrong.
Do I get
wrong.
like a
no,
button?
absolutely
Nothing?
not. No, you get absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Also, there's an ability wall climb. You missed that one too.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
What is the next question? What is tier 18 in the season 1 battle pass? What is the item in it?
Tier 8.
Tier 18. Yeah, tier 18.
I'm not even at 10.
Zoe?
I was just gonna guess now.
Go on.
Are we good with that? It's the origami.
No.
No.
It's the
a
wave
spray.
name. It's the wave name card. It's the one I use. It's the one I use.
Obviously, that would have been my second guess.
Okay, next question. What is Wrecking Ball's alternate name? Scott?
Hammond.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
You got a is your button working, Danny?
Huh? I think so.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. Okay, this is a good one. I like this one a lot. Which celebrity does my mum think I look like?
What?
Did you get it?
Matthew McConaughey.
No. Danny?
Daniel Radcliffe.
One more guess.
Taylor Swift.
I guess.
Ah!
The new album is a banger, all
Robert De
right?
Niro.
No, it's actually James Franco.
BTS.
James Franco.
I don't see it.
Someone in my ear
Jungkook,
also said
Jungkook.
what? No, absolutely not. Okay, who is
Mama
the
Joss,
off-tank?
we don't see it.
Next question. Who is the off-tank for the 2019 UK Overwatch World Cup team? Scott?
Smex.
It was! Smexy
Hey.
boy.
Shout out to my boy Smex.
Smexy boy.
Damn, we suck.
Alrighty.
God is running away with it.
Another British question. Christopher from the London Spitfire has a brother. What is his ID? How are you... Go on, Scott.
Chipser. Unlucky.
He's just. Wait.
Danny?
Running away. Come on, guys.
Chris Deefer.
Danny, shut up. Okay, which player from the Justice played for Gen GA? Which player from the Justice played for the team Gen GA? Johnny.
Opener.
Yes,
Yes!
yes.
Yes!
Yeah,
I got
That was a
question right.
lucky guess. That was a lucky guess.
A lucky guess. My
was nice. That was
contender's
a good
knowledge
question.
is unreal.
That is a lie.
Okay, we did have some questions submitted by the community both on Twitter and Instagram. So we've got one of them right here. So, DobX17 asks, what team did DPI play for?
Who?
What team did DPI play for?
Oh,
Go on. Yes, Johnny?
Johnny, it's you.
the Florida Mayhem.
Johnny is right.
He is a Mayhem super fan.
He is a
that's
Mayhem
true.
super fan, to be fair.
That was easy.
Hey!
Okay, one more question. It's the bonus one. Why not? We always give one away.
Here we go.
TechnoPatch3 asks, what team
Great
did the
name.
San Francisco Shock beat to complete the golden stage? What team did the San Francisco Shock beat to complete the golden stage?
That's stage 2 in 2019.
I don't care about the stage. Just give me the team that they beat. Danny.
Vancouver Titans.
Los Angeles Valiant.
Are we just guessing that? Is that what we're doing?
The Florida Mayhem?
Dragons.
The Shanghai Dragons!
Wait, buzzing me!
Oh, shocked! They assumed you'd get it wrong, I suppose.
That's unreal. That's unreal.
Okay, and unfortunately now I have to do the horrible honor of
What?
announcing
Sending
the
someone
winner.
home.
We have to announce the winner, everybody. Who do you think won?
Me, thank you so much, guys. I would like to take
Been a
this
winner of
time
the
to
hearts
thank my
for
mom and my family and all my friends.
No. Unfortunately, it was Scott that won by 3 points.
Boo!
Overwatch
Thank you very
Live
much.
champion. Look,
I am
Scott, I would like to
very
give you your
happy.
prize. If you would like to close your eyes and hold out your hand. Up
That's-
higher, maybe?
I wouldn't do that, honestly. What you got?
Please
wow.
reveal your prize.
Peanuts!
It's a bit of trail mix.
Oh!
Do you know how
All
long
right.
I've had that in my pocket for?
That's. We also don't know where he got them
You good?
from. Well,
Yeah.
Joss, thank you so
Yep.
so much. That was certainly a
was great.
prize, and it was a game as well. And
Thank God I didn't win.
We did participate.
Yeah.
Did we
It's
do
actually
good?
kind of nice that you
Probably
didn't win,
not.
Danny. Thank God for that.
Well, we got some real awards to hand out, though, in a bit. You enjoy your peanuts for now, but we have the utmost pleasure of announcing the 2022 Overwatch League Coach of the Year award next. Don't go anywhere. Woo! Welcome back, one and all! Over the last several days, we've been honored to announce the players who are the 2022 Role Stars, but sometimes underappreciated in the world of esports are, of course, the coaches who put those players in a position to actually succeed. So, without any further ado, we are extremely happy to announce the 2022 Overwatch League Coach of the Year. The coach winning the honors is London Spitfires' Christopher Graham.
Let's go!
That's right, and we're now joined by Chris himself. Christopher, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel amazing. Thank you very much.
Of course, of course. Now, a lot of people may not really understand what a coach actually does in esports, specifically in Overwatch. Can you maybe explain what role and responsibility you're actually filling, and maybe also explain to us what your coaching style looks like?
Well, I suppose it depends on the coach. I think certain teams have... The head coach is basically the guy that's going to dictate the mantra of the team, like the standards, what we do. But then also, I think most coaches will also do a lot of the in-game strategy. I think my style is someone, I always want to be known as someone who does both, like a hybrid coach, if you want to call it that, where I feel like if I'm able to do all of the in-game stuff, then that makes them respect all of the out-game of stuff or the leadership aspects too. And if I'm also able to do most of the leadership stuff, then maybe they trust me more in-game. So that's kind of my style, is just to, I guess, like, do it all.
I think you definitely played a huge part in London's success right now, and even throughout the whole season. So, Chris, I want to ask you, coming into the season, a lot of people, doubted the London Spitfires roster. So, what did you see in the players that, other people didn't?
Yeah, well, I think probably one of the reasons I won the award was because I was put in a really good situation, right? Like, the expectations, as you said, were very low. I think my players were pretty much like criminally underrated by everyone. But I kind of realized like EU players in general have like a style of Overwatch where we don't want to necessarily play like purely for mechanics. I think we prefer the more macro, like what we call like the more MOBA aspects of the game. And I think that's something that we lent into, and I think it's no surprise that we ended up like on more of those comps and those metas in which what we in London Spitfire call like the macro metas, like I think one that we're in right now, the Jungle Queen meta, and obviously all of the rank comp stuff, they tend to be the metas or the style of comps where we excel the most.
Talking about criminally underrated with your players, the expectation that a lot of the community had for you guys heading into the season was quite low. What was your expectation heading into the season, and how did that evolve as it went on? Because you've had a lot of success.
Yeah, well, I've said this in a few interviews in the past. Like, the main thing I did when I joined the team was we set like an expectation where I basically said, listen, for us, success, we probably won't make playoffs, right? We're probably in a situation where if we can compete with the teams that are around our budget, around our level, which we were probably thinking like, New York, Paris, Vancouver, something like that. If we can make like a mini table out of those 4 or 5 teams and put ourselves first or second, then that's a relatively successful season compared to where we were last year. And then it gives us like the ability to have an upward trajectory. And I think that allowed us to kind of platform our season off. We're able to win the first game against Vancouver, for which most teams in the league, it's not a big deal. But that was a really big moment for us. Like, we didn't take that, like a 3-0 against Vancouver was a massive step. It took us 2 games to do what took the team last year like 20 games or however long it was, right? And then we snowballed that into a Boston win, into an Atlanta win, and we just allowed ourselves to keep like surpassing the expectations, which gave us this little confidence boost, this little, our trajectory kept going up and up. And then obviously we're here, which is the peak of the mountain so far.
I love how you were like, oh yeah, we probably won't make the playoffs. And here we are, top 6.
Here we are.
Top 6 in the playoffs. Now, Christopher, of course, you've been in the scene for a very long time now. I remember you as a player. I used to battle you on the Reinhardt. You were an assistant coach for the Philadelphia Fusion for 3 years, and you were an assistant coach under many different head coaches. Hayes, for example, KDG. But now, this is your first season as an actual head coach for a team. What would you say were your biggest influences and the lessons you learned along the way?
Yeah, so that's why I took 3 years of assistant coaching, because I kind of realized head coaching it's not an easy job. Like, I saw all of the head coaches I worked under with like the monumental stress, like especially come playoff time. So I didn't like take the job lightly. I tried to learn a bit from everything. I think anyone that knows me, especially from like the boys on Fusion, I'm kind of like a disciple of KDG. I think he's always been my inspiration. I think the way I structure a lot of my in-game stuff tends to be around the type of thing that we did in season 3, which I think was obviously by far the most successful up until now team I've been on. So yeah, I learned a lot from 9K, I learned a lot from Hayes, from Hui, from Moby, from Sata, but I think most of at least my in-game structure comes from the same way that we tried to do it with under KDG in season 3.
Now, one last question for you, Christopher. Spitfire they always had great fans, but I dare say you gained a lot more this year, and especially during the playoffs with your explosive performance. What would you like to say to your supporters?
Thank you so much. I think it really does mean a lot to us. I know, especially those who stuck by us last season, they're the ones that we have the most respect for because, you know, if you don't stick with us through the low times, you don't necessarily get to enjoy the high times. But it's been really good. I think the EU fan base in general this season, especially with what happened with Paris, I think has been very, very strong. I get loads of DMs and loads of messages from people really like wanting to see EU Overwatch succeed. And hopefully we're doing you guys proud, and we will continue to do that across the next few days.
Awesome. Christopher, once more, congratulations. Please give it up for Christopher. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in your match later today against the Hangzhou Spark.
Thank you very much.
What a deserving recipient for that award.
He's
100%.
incredible to listen to every single time. He provides so much insight, and you can understand why he's such a good coach.
And it hasn't stopped yet for the London Spitfires.
Exactly.
They are still competing for a spot in the grand finals tomorrow.
Absolutely. Now, London Spitfire, as we said, with their Coach of the Year, will face off against the Hangzhou Spark later today. But before that, we're starting the day with another insane, crazy, bonkers, bananas, nuts elimination match. It's going to be San Francisco Shock going up against the Seoul Dynasty. The loser goes home, the winner moves on, and we'll break all that action down for you right after this short break. Welcome back again. Our first match of the day is a repeat of the 2020 Grand Finals. In fact, that was the last time these two teams met each other.
Wow.
Really?
I know. Let's take a look at the history, because there is some history between those two franchises. Ancient history, in fact. And usually when you see matches from this long ago, the rosters have entirely changed. But for if you're looking back at the 2020 finals match, 5 players remain. We have Fitz and Prophet, obviously still on Seoul, Striker and Violet on San Francisco. And of course, we also have Smurf, who back then played for the San Francisco Shock and is now on the Seoul Dynasties. That is spicy. As if this match couldn't get any crazier. These players have faced off on the biggest stage before. Now, of course, the past is the past, and now is now. And today are the matches that matter to Costa. Seoul, at the beginning of the playoffs, they looked like unbeatable, all right? They looked strong. Yesterday, they were unceremoniously swept by the Dallas Fuel. So tell us what needs to change in leveling up, presented by Butterfinger.
Yes, Seoul was underwhelming yesterday, and they didn't perform to the level that we had hoped from them. And I want to highlight Vindane because I think him specifically had a very poor game. Yes, as a whole, when your team is struggling, you are going to look bad, but Vindane was getting isolated and picked off way too much first. So he is a role star, or well, close to a role star for the support category. Many say he was snubbed. He needs to get back into that form if the Seoul Dynasty are going to turn these playoffs around. They are an incredible team. Vindane is an incredible player, but he can't keep ego dueling against these Sojourns. The Sojourns are picking him off way too much. If he can play a little bit more passive, keep getting more value, then he will find some success. You're about to see a stat card come up here of how he performed against the Florida Mayhem. Specifically, he was in form. This was just a one-off match. He needs to convince himself of that as well, so that he can go on to the next level.
Yeah, and here you see the stats that you pointed out versus Mayhem. You can see that they're actually quite similar. The final blows, just slightly higher sound barriers, but the big one, Costa, is the death category.
Yeah, and that's it. 6.4 deaths per 10 in a match is not good. For a Lucio, you're supposed to be survivable. He had 3.4 in the Mayhem match. Go back to that, get into a better rhythm.
Absolutely. Now, it wouldn't be a match preview if we don't have a Sojourn head-to-head. So looking at this matchup, 3 and 4 is, who do you think is going to have the upper hand?
Well, I think it's quite even, but the beauty of the Sojourn matchup is that any given day, a Sojourn could turn up and just nail those railgun shots. We have Proper, an amazing player from the San Francisco Shock, playing the Sojourn here for them today. And on the other side of things, we have Fitz playing for the Seoul Dynasty. Now, Fitz is quite interesting as a player because throughout the last couple of years, we've always talked about Fitz and saying, oh, he's underrated. People don't talk about Fitz. When are we going to start appreciating Fitz? Well, here we are. We're in the playoffs. If there's one time for Fitz to show up and prove us what he got, it's here in the playoffs, facing Proper on the San Francisco Shock. Proper has been lights out this entire year. The San Francisco Shock, they've built the strategies. They've built how their team works around Proper on the Sojourn. Fitz is going to have an impossible challenge on his hands today on this Sojourn. But Sojourn, as mentioned, it's the X factor in these matchups. You can talk all you want about the Winstons, the Reapers, how they're controlling the map, how they're controlling positioning for these teams. But if a Sojourn turns up and hits 5 rail shots, that's all you need to really win some of these team fights. If we take a look at some of these stats from both Sojourns, we can see that Proper has a huge advantage in this Sojourn matchup right here. Every category in the playoffs, Proper is outperforming Fitz. So Fitz, if you truly are underrated, if you truly want to show us what you got, it's right here, it's right now, with your team's life on the line.
Proper though. What a gamer. Wow. Well, Danny, Seoul Dynasty, we know they bring a lot of veteran experience to this match. However, they also have the one, the only, they have playoff Prophet. However, there are some changes. They're spicing things up for today's match.
Yeah, I mean, before we talk about that specific change, you know, Prophet, when their first match, it was, you know, he was popping off. It was the playoff Prophet that we know and love. But before we talk about that, as we are saying right now, I guess Seoul, they needed a change. They needed a change of pace after they lost against Dallas Fuel. We're having Prophet on support. This could only mean we of course, Vindame is going to be playing the Lucio, which means, ladies and gentlemen, I'm guessing it's Prophet Kiriko, probably, right? And of course, our Prophet is our DPS role star, and also he's such a fantastic player. I don't know how I feel about this Kiriko. I'm sort of guessing that, of course, I'm not guessing his mechanical skills, but at the same time, you know, we haven't seen it. And this is a very important match for Soul and for Prophet as well. So I don't know how it's going to go.
He's already done it once throughout this season when he moved over to the Brig in the Jotes meta. We know he is very talented. He can do anything, let's be honest. But a last-second switch to a completely new hero, will Prophet be able to step up? Iris did struggle on the Kiriko yesterday, getting massively outmatched by Fielder. Maybe this is the secret sauce for the Soul Dynasty that will lead them to success.
But the real question for me is the damage players for the Soul Dynasty as well. Stalker being subbed out. Now, it's a player we've seen sometimes throughout the season. The thing is, though, we have a Sojourn and a Reaper meta on our hands. Fitz has historically been the Sojourn, as I just talked about, but Stalker has done a phenomenal job on that Sojourn as well. So not only does Soul Dynasty have to adjust to Prophet on that Kiriko, they also have to adjust to perhaps a new damage lineup in the lower bracket, in the playoffs. This is madness.
Now, I wonder if our Preds would have changed if we would have seen the starting lineups prior
Maybe.
to this. Maybe. But let's bring him up. Let's see where we're going with this, because I honestly think that maybe prior to seeing that change, that could...
What are we doing?
Oh,
What? Let's go, Zoe! We got
go,
this!
Costa.
Almost ready to go.
Come on.
Playoff P, baby.
Playoff P.
Ready?
Come on.
Even now, are you still
Yeah,
confident?
I want to ask you guys.
Why not?
Now
Prophet can do
that we
anything.
found out that Prophet's going to be on support, do you guys actually want to switch or no?
No, I genuinely believe that the Soul Dynasty, they've done it before and they had a ton of success on that role. Prophet is one of the only players that I would believe in to be able to do this kind of thing. I believe in the Soul Dynasty.
I just have one question to everyone here in the arena. Are there any Smurfheads out there? Any Smurfheads out there? Because I need y'all to rise up, all right? Soul Dynasty, I don't care if Prophet does some damage, if they're on support. Smurfheads rise up. Let's go.
It's fine. Proper is just going to kill people.
I was just about to say, well, and then Proper pops up, and
Yeah.
there goes your dreams. But that's okay. We'll find out where this is going in our first match. It's an elimination match, so everything is on the line. And that's it for Watchpoint. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back again in our game break. The Overwatch League 2022 playoffs continue right now.
Let's go!
It started as a promise. A promise of something different. A promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch. Oh! No way does he win that. That's what you want to see. Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Oh, is my mic working? I don't know, but if it is, welcome everyone to the Overwatch League playoffs! It has been way too long since we have crowned a champion in person, and I couldn't think of a better crowd to be amongst today to do just that, folks. How you feeling out there in California today? Wow. I'm Golden Boy, I'll be your stage host for the next 2 days, and we are about to witness some electric matches take place on this very stage. First up, we have the two-time champs, and I'm not talking about Dr. Disrespect. No, I'm talking about the San Francisco Shock are about to take on the Soul Dynasty. Thoughts on that game? Okay. And then after that, arguably one of the best Sojourns, maybe the best Sojourn in the world, is going to be Shy, taking on the finest of German engineering with Shoddy, Hottie, the London Spitfire. We got some Spark Spitfire action. And then the biggest battle of Texas ever, as the Dallas Fuel take on the Houston Outlaws in what is surely going to be a match way bigger than Texas. It's all about to go down. But folks in the crowd, I like to get the energy going before we start things up. So let me ask you, are you ready? I think we can try it again. Are you ready? Let's go ahead and send it over for our first match of the day as we have Uber and Mr. X on the call. Fellas.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. What an extreme pleasure it is to be here in the beating heart of Overwatch Esports. We are home, ladies and gentlemen, here in Anaheim, and we are about to see an incredible matchup. Matt, there was almost a sense of certainty that the paths of these two teams would converge here at the playoffs.
You never thought it would be in the loser bracket, though, right? You know, a win or go home scenario for both teams. And I gotta say, like, you know, we're in the back, we're getting ready, and like Reinforced just like jumped out of his chair when he saw the starting lineups for this match. What are we going to see from the Seoul Dynasty? How is this change going to work out in our first series?
Yeah, I mean, I feel I want to echo Scott in saying, if it's anybody else making this change, I feel like it's very dubious, but there's almost a sense of belief in someone like Prophet being able to step into any role. It's worth pointing out as well, for those that maybe don't recall, he did play a bunch of Brigitte for the Seoul Dynasty this year, so he has been put in a position to have to fill a gap in that backline.
It is so different, though. I mean, the way we see Kriko being played across, you know, the entire league throughout the playoffs, it's obviously nowhere close to kind of how you would play a Brig, right? You know, we see Teru like on the Hangzhou Spark going on these crazy flanks. What does Prophet bring to the table? And I think, look, you probably look at this of your soul. It's like, hey, I don't think we're going to win the way we were playing. Like, maybe Prophet brings something to the table. You have Stalker in the mix, who's a fantastic DPS player. And it's really, you know, it's a gamble that if it works out, they're going to look like geniuses, right? Like they actually make a long run throughout this loser bracket. But if it doesn't work, I think you're going to know pretty quick.
Yeah, and it was back, of course, in 2020. We found that Lightning did, in fact, strike twice. The question, will it be thrice? Everybody make some noise for the San Francisco Shock!
Look, this is a team that has massive expectations, right? You have a player like Proper, the rookie year, one of the best players in the league, if not the best, a lot of people think right now. You know, the support line is fantastic. This is a team I don't think anybody wants to see down here in this lower bracket. And I think playing in front of the audience is going to juice this team up.
San Francisco, no stranger to live audiences. They've had to fight through some brutal brackets at events this year. We saw the greenness of this team early on. That eventually started to fade away. We started to see a glint in their eyes, a glint of experience, a glint of determination. But those tournaments in and of themselves weren't enough. They wanted the ultimate prize in the Overwatch League.
Yeah, for this organization, for this team, it is just championships or bust. You know, you're not super happy leaving with a third place or a runner-up. It's an organization that expects to win and has the team to win.
Mikey here, obviously in the lineup for the first map. In the past, a bit of a curse around San Francisco, this idea that those first control maps look bad for them. Get rid of that idea. They have shorn up that part of their game plan now. Mikey comes in as the pinch hitter on those first maps. He's been crucial. Now, brick by brick, year by year, elites rotating in and out of the roster. Yet to find glory, but today, they're here to get a taste. Everybody make some noise for the Seoul Dynasty!
A lot of pressure on this team coming into this game. Now with this substitution, really just moving Prophet around within the lineup. I mean, Fitz, you know, versus Proper in that matchup is going to be nuts. I'm looking at Smurf, though. I think Smurf in that Winston role has the capability to take over a game in series like this, right? Formerly of the San Francisco Shock, it would be a little bit of a revenge game for him coming into this matchup. Probably a little bit weird from he's standing across from him.
Looking each other right in the eyes. The weight of history, the weight of expectation heavy on the Seoul Dynasty's shoulders. Today, they're looking to take one more step towards a prize that's been promised them if they can outlast here in the lower bracket. No second chances, no takesies, backsies for either of these teams. Here's your Seoul Dynasty roster, like we discussed. Prophet coming in at support. Fitz, some big shoes to fill as he'll be alongside Stalker at the front line.
Yeah, and you fully expect to see Prophet on the Kariko like we talked about, you know, on the desk, and then we just kind of set up where so we're going to be our first look, seeing them on that hero. But if there's a player in the league that you could just throw on any role and think you're going to get good performances from, a Prophet's got to be at the top of your list, thinking that he's going to be able to show up.
Again, we've noticed that Kiriko does allow for a decent degree of skill expression and some difference of play style. We use the example of Teru, right, as a eternally flanking Kiriko, one whose mechanical prowess allows him to get away with otherwise extremely risky play. Proper there getting his headset sorted on screen. Finn and Violet, what an elite backline for this Shock roster.
Oh, and I imagine they were standing across from Prophet, Finn and Violet, be like, wait, you're on support coming into this one? As I think this is a massive match for both these teams. I think these two teams, like, you look at the end of the day, like, obviously somebody's going to get eliminated here, but like maybe some of the stronger teams here at this event, like I know a lot of people were picking Seoul Dynasty to go deep, picking the Shock to go far. It's crazy to say that one of them's going to go home here.
First hurdle, of course, is his first control map in the series. Lijiang Tower, 10 wins, 3 losses for the Shock over the course of this season. One of their best stages to start off on in an otherwise fairly weak map type overall. They'd be pretty pleased to have this one come up first.
Yeah, and I think as we see the series go on, how do the adjustments come in from the Shock, right? You know, they've been playing Mikey for a lot of their control games. You bring in Kaluge, whether you want him to play on the other game modes. You want him to play, obviously, Sigma on a map like Circle Royale. So see how the adjustments come in for the Shock. I'm also interested, if you're Seoul, and let's say this doesn't look good the first map, what do? Do you decide to change course again?
Get Prophet to scoot down the line, you think?
Or, like, it feels like you're kind of all in on this at that point, right?
It's definitely a sense that that's the case. They wouldn't be the first team to make a big change between upper and lower bracket play. They've had very limited time to work on this pivot strategy, the Seoul Dynasty.
You know, some teams make some changes between the winner, the loser bracket series. They typically don't take one of their better or one of the best DPSs in the league, put him on support, and then bring somebody in off the bench.
Garden is where it begins, ladies and gentlemen. Lijiang Tower, one of our most legendary maps, featuring some of the most legendary moments in the league and fitting for a clash of legendary rosters. San Francisco still on the hunt for that 3rd championship.
Yeah, we have some good luck here for the Shock, right? We casted this matchup between them and the Dynasty a few years ago in our final. If you remember back, that was the Super Roadhog era of the San Francisco Shock. Times have changed, man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 out of the gates, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. It's the Shock versus the Dynasty for survival.
Yeah, and it's a TP from Seoul Dynasty early, so you don't have to use that speed right off the rip. They can actually get position on the point first. Point not opening for a very long time, though, so see how they decide if they want to try and force the Shock inside of this small corridor.
Slow start for the Shock. They want to counter-engage by the looks of things. Holding up inside the dojo early. They identify Fitz pretty early on. He's able to slide away to safety, and Mikey overextends. The Shock make a play for the Sojourn, but Fitz is a little too slippery. I don't like Striker's chances here. He needs to walk back. The Shock have to regroup for a moment.
Oh, well, I mean, they have to run away, right? They lose Mikey. There's no way they're going to be able to touch that point first. They back up. Now they get Mikey back into the fight, so.
Proper probing here, 100 charge. Looking for an insta-kill. Bubble now being thrown down by Smurf, that needs to be removed. Suzu also deployed, Proper trying to get a bit of space, but Fitz picks him out of the sky. Smurf again gets the better of Mikey. San Francisco with 2 non-starters consecutively.
And a lot of these fights are dictated by those Sojourn, right? Can the Sojourn get in early, pick off? If they can't, then it kind of becomes a little bit of a Reaper head-to-head matchup versus the tanks. And that's a good sign, though, if you're a Seoul Dynasty fan, right? Seeing Fitz start off hot, able to get 3 in that fight. He comes alive. He's another type of player who can take over a game.
San Francisco need to get Mikey involved here. And not on the wrong side of the kill feed, if you know what I mean. Overclock time for Fitz here. Has built that up pretty nicely. Here we come. Kitsune rush from Prophet. Fitz trying to play from the extremities now. And a sound barrier coming out from both sides. Another reposition from Fitz. Keep an eye on those health bars. Violet sound barrier's expired. And Smurf goes for the primal rage. A lot of pressure on Prophet. There's no one there to save him. Smurf continuing to be a menace here. Not much Violet can do about it.
Just fantastic movement, man. 5 Fits. We saw it on the point, and he actually doesn't even end up popping the overclock to that. You don't need it. You have the Kitsune Rush. You're kind of exchanging support ultimates on both sides of things. He actually does a nice job kind of like baiting the shot towards him, dashes away, then able to put some damage down from the opposite side of the point. You're looking at like last fight territory here.
Already so close to the end of the round, and Fitz now with that overclock. The Shock have a lot of ultimates, but none of the support kind. And they've lost Violet already! Not the auspicious start you were looking for here. Zork is happy to expend the Death Blossom in order to get rid of his opposite number, and Mikey's out of there. It's a home run for the Dynasty, straight out the gates.
Something really interesting. So we're in the green room, we're talking about some of this, changes going on here with the Seoul Dynasty. Custa actually mentioned that he thought that like one of the reasons that it wasn't working out for Seoul Dynasty is they weren't getting a ton of healing from the Kriko. Like that it was actually not really a damage issue. And here at the start, Prophet putting out 3,500, almost 3,600 healing in this round.
How much damage though? Hardly any.
Hardly any damage, but like over 1,000 more healing than Finn. So you started to see some of that already at the beginning, where Prophet focused a little bit more right now on healing, keeping everybody up.
Safe, conservative approach here from the Dynasty. It's paid off because the Shock have not one kill to their name so far. A complete and utter shutout in that first round. Some on-stage jitters perhaps for San Francisco, but they're running out of time to shake them loose, Matt.
You have really no time, right? You lose this first map, we jump right into map number 2. You find yourself down 2-0 real quick with how fast some of these games go. As Fitz just trying to keep this charge, right? Teams have such a great idea of like how much damage this Sojourn's putting down, how charged, and Rail misses right off the side of his head there.
Probably not quite calibrated by the looks of things. Mikey making the dive in here, trying to catch Fitz out, but he's able to dash away pretty comfortably here. Dropper in a decent position now. Able to set up that disruptor shot, but Fitz rounds the corner and plugs him one. And Striker falls not long after. Oh dear. This is a stinker from San Francisco to start us off.
And I don't know if it's actually like, okay, so obviously the Shock don't look great right now, but this looks more like the Seoul Dynasty I thought we would see. Like personally, I thought when you start to hear about the meta, I actually thought Seoul Dynasty were like gonna be like one of the best teams, if not the best team here. They have the players to do it in this meta. And for some reason, the winter bracket not able to do so, but here it's a fantastic start.
The match against the Fuel didn't exactly inspire confidence, but they're here to make up for that and build it back up. Striker spoiled for choice here, target-wise. He's never to find Stalker there, as Smurf has to play from the extremities of his bubble. He gets away with it pretty well. Eventually, though, Fitz being dragged down by Mikey. Might mean they want to pull out. Prophet actually goes for the Kitsune Rush here. Anything but conservative from him all of a sudden. And the sound barrier is both expended. The Dynasty are really invested in maintaining point control.
Yeah, and Smurf's got Primal Rage. So you can keep this going here if you're the Seoul Dynasty. This is going to be the Kitsune Rush out of Finn here. And Mikey's going to end up getting the kill on a Prophet. You have some more damage coming down from Striker, but that's going to be the Primal from Smurf. They want to just try and extend this as much as possible, it seems. You're going to get just a 50% there from Seoul Dynasty. But man, they dumped a lot into trying to keep that going.
So Mikey's able to start this fight off here. There's a lot happening, of course, with the Kitsune Rush. Means more bubbles, crucially, for the Winston. Such an important factor. Here's a Death Blossom, though. Striker taking the fight to the Dynasty before they have a chance to set their feet. Very nice looks here. The Shock want to do more of this. And give them the twinings, why don't you?
I mean, you did just get shut out for a whole round.
I'd be feeling some frustration.
Yeah, why not?
Off,
yeah, yeah. I like that decision from the Shock, right? The Seoul Dynasty, although they just flipped the point, they have a lot of the momentum here. You get aggressive right around the corner, you go with that Death Blossom, don't give themselves an opportunity to set up some of these engagements.
Okay. The Shock have made their statement in more ways than one, apparently. Vindime a little trailing behind the rest of his team here. It's going to be an overclock from Proper. The target-rich environment, but it's all about the connection. And Fitz strikes first. Proper Suzu's himself, but Proper lines him up.
I mean, that is so risky. Finn actually finds Fitz in the back line. He actually goes on a little bit
Stalker.
of a blank. I mean, you cannot get a Proper in a straight line there for the charge up rail, but this is still going. You still have players here. It's just Smurf and Vindime. And actually, because Striker's alive, you can't push into that. You cannot just go face first into that Reaper.
Sol crucially flipped the point midway through that fight here. So even after a lost engagement, they're ahead for now in terms of percentage. This gets ugly though. Mikey trying to use this corner to occlude himself somewhat.
It's a primal for nothing, though. I mean, you end up popping primal here, you get nothing out of it.
Continue rush from both teams, man. Here they go. Proper is extremely low at the start of the fight. He's taken down. Here comes Stalker now, dancing among the yellow brick road, and he makes the connection on Mikey.
And you just see, with the Kitsune Rush plus the DPS passive, right, which gives you, a little bit of a speed boost after getting a kill, reload speed. Like, Reaper just becomes a machine, man. As soon as he gets that...
Hang on!
Excuse me?
That is big.
That is very big.
5v4. Sojourn down to Soul. They've got to be feeling the pinch now. Proper going to be prevented by the barrier for the time being, but Prophet's looking low. Oh my! Stalker descends upon Proper. And now Fitz has returned back to the fight. San Francisco need to find a way to even the numbers here. And they do. They bring Smurf down. Crucial kill as Primal Rage was expended there. Stalker's going to bubble in his way, and Striker be striking. I tell you what. Death Blossom in hand, no chance to use it. Vindime's out to pick him off, and Fitz is playing from the extremities. Solar at 99 here. Can they really finish the round? Surely not. They may have to concede this here, Matt.
Yeah, you're going to have to back up. You just had Vindime there alive at the end. That is fantastic, though, for the Shock. You look, Soul Dynasty, nothing to work with coming into this fight. You have another one of those Death Blossoms, and maybe you can actually speed boost in and then get that sound barrier off, close the deal.
Vindime just come back. He's going to be a little bit late. No speed boost for Soul to try and contest here, and that might have been a Suzu use already there from Prophet. It's looking dangerous. Striker is looking hungry. Sound barrier now as Vindime has gone down. That's going to hurt the Soul Dynasty in a big way. Now they have to play from the extremities and hope for a pick, but Striker shuts him down. Prophet and Fitz fall to the Death Blossom, and now Smurf is next on the menu. Main course, appetizer, desserts. The Shock have had their meal.
Just a really back and forth round there between those two teams. Is you actually almost have it even in terms of no kills at this point, which is crazy considering Soul Dynasty shut them down in round one. Striker came alive though in a big way. I mean, they add him to this team, probably not even thinking that like Reaper would eventually become meta because he's just kind of come out of nowhere. Probably thinking like, hey, if we can get him on Tracer or Sombra, right? But Striker's Reaper's actually been pretty good historically, in the league. So they actually get, obviously a big pickup, and then also on one of his better heroes.
San Francisco do well to take that round. A big part of it is Striker. Proper has had a quieter start to this map. 4 final blows, 9 gets. Getting focused very hard by Soul and struggling to find a safe pocket map.
And I think they realize, like, hey, if we focus down Proper, we know how much the Shock invest in that player. We can maybe kind of win the game that way, but you can't ignore Striker. Like, Reaper is so strong right now.
Proper has many opportunities to still get back into this game. Good little bit of sight here. Fitz trying to make a little bit of a flank. That's shut down quickly by Mikey, but it gives up point contest position to do so. In he goes. Vindime might be a target here, but Proper's keeping eyes on Fitz much of the time. He's very, very low, Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey gets really weak.
Suzu.
Oh, that's beautiful. That connects with just about everybody.
Proper goes back in, wants to get that extra pressure here. Down on the enemy Winston, and Mikey's able to find Vindime first. Prophet now next on the menu. He's taken down. Here come the Shock.
Oh, man, he comes right around the corner, finishes a few players up. And it's almost like a little bit of a bait, right? Mikey gets so low, he's able to get back to the rest of the team. The Soul Dynasty, they make the right decision. They're like, hey, this is our time to go, right? Smurf jumps in, the protection Suzu, all the healing that comes after that brings everybody back to life. And you see the Soul Dynasty, they try and like back out a little bit, but they don't have any of those tools to disengage. They get caught.
Kitsune rush early. Prophet doesn't have one here. Still using railroads. And I guess the Dynasty able to disengage from that. The Shock may be hoping to catch someone really quickly, but they'd have to move deep into enemy territory to get a kill, but Fitz can do it from long range. There's no way to win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, how do you fight this after that? You're the Shock. That's going to be the Kitsune rush. They actually just kite a lot of it. Oh, outside of Mikey, he jumps right face first into it. You have some kills coming in here towards the end, so it will be a flip for Soul Dynasty. So be 40, a little bit higher than 40% here for the Shock early on. The Shock do have that sound barrier, though, and they have that overclock to come back in with a fast fight.
Smurf is having the lion's share of his team's kills so far. 12 final blows for 6. Next closest is Fitz behind him at 8. Big impact play, very Doucheway-esque. But you know one ever said that before. Overclock here for proper map. Charges a little bit off that barrier. Still looking for Fitz, but hasn't been able to draw a beat on him so far. The sound barrier's here, and Stalker's going to go down first in the front line. Dynasty respond with their own beat, but they're down to 4 players. Proper trying to get a bit of space, but here comes Smurf. He is looking scary.
How is he alive?
Clutch healing coming out there from Finn to keep him up. Eventually has to succumb. Vindime gets involved. Now Fitz can peer in from the side. Yet another final blow from Vindime. He's at 8 so far. Absolutely astounding. The Dynasty control the point right now, and the Shock are running out of gas.
Oh, Mikey's so low. It's going to be Fitz just turning the corner. And this is going to be a lot of point percentage there for the Seoul Dynasty. And, you know, that it's crazy. We're watching Proper, and he's getting juggled by Smurf. Smurf with insane, like, mechanical skill. As he's getting juggled, he actually hits Stalker, and Finn is actually able to finish it off, which you think may have turned it, but it's still not good enough.
Stalker's dead blossom can't reach the Shock. They're actually able to kite it now. He's going to try and get away with Wraith Walk, but Fitz won't be his lucky. He gets cut down. Finally, Proper finds that key first pick, and that's more than enough to get the Shock back in striking distance here. They'll have to flip first, and there'll be a bit of a chase in percentage, but it's going to be a close finish.
Yeah, not able to contest there at the end. You had Smurf and Prophet still alive at that time, so you're gonna have to wait for Smurf to come back. Do you try and maybe catch them off guard with a Consuming Rush? You both have them, so you expect kind of like, if you're gonna use it, if you're the Seoul Dynasty engaging, you're gonna maybe even have the Shock use it. You know, maybe back off for a second, let them get close to taking the point, then come in.
Consuming Rush here. Finn actually dashes forward to try and make sure it's in a good spot. Prophet doing the same. Proper getting pressured heavily by Smurf, who now has to back away. Here's the sound barrier. Vindime doesn't have one available. The Shock need to exploit this window, and so they do. They run over Stalker. Smurf has to get away to the point. The Shock looking to win 2 consecutive fights here. With Vindime being brought down, Striker almost losing that battle against the Kiriko. The Shock can now reset, try and win the round here.
Yeah, it's a huge sound barrier there from Violet. As you come back, you may not actually even get that sound barrier here for Seoul Dynasty. You have Primal to extend this. You know, Smurf's life, you don't have to focus as much on keeping him up. And Fitz has his overclock. He's got to be big, and it's huge.
He walked right in when Striker was trying to go for the Mega Health Pack. Not respecting Fitz's ability to pick him up, and Mikey gets there, and where's the touch?
Oh, no.
Smurf just getting there, but just a little too late. San Francisco gets shut out of the first round. 0 final blows. They turn the map around, and they come out with an early lead.
And I think actually Smurf uses a leap there to try and get close to the point. And Violet's like in a position where he just knocks him off course. And he tries to use that second leap and like get around the corner, and he like may have like flipped the corner and not able to make it. Because you see everybody on the Shock looking at Violet, everybody all smiles on stage.
Pinch hitter Mikey's done his job. Comes in for that first map, wins it in style after that 3rd round. He'll now hit the bench. There'll be a substitution on the other side of the break. San Francisco start this one at an early lead.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
2019 Overwatch League champions! Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride. Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalush says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
A stick on Hardy. Striker's able to bring the Titan down.
Sam straight to the backline, insta killing.
Oh, Mikey! San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch. Bold strategy, to be sure, right? This rotation of Prophet into that backline to pick up the Kiriko. Clear to see that the Dynasty are hoping to find something more, some more depth from this roster. If you had to give it a grade, Matt, what would it be so far?
I thought actually Soul played pretty good in that first game. I thought Prophet looked fine on the Kiriko. Not a ton of damage. Ended up getting a ton of healing though. But still, Finn started to come alive later at the end of the round. Where my actual issue for Soul there is I actually think they did a great job of making it difficult for Proper. In the same time, they allowed Striker to just run crazy through the opposing team. Where it's interesting at the beginning of fights. You look at the Sojourns, right? As the Sojourns able to get like an early pick off, right? Maybe they're able to get an insta kill throughout a fight. But really, once you kind of get into the thick of things, especially after that first kill and you get that buff, Reaper becomes just a powerhouse.
Finn versus Prophet. Not a matchup we expected to see here, of course. And again, the Kiriko head-to-head reveals that Finn very quickly caught up in impact, like you sort of mentioned, Ray. First round, maybe we can cast that as a side as a bit of an anomaly based on how little San Francisco were able to do in that round.
You can also think of a few big plays, right? Where we were talking about where the Seoul Dynasty, they got an advantage early on in a fight. They thought they could jump in, but the Suzu's really good from Finn, able to kind of give everybody a brief moment of immortality and then able to heal everybody up. So Kalush comes in for Mike. This is a typical substitution here for the shot.
They call him Big Large Kalush.
He is really tall.
Yeah. The best part is, by contrast with the rest of his team, he absolutely towers.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's tall for me, but he's really tall.
Smurf, standout player for Soul on that Winston. We are starting to see a couple Winstons have that huge impact on the game. Not for every team. Soul definitely one of them here. Paraíso will be the selection for this second map. And yes, the only substitution, as you saw it, Mikey taking a seat. Kalush now out to the stage. Must feel nice, right? Have your team set you up with a nice 1-0 lead. Come in feeling fresh, feeling fine.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if you're Soul, what you would want to see is maybe Prophet get a little bit more aggressive and go for a little bit more of those damage plays. I think he can kind of... you don't want to say like I think Teru's played a really interesting way on the Kiriko throughout this, but I think he can be a little bit more aggressive and push the limits. I think if you wanted Prophet on there, look, if you were just making this sub because you thought you needed more healing,
someone very serviceable, right? Yeah.
You could have gotten that probably, just with Iris, but yeah, I think you need to have obviously the healing trait from Prophet. He's close to Finn there, but you need to see that damage come out. That's where I think you can get the biggest win of having him on the hero.
I did see him win a 1v1 against Striker at one point. Again, not that that really counts so much. Although people may disagree if they're big CXX fans. So we'll start on defense here, and again, don't expect to see too much variation in these compositions.
Well, they're going to play the Tracer here, it looks like, on D, which is a little bit of a change-up, right?
Stalk had a pretty weak map 1. Yep. I wonder what the strategy is here for this Tracer. You can't get nearly as much value out of Kitsune Rush here with Tracer, I should expect.
No, but I think maybe you can actually put some more pressure on the backline, consistent pressure with Smurf, right? Tracer can access the backline way easier than a Reaper can, especially even with the run back here. It's actually pretty long, so you can kind of keep taking these fights consistently with the Tracer.
We'll be keeping an eye on Stalker here, see what he can get done. Pretty scary guy up against Kiriko's Tracer. She can knock you out pretty fast. Smurf over the top here. Soul trying to leapfrog San Francisco to some degree, but Kalush flatens Stalker. No chance to blink away. What a way to assert yourself coming off the bench.
And I guess maybe he doesn't have recall available at that time, or maybe he doesn't expect them to push on in, thinks he can actually just play around the corner and get some healing, but Kaluja is right on top of him, takes him out instantly, and that's going to be 2 ticks, and it looks like they're just trying to hunt down some kills.
Sol got cute, tried to outmaneuver the shock there, but they took the pretty direct approach to the point there. Prophet's already used his Swift Step, and Smurf has seen better days. It's a trade for the Sojourns. Nice work by Fitz to get involved here, but it may be a little bit too little, too late in the day on this point defense. Prophet's going for the fight, but Stalker comes out of nowhere. Slaps him upside the head. Numbers still favour the shock though, and they've almost got this cap. It's only been done, the lifeline for Sol, and eventually that too must succumb.
Yeah, and they already had 2 ticks, right? So that last one was going to happen pretty fast. As Fitz, he'll have a close spawn, he'll end up dropping. As see Smurf, I think he's just trying to he's trying to bait a leap there out of Kaluj, and then he would have just jumped around the corner and got out of harm's way. So good first point attack though for the shock. See where they actually decide to kind of push around here is they have a big advantage in terms of sound barrier and Kitsune Rush here. That they might be able to start snowballing this a little bit if they realize they have this ultimate advantage.
Stalker realizing this Tracer just isn't it. Back over to the Reaper, he was 6 and 10 in the last map.
A lot of evidence over the last few days that the Tracer's not it.
Yeah, I don't need a PI to figure that out at this point. Fitz, safe spot for now until Kaluj comes to try and challenge his perk position. Kitsune Rush from the high ground here, and Fitz trying to make the most of it. But all of the shock have absconded back around the corner.
And this is so good for the shock. You don't need to answer that with your own sound barrier. You don't need to answer it with your own rush. You can actually just circumvent it and go right around.
Okay, overclock from Fitz is able to catch Prophet just as the shock try and mount an assault. San Francisco have to double back now and focus on moving up the card. Note that Striker's playing from the high ground here. Fitz seems to have an awareness of that Reaper being somewhat close.
Yeah, and there goes sound barrier as well from the shock. So sound barrier used, quick fight. They're just gonna have to hightail it out. So we'll see how they try and approach this again. Try and take this from the low ground. Do you try and take that wraparound all the way on the left side and try and match that high ground? Looks like they're gonna kind of just attack this straight up the middle.
Yeah, here we go. Kitsune Rush for the high ground here. Finn maybe setting it up for Proper. It's unclear. Fitz able to open up the account yet again for the Dynasty. And Smurf's Primal deals with Proper again. Once again, the shock Sojourn being cut out of the fight very early on. Now the Dynasty are free to clean up here. Smurf a little bit concerned about the Reaper presence, but Suzu will set him straight. And off goes Striker.
Yeah, since they switched over to this Reaper, it's been way easier for them to play this composition. As they push up, they get aggressive. So pretty good hold so far, right? You've got like a minute 40 off the clock, minute 30 off the clock. This will be probably their toughest test as you're going up against Death Blossom, Overclock, and Primal. Prophet, could end up, right, with the amount of healing and damage Kriko pulls out, could end up getting like a rush if this fight goes an extended period of time.
Kaluj goes upstairs, rebuffed instantly. A little bit of extra card process, it's inching forward again. Fitz fighting Striker. What a key pick. And instantly the shock capitulate.
If you can't access that high ground as the Winston, you kind of get stuck in that position Kaluj is in. Like, that is the absolute worst position to be in. You've used Leap, you've already used Bubble. There's a natural high ground for the defenders. I mean, look at this angle that Fitz gets to shoot down. I mean, it is just such a large advantage for the Dynasty at this part of the map.
Once again, Kaluj trying to subvert his build and be sneaky on the way in. Primal range, though, is going to render that pointless. He's already taken about 600 damage.
It's almost worth it just to get under the underpass.
Overclock for Prophet, but can he get through? No, he's going to Winston in his face. Kiriko Rush here comes in, and Stalker finds 3. Make it 4.
That is everybody down there for the shock as we're now down to just a little bit over 2 minutes. Take a look at this from Stalker's POV. So Tuna Rush there, then the Death Blossom right down the street.
So what do you need a bulldozer? You just build the road.
Yeah, it fits with this overclock again. Now you can get back to this high ground if you're the Seoul Dynasty. And this is what's been so difficult for the shock to crack.
Proper, one final blow, 4 deaths. Again, basically transparent. So far in Paraíso, Fitz has been crucial, right? Always finding that first pick, quite often actually getting Striker out of the picture early. He's going to try and wrap around and do the same thing again. Striker playing close to the card here. Death Blossom available. It's time to let it rip. And Stalker falls. Soundberry is going to be in play for the Dynasty, but they lack the key damage of that Reaper. And that's really punishing. Vindime astutely saving that sound barrier, but losing a player so early is going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you end up using the sound barrier for the Seoul Dynasty here, and it doesn't actually connect on to everybody. He tries to like push up a little bit because you have Stalker and Smurf so far around the corner, and it doesn't connect with Fitz. It's just a little bit of a desperation one there, but I actually don't entirely hate it, if I'm honest, because you have an opportunity there, if that beat is good, to potentially stop the Shock from even capping that point.
Full charge again from Prophet here. Sightlines aren't great from his position, but it's more for safety's sake at this stage. Primer Rage from Smurf, those have been absolutely deadly. Looking to make another one happen here. Here's the dive. Pretty patient play. Fitz and Prophet both went quite low. Soul maybe needing to regroup on this high ground. Smurf, though, thinks otherwise. Primal Rage here, but a disengage. What are Soul waiting on?
I think they actually thought there was going to be some type of response, maybe in terms of support ults, but it's going to be the Kitsune Rush here from Seoul Dynasty. They force everybody from the Shock into this close court area against the Reaper and the Winston. Not the right idea.
Soul definitely a little bit unsure of what San Francisco's bringing. I'm curious about what their ult tracking says coming into that fight. San Francisco obviously have very little to use there. Now to start to build up some of those. Kaluj obviously having used his ult just now.
And maybe if you're the Shock, right, or if you're the Seoul Dynasty, there's really not a huge worry about like the Kitsune Rush, because like, what, you drop it on the payload, there's so much high ground and like cover here around the map to just disengage. You can then just kind of come back with a sound barrier for sound barrier counter and be a pretty even footing.
Overclock from Proper, he's finding the connections with the railguns. None of them in lethal quite yet, but Violet makes sure the kill on Fitz is secured. Stalker trying to dance on the low ground, but Proper puts that one to a quick end. Vindime now wants to try and stall if he possibly can, but Striker nips that one in the bud as well. 27 seconds left of the round here. Soul have sound barrier coming back in.
Yeah, look at where Smurf is. It looks like he's kind of like just stuck behind enemy lines, and they just push right onto the point. They lose Prophet.
That's most of their healing. Vindime now needs to maybe play around a barrier here and go for a beat. He lets it go. Stalker benefits from it, but Proper and Striker just bring him down. And here's the real breakdance master. Vindime removes, and the Shock finish with time to spare.
And Prophet is on that deep flank with Smurf. They're so far behind enemy lines. And he's used the teleport to get there. They don't have it to get out. So you lose Prophet. And I tell you what, it would have been good if you're the Seoul Dynasty if you forced the Kitsune Rush like in that area where you had that natural high ground. But once they don't have to use it and they've already made it around the corner, the home stretch, I mean, that is a perfect, just kind of straight, narrow pathway to drop that big Kariko ult.
Stalker having a much better round. Getting to those 8 final blows, 6 deaths. Pretty quiet to start with, but again, that second phase looked pretty good for him.
Yeah.
Probably frustrating for Soul though, despite them starting pretty well in that middle part of the map. They've allowed the Shock to complete. Now that's a feat they have to themselves match.
It's still pretty decent defense there from Seoul Dynasty. Like, they gave up point A really fast. They tried to trace their look at the start. It wasn't great. They make a switch over to the Reaper, and it really started to pay off. Where, you know, the Shock had about 5 minutes here to cap that second checkpoint, and they dwindled it down to, you know, almost under a minute there.
Fitz is accounting for more than a third of his team's damage, which is a little abnormal even for Sojourn players. I mean, with these changes to Soul, like, it doesn't seem like their DPS line is suffering too much.
No, and I think Reaper, there are so many DPS players in the league who can play Reaper at a, high to serviceable level. You may have felt like, hey, like, we don't need to spend Prophet, and his abilities on Reaper. We can try and put him on Kariko where he can be more game-changing, impactful, and you're not going to lose that much.
Didn't talk about it at the start of this, but this is one of Soul's best maps. Undefeated on Paraiso. 5-0. They definitely don't want to leave a blemish in the other column here. So they approach, okay, so pretty uneventful beginning. San Francisco actually opt to give a lot of that high ground up, and they want to play for like a counter dive here on the point. Look how they split up.
Well, this is a sick angle for Proper to take on the high ground, right? Fitz has to swing this really wide to get an angle to try and make a play.
San Francisco hardly taking any damage. Smurf getting an absolute beating. He has to abscond pretty quickly.
Stalker is basically dead.
Still the threat of Fitz though, right? He's able to charge up and find a random pick from the high ground, and no one's really directly challenging, right? San Francisco don't have the ability to just go up there and force him away yet.
He's got to swing this corner blindly, and you don't have a great idea of where Proper is.
Proper has no charge, though, so had to build that up pretty quickly. Striker, though, he gets Fitz. Having to swing out into an unknown part of the map. He's brought down, and now they're lining up quite nicely. Proper threads the needle there. Now the Dynasty are a little bit scared. They're very low on personnel, and Smurf is leading out in front of him.
Yeah, as Zendayam tries to make a play, and I feel like Proper a little bit angry, right? Finds himself in the loser bracket. He knows how good he's played all season long. Like, to see it not result in great team success, I think you'd be leaving here pretty unhappy, where I feel like he is staking it out on some of these teams. Just, he's been playing a fantastic Sojourner. Look at this.
Defensive Kitsune rush here. The Shock actually opted to drop off the high ground. Sound barrier coming out from both sides here. Smurf has lost most of it by now, but he's in that primal rage mode, and the Shock are backing up. They see Prophet use his own rush. Prophet trying to keep him at arm's length here, but guess who's in his face? Smurf in front. Prophet from the backside, lands a kunai. Now we're in a 5 versus 3. Stalker quickly heading upstairs to try and get this down. Losing Smurf, removing a little bit of flexibility, but the cap is underway. Striker's gone down. Violet hardly a threat here from that pocket. Eventually brought down by the enemy Lucio.
Yeah, and there's no way you fight that. You just have Violet and Finn alive. It's interesting, like, why take the fight early there if you're the Shock? You probably actually are in the best case scenario to do so, because if you allow and play that kind of deep position they did, I mean, there's such a better use out of rush, right? To come around the corner, you use the rush, like, what are you going to benefit from it? If you're the Shock, just try and catch them off guard, use it there. It would have looked great if they ended up winning that, right? You would have gotten both of the other team's support ults out right as it showed. It would have definitely been awesome to see if you're a Shock fan, but look at this. I mean, a little bit aggressive there, and Violet gets taken out.
Crucial first kill for Fitz. The fight's not done, though. San Francisco happen to throw themselves at this, but now without Proper, their odds of really drawing any blood here rapidly dwindling. And they're just here to stall for now.
Well, think about how the Shock were able to hold, get held by that high ground that Fitz was on. Now you see Fitz is actually able to get up right on top of that high ground, maybe deny it for a little bit. You see him Stalker through the X-ray. He's kind of like on that corner where that staircase is if you wanted to come up. And then you also have Fitz able to look down that long corridor where you see everybody on the Shock has to come out there, just kind of like scare them off, bully them off of that high ground.
Stalker lying in wait here. His job, obviously, probably to make sure Kaluj isn't able to regain that high ground for the defenders as easily. Fitz, here it is! Fitz! It's turning up! Finn is taken down again at the trade, though. Proper's able to find him across the map. Stalker, considering the death loss from here with a sound barrier, though, may not be necessary. Striker's gone down. Proper may still be a factor, and he is. Smurf is brought low. Now Stalker may need to commit here to make sure that his team gets out of this in one piece. Goes for the spin. Violet's there. Proper shuts him down, though.
Yeah, Proper with yet another kill here as the payload is stopped moving for a quick second. He's actually just going to like find a little bit of a different angle here. That's going to be the Shock holding on. And what they're trying to do is like have Stalker in that low position, right? And when you see this bridge, if Smurf would have been able to jump up, get on top of the bridge, knock those players low, you would have had that death blossom from behind. But actually, Fitz ends up finding a kill right away, so you don't even need to invest that. Look at this, a rush right on through.
On the low ground, daring the Shock to come and challenge this. San Francisco are going to use a Kitsune rush to their own now. Proper forced to double back, give that protection Zuzi to his tank. And now Striker goes in a Wraith Walk. It might be time to go, though. Sound barrier now for San Francisco, and Stalker's out of the picture. It's just a matter of controlling Smurf's impact. And San Francisco can complete a hold for now. 90 seconds left in the round for Seoul. They're being bundled now into the hallway. This is getting scarier and scarier for them. Fitz able to find Violet there, at least with the disruptor shot. He's trying to move this on his own. He's going to have to deal with Proper, though. And he thinks better of taking the fight.
Yeah, there's no way. You have to back up. You've lost your tank. No way to kind of hold ground on the point. So a minute, 10 seconds. It's looking pretty dire on the Seoul Dynasty side of things. You're not close to any of these ultimates, maybe even dying with like a last second beat here, but you're gonna have to rely on Fitz being able to find a pick at range.
Proper has come alive in the last couple of team fights, Matt, adding 6 final blows to his total. Very, very important that the Shock can keep him in a position to stay fighting fit. Striker looks to try and take the high ground, and this is a helipad, ladies and gentlemen. Vindime brought down, and that's another fight well and truly over already.
And it's
Yep. Gotta limber up, ladies and gentlemen.
You done pissed him off. As it's just really, I mean, it's terrible for Seoul Dynasty. You're not actually able to kind of get a back and forth fight there at the start, or maybe you can build up some ults.
Proper's going for it here. Look at the shock actually forcing around this corner. Proper eventually realizes maybe exposing himself a little too much there. Vindime, no, not ready for that. Proper now is here to clean up. 3 players left for the Seoul Dynasty, and their hopes of getting a map completion rapidly dwindling. Smurf is too far away from Primal Rage to be a factor. Prophet doesn't even bother. San Francisco take Paraíso.
Perfectly played by the San Francisco. Shock there. The rotation of ultimates, you know, Proper being able to save fights, constantly able to get these pickoffs. And Seoul, I mean, they just did not look organized trying to make that attack happen on that high ground. It's honestly, it doesn't, Prophet's played pretty good on the Kuriko, but I think it's just more of a teamwork issue right now, if anything, from the Dynasty.
Operation Proper Go Kill is proceeding apace, Matthew. Very big impact on that defensive side for San Francisco. Proper gets the sidelines. He's able to turn them into a number of key kills. Seoul Dynasty now fight for survival. They have one more chance to stay alive here in the lower brackets of the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs. $222 days since our screens were last graced by the Overwatch League. So good to be back, of course.
The Nano at the ready for Crypto could give this Marble or Striker on the attack visor. He wants mini room control, but got zoned off by Foles, but he's gonna come back around. Full 360, Striker coming from the backline and the kids. 4K, he strikes again as Foles goes back to spawn.
Oh, the prodigal son of the Boston fans has returned home. Did you miss him, Boston? Happy. Might find themselves an angle here as they take a look. Sees Twilight, what in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick. There's no way Happy hits those. All those!
Oh my god! And okay, the Zarya's cool, but she got a lot of health. Okay?
Sheesh!
Are we gonna be in someone's YouTube video? Do I gotta shout out my mom? Happy. You're cracked.
Paddy a little bit scared of Finn. I would be too, to be fair. He's got a lot of utility. Nano available. Nano blade for Sam. He dashes straight to the backline. Insta-killing. Landon, Sparker dead. Backbone 2. There's Admiral. Another 5K. No! Proper steals it. Come on, man. Oh, you're supposed to give him the clip. Sam, though, still with 4 kills. Nice work.
George doing a great job of draining time off this objective, and Pelican gets caught in for a little bit too long. However, Merritt, as attack visor, gets 2, working for a little bit more. You're looking at Pelican, you're not looking at Merritt, he's got 3, and the Outlaws, that should be enough to take a point.
That should definitely be it. The good thing here for Fuel is that they built a lot of time on the clock. Edmonds going to go down there, but Merritt getting a lot there, a lot of value, and this is just continuing to show as the fight breaks down, Soldier is so dangerous.
The Mayhem didn't really have a chance to respond there with ults of their own.
Nope. I take it back. Nero proved me wrong. Nero proved me wrong again.
Are you serious, Nero? That was a massive anti from Ultraviolet. Nanoed. Nero with the 5K. Okay. There's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1. Eichenwalde is yours. Oh my god. Oh, okay. So this is the anti-nade that set the entire thing up. Oh my god. What is more satisfying than that? I cannot name a single thing.
doubts are put to the side. They said couldn't make this team good. Well, you're wrong. This team is now a championship team.
Because they will now have Vindane following up on those kills and pushed all the way back to the spawn room.
The hell was that? Prophet in the meantime starting to go off. Finds Butterfly and take on. They're looking for a little bit more though. He's trying to get the tracking down here on Izayaki. Eventually gets that elimination. Prophet is going off. He's finding damn near everything in the kill feed right now for the side of the Dynasty.
Smurf does have Primal though. Another time buy for sure, but it's Primal time for Smurf. That's exactly what you could ask for. And he gets another. And that's why you sub this man in. The Smurf show is real. Don't miss the kickoff clash legendary team mix skins. The Seoul Dynasty Tiger skin is on sale now through November 15th for just 200 league tokens, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, of course. The altar of the Luchador skin in honor of the Seoul Dynasty's success this year.
Oh, and I know my man GB loves his wrestling, so he loves this skin. It looks sick in the Seoul Dynasty colors. Like you mentioned during the series, Seoul Dynasty had not lost a Paraiso throughout the season. That is their first loss. It's also the Shock's first win.
You get why they pick it, right? Makes perfect sense. So now what?
Well, okay, so we do have a sub coming in here.
Hang on.
We got a little bit of a switch up. So, Iris in for Prophet. We have Prophet going back to DPS. So, for me, this is like, in the Seoul Dynasty coaching room, it is sirens, it's everybody.
DEFCON 1, bro.
Yeah, you got the buckets dumping the water off of the sinking ship a little bit. Because you come in, like you make this change, you lose a map, you haven't lost all season. Now you're like kind of scrambling, right? Like, hey, let's go back to how things were. You find yourself down 2-0. And a team like the Shock and a coach like Krusty, he knows when he sees stuff like this. You got a team like kind of dead in the water, so to speak. You got to close them out.
Well, we looked this up before today. How much Reaper is Stalker playing?
Yeah,
none. This year, none. And even prior to that.
Hold on. If you've been playing Overwatch since Overwatch 1, you should be able to play Reaper. It's not like you're asking to come in here and play Genji here at the final moment.
But it definitely feels like fitting into this metagame has been a little uncomfortable for the Seoul Dynasty. I think just to try and make sure they have their best players in the most important roles. This definitely feels like a last-ditch effort for the Seoul Dynasty to keep their season alive.
Yeah, and the last stand potentially for the Seoul Dynasty would happen here on Dorado. So it's interesting you make the switch though for me. Like, I feel like if you're going to make that switch with Prophet playing support, you need to commit to that.
Seoul have been able to choose their best hybrid and now their best escort maps. So after this, no more opportunities to select. If they win this one, they won't be picking anymore. They are 7-2 on Dorado so far this season, and have to hope that this is the anchor that keeps them afloat.
But you look at some of those map records though, right? And it is a completely different meta with a new hero in front of an audience. I mean, it's not all the same, right? We kind of see how the Shock come in, they play under this pressure. They're able to win a map that they have not won throughout the season and make it look convincing. It's just a whole different ball game once you get here in person.
The Shock looks so green in the kickoff clash when we saw them, right? So green. But now they've come so far.
You do not want to miss that tomorrow. I know. Aaron teased it, talked a little bit on Twitter today.
New hero?
There's going to be some...
I'm bat chesting out of my mind, brother. What do you make of this?
The Tracer? So interesting. I mean, if you wanted to play Tracer at moments throughout this series, why even entertain? Not having, Prophet's like what? One of the best Tracers
still
of all time. Why not have him on that hero? But we know how much like damage dealers and the amount of damage output really kind of carry in the meta. It's really odd.
It didn't work for Seoul on Paraiso, right? They tried this with Stalker on the Tracer. They get to play from this sort of high ground a little bit. Obviously, it can be quite oppressive trying to play attack into this constant Winston dive, providing Winston's kept alive. One pick can unravel this completely. Look at the speed boost already. Prophet not able to get to the high ground as he would have liked, so he's grounded for the time being. Smurf is able to go up and down and get healed. Prophet wants to try and shoo away Prophet. But finally gets picked off by Fitz early. So that's that high ground advantage now, actually manifesting. Can Soul find the first pick?
Well, I actually think, like, Fitz has had a really good series this far. Like, he's been able to actually find lots of pickoffs. And you see right there, it just puts a shot right into Finn as it just has not materialized in fight wins. But maybe now with Prophet back on DPS, you know, pestering a little bit more, it'll be a big difference.
Just waiting for Prophet to pull the trigger here, maintaining that 100 charge. And into the kill on Prophet if he's able to find the head, basically. Doesn't connect there, not how he would have liked to. Striker going down to disrupt the shock. Soul doing very, very well. Okay, they're bending but not breaking here. They're able to receive this dive and then jump in, and here's Prophet turning up on the Tracer.
So, you know, you put one of the best players in Overwatch history, you know, on like arguably like his best hero. And even if it's not exactly kind of the meta right now, Tracer still has like niche picks and situations you can play her. I mean, you're bound to see good things. And I think if you just wanted more healing out of Iris, that's something you probably could have just discussed in terms of coaching. Pulse Bomb doesn't hit anything.
Prophet low here. No recall available, no blinks for the time being. He's able to get topped up though. Again, Soul are able to push back and keep everyone standing. Fitz gets his slide cooldown. He backs away once more now. A lot of space being given, but again, Soul not fully committing yet. They have Kitsune rush on line now though. Here we go.
Now they can commit. Both teams using the rush. Diam's going to get the beat first.
Prophet going a little bit low here, but he's able to find Fitz first. Prophet gets involved finally. Violent sound barrier's not up yet. He's going to use it straight away though. 4 players still standing for San Francisco. They're giving as good as they get, and they have that car position. Where does Smurf go with this? Right now hoping to pressure Finn down, who can swift step away. Soul again trying to regroup for the time being, but Iris under a lot of pressure, and Striker's able to run him down. Vindime again, always getting involved on the right side of the kill feed, but Striker's going to be a menace inside the building on the left-hand side.
They're going to play really safe. They're going to hide for a second because of this overclock. So this is going to allow some more players for Seoul Dynasty to make their way back towards the point. You're looking at Smurf and Iris potentially coming
Pulse
back.
Is on board for Prophet. Fitz has already gone down. No, can the Death Blossom make the difference? Striker not able to find any connection on that. The card's getting very close, and it looks like the Dynasty gonna have to give it up.
Yeah, it looked like they thought about maybe going in and fighting that, but why not? Yep.
I brought you a gift!
That doesn't hit. And maybe you actually see them swap here. Like, do you see them go towards that Reaper? Do you want to keep playing? Yeah, so it's going to be the Reaper swap. Is now you're going to have this massive high ground and you have to battle over. Make it really costly for Cluj to get up there.
Striker getting a proper tickling there from Smurf as he will concede that high ground position he was trying to carve out. A lot of big ultimates online here for San Francisco. Kitsune rush, the first of those. Kaluj trying to get in there as Soul disengage hastily. They're able to top Kaluj up there. He actually turns back himself. So that Kitsune rush basically nullified here. Soul are able to avoid it.
Yeah, but it's gotten a ton of progress here for the Shock, right? I mean, you give up that ultimate to just basically get the card in a one-fight territory. Primal Rage.
Okay, switch step used there by Iris. He's out of the fight for the time being. Kaluj takes a face full of damage and has to give up that high ground again. But it doesn't matter. The Shock are happy to push the card. They are daring the Dynasty to challenge them here. And Prophet couldn't get away. That's going to hurt. Switching back over to the Reaper. Comes out of Wraith Walk at low health and is just picked off San Francisco. They're on a roll.
And Prophet's playing by the cart, and he has to use the Wraith form to like back up. And Iris and Vindime nowhere to be found in terms of like being able to give him healing. And as soon as they see him just wraithing away and there's no Kuriko or Lucio in sight, I mean, that is a free kill.
Soul only just now getting those key support ultimates back online. But they've already given up so much of the map. We're inside the Lumerico power plant now. And San Francisco, 3 minutes and 23 still to work with.
And if you're Soul, you just can't get desperate, right? You can't just like do a, drop a rush into sound barrier and just exchange it for a sound barrier on the other side. I mean, that is a really nice pick to kind of swap sides of the map. But you can't afford to use double support ult here and then not, win a fight. It's going to be the rush here from Iris.
Vindime got a protection Suzu there. Kitsune rush going to be used. Prophet charging on out. Kaluj now having to bubble up here. Surely they don't try and fight this. Kaluj now jumps away. Smurf taken out. Hang about. Soul maybe overextend a bit here.
They're so split, man. It's the same way that we saw Prophet drop earlier. And look at this. You've used the rush. You've pushed in, and you've gotten absolutely nothing. You end up actually losing the fight. Double support ult on the other side. Death Blossom, I mean, not great.
Here it is, the rush on the high ground very quickly. The Dynasty recognize their cue to leave. So the shot to stake their claim to this high ground now. Tough to retake this if you're Seoul. You are running out of time.
This ends now.
Overclock from Fitz here, trying to force Kaluge back away. He doesn't have enough time to get towards the Primal, and Fitz now takes pole position and thumps Violet from across the map.
That's what I mean. I think Fitz is shot really well. Iris with 2.
Oh, yo, get that man off the bench.
In the feet is this next fight though is one that the shot can win. They've held on to that Death Blossom. You got the sound barrier, right? Reaper can just kind of chunk through a lot of that, and you got your Primal Rage.
Well, that time bank has dwindled somewhat. Make no mistake. 1 minute 40 remaining for San Francisco, and there's sound barriers up for both sides. The real concern, of course, is Iris's ultimate and Prophet's in combination. The Shock have to attract this to some degree. Kaluge goes forward, hoping to force some form of action here. Sound barrier strike was very, very low there, and Fitz actually gets taken down. Prophet's gonna have to go for it here. No Kitsune Rush in play. That was just a straight Death Blossom. It is able to get rid of Striker though. Both teams down to DPS, and Vindime's in a compromising position, but Smurf comes to the rescue. Kaluge eventually is able to find that kill, and now this Primal Rage is gonna get ugly. Oh no, it's a murder room. Finn can't get away. Violet suffers the same fate.
Actually, 2 sick Primal Rages there. I mean, Kaluge ends up getting both supports. Smurf, though, I mean, you know, just insane Primal Rage tech. You know, even since space with the Shock, it'll just juggle players inside that small room, ends up getting both supports with his team. So that's a huge fight win for the Seoul Dynasty, because like you mentioned, Mitch, they don't have to invest in Kitsune Rush. You can have that for this next fight. And the payload's actually made its way back underneath this bridge. So this has been a really good defensive hold from the Seoul Dynasty.
The Shock don't really have the tools to force their way out of the high ground now. Last time it was a Kitsune Rush. It's not available to them in this next fight. 24 seconds remain. Shock have to make the play. Disrupt the shot sent to the high ground. It doesn't do anything but furrow the brow of Iris mildly. Now he'll get back in position. It's got to be here. It's got to be now for San Francisco. They're trying to charge ultimates. There's just not enough time for that.
Proper gets really low.
Smurf getting forced back here. Kitsune Rush now. It's go time for Seoul. Gonna heal up Smurf for the most part, and Shock can't disengage. Kaluge gets left out at sea here, and San Francisco have to make it work with just 4. It doesn't look good, but they have a Kitsune Rush. They're actually able to get the Kiriko ultimate online. Prophet though ready to try and strong arm Striker away from the cart. The bubble thrown down by Smurf will give solace to the defenders. Fitz is all over it now, counting for both supports, and the Seoul Dynasty find a foothold.
And the Shock were rolling there for a bit. You know, they come out with that Tracer defense against Seoul. You know, it works for a little bit, but not for an extended period of time. They have to go to the Reaper eventually.
3:40 on the clock going into that last phase. That's a huge time back. I too am cheering for my favorite esports team.
Which is what?
Philadelphia Fusion.
Well, I got some bad news for you.
It wasn't a joke. Hey, tough crowd.
Hey, there's one. There's a Philly fan right there in the front row.
They are conspicuously absent, of course. Coming first and getting eliminated. Quite the accolade. I can say that. Yeah. I'm a fan.
You know you're striking wounds when they're booing you.
All right, let's have a look at some of those last moments here. Here's that Kitsune Rush that the Dynasty were holding on to.
And Kaluge is in such a tough spot. Like, he gets picked off first here, but he needs to be the one that contests. And you're just trying to play for that rush, right? Which, you know, if you have the option, well, I mean, it's obviously not a great option to say, but you're going to have to probably give up one player on the team. And if you have the rush, you're better off giving up the Winston than the Reaper, right? With how effective the Reaper is with inside that rush. So, tough spot for Kaluge to be in there, having a player on that corner.
San Francisco now know they've got quite the task ahead of them, trying to keep these increasingly hungry Tigers at bay. Again, they'll have to deal with this pesky low ground disadvantage as attackers here. Very quickly, they look to try and remediate that. Proper went upstairs. Kaluge is forced to return home for the time being. Both Winstons doing their job right, using their health pools as resources to gain some space. Fitz is hunting for that first big pick. He's found many of them.
Really slow here, getting around this corner. Just kind of keeping that damage. Just trying to keep farming that damage. Make sure you have that 100% rail shot. Tries to land one, right over the top there. I mean, that is such a tough angle.
Proper under pressure, slides back. He's done this many times before. It's not a true commitment there from Sol. Just testing, seeing what they can draw out of the defenders.
Trying to play for this high ground here. Maybe a little slower coming around.
Striker!
Oh, he gets blown up instantly. I don't think they expected that follow-up to be really tight around that corner. Maybe a little bit further. They're trying to make a play for some of the supports in the back, but they're able to just burn down Striker. Look at this shot. They hightail. They know they can't contest that cart without the Reaper in play.
This is surgical from the Dynasty. Slow and steady, baiting mistakes out of San Francisco. And look at that. What a clean first point take. 5 minutes to play with.
Yeah, as Seoul Dynasty is starting to gain some momentum. Praise they gain the lineup they run a majority of the time. Now like you kind of look back at those first two maps, like, hey, maybe it was an overreaction. As I think one thing you are seeing though in terms of the stats is Zero's doing way more healing than the other days. That was one of the things you pointed out. Maybe you make that sub, but big double support ult for the Seoul Dynasty here in this fight. Kalush tries to get to the high ground as Proper takes a chunk of damage.
He had to wait a couple seconds now. He'll walk up with that jump available. Kitsune rush here from Finn. Sending his troops forward from the rear.
You can kite this if you're Seoul though.
Yeah, brief sojourn inside the courthouse of the Seoul Dynasty. Now armed with the power of justice, they're ready to dish it out. Finn drops first after using that key ultimate out on the sound barrier for Seoul just to make sure they can clean this up without too many casualties. Oh man, clean it is.
Yeah, this is not a team that the Shock, like if you're the Shock, you want to finish this team out here. Because you feel in a way with like trying to maybe make a little bit of a crazy change. They kind of, I don't want to say gifted you the first two maps, but they really kind of didn't look at their best, where now you start to see Seoul Dynasty hitting their stride, right? Prophet able to play more with Smurf, be aggressive, put pressure on Kalush, right? I think the one thing you talk about the Shock is like, are their tanks, the ones that can actually help lead them to victory? You put pressure on Kalush, you put pressure on Mikey. It's got to be Prophet kicking things off with the Death Blossom kill. But the way that Fitz is played, the Seoul Dynasty can find themselves back in this series.
Striker's Death Blossom. Who is even there to see that? Dan's practice in private, I suppose, but Proper. Well, that's beautiful. That's 3 from Proper. And you're waiting for that to happen. He has the high ground.
It's so filthy, dude.
And he sat there probing, prodding, waiting for Smurf's Primal Rage to expire. Eventually, he's able to pop off.
I tell you though, I really like what I'm seeing out of the Seoul Dynasty. Even though you lose this fight, as the Death Blossom gets players a little bit weak, so where you come around the corner, you don't need those fully charged rail shots. But if you're the Seoul Dynasty, like, you gotta be feeling pretty confident. Like, hey, the fights that we're losing, it's because Proper's killing like 4 or 5 people. Like, I think you kind of gotta live and die by that if you're Seoul Dynasty. That if he's just gonna kill everybody in the opposing team, like, it's just a GG go again.
Where is Prophet going? I have to wonder. Harrison Fitz already gone down here. San Francisco starting a bit of a spawn camp. Prophet turns up a little bit late to the party, wonders where his teammates have gone. Then he gets sent the same direction.
Like you mentioned, there was almost 5 minutes on the clock when this first started, and how far the Shock are pushed up. I mean, the Shock are so right outside the spawn door.
Yeah, it's like Overwatch 2 release day. They're in queue. Play the game right now.
Yeah.
Kitsune Rush on their front doorstep would be quite the prank.
My ultimate is ready.
A toilet papering of their abode, if you will. Okay, here goes Kalush, here goes the Shock, and the Dynasty just explode. They ain't feeling too good, Mr. Stark.
And what's terrible here for Seoul Dynasty is like you had a large chunk of time. Uh-oh, payload. It's gonna drag them back a little bit, but are you gonna lose Smurf here, or is he gonna be able to make it out? It looks like, is he gonna get Primal? I mean, you almost have to use it. Yeah.
You're kidding me!
You have to.
Gets back to his team. Soul might be able to put something together here. Sound barrier even used by San Francisco. Soul reciprocators, they probably have to if they want to have a chance of winning here. And Striker gets forced back from the front line. Here comes the Death Blossom. Can they escape it? That's a no. Proper fires back though. Kalush is here with the Primal Rage here, and Ventime pasted to the wall. Kalush making him look like a boy band poster on the wall.
Not a Winston player, by the way. Lets him know.
I love Kalush, man. Like, just plays such a fire. You can see it on his face. Like, and that is actually a sick play by Smurf, right? To even give Seoul Dynasty the opportunity to make a play out of that. Now you're looking at the overclock, so both Sojourns could decide this.
Time is short, and Fitz is looking to make up for what was lost. Prophet is down already now, a 4 versus 4, and Fitz is looking for a good angle. Finn just won't stand still for long enough, though. They'll contest the card, sure. They need reinforcements, though. Prophet will be running to try and get back in the fray. Prop will be aware of that, will have to turn tail eventually. Here comes the overclock from Proper. Smurf, low, gonna get away. No! That's 2! The Dynasty now being brought down, and they have one more chance. One more chance to stay alive in the playoffs.
Prophet and Iris are still here within the realms of touching the card. So, see which player
2
it
seconds.
ends up being.
1 second, okay. Prophet gets the touch. We have overtime. Tatuna rush here for Finn, he lets it go. The shock race towards glory. Fitz can't get away, cornered. But there's 3 players on the card. Solar trying to sneak it over if they can. Striker comes up, he'll provide the contest. Prophet very low, Smurf! Prophet picks him out of the sky! How is Iris gonna survive this? Prophet trying to tickle it here with a Dynasty now. Their legacy, their Dynasty will have to wait. The San Francisco Shock repeat history once more, sending the Tigers home.
Just a really strong showing from the Shock. And I gotta say, you know, although you got great performances from Proper, I thought Kaluj was fantastic on the Winston there. And then really Striker all series long on the Reaper was, you know, might have been the biggest differentiator between these teams.
Across the whole series, having some serious impact. A lot is asked of you as a Reaper player. You are the main source of damage. When that Kitsune Rush comes down, you have to be efficient, you have to be consistent. Striker, all of those things and more.
And I think for the Seoul Dynasty, like, you had a team to compete this year, right? You know, you got Smurf, you know, Prophet and Fit so good throughout the season. You know, just maybe it was like kind of looking at like how you kind of adjusted to Kariko being in the meta or playing around the new hero. You weren't able to grasp it here at the end.
San Francisco far from done though on this road back. It's a long, precipitous climb out of the lower bracket. They now have the chance to take on the winner of the London Spitfire and the Hangzhou Spark.
Could you imagine? I mean, seeing either of those teams go against the Shock is awesome. I mean, you get a potential like Proper Sparker matchup, who Sparker has been sick on the Sojourn, you know, through this like second half of the season, or a Proper versus Shy matchup. Oh man, with Gushui in the mix. I mean, so many sick games today.
Striker, last time he sort of left the league, we wondered if that was it. You never see him again. What a way to come back. It's funny because he comes back onto this team at a time where much the same is being asked of him, right? To be that solid, dependable Reaper.
He just goes back and forth between the Shock and Boston. Back and forth, back and forth. Eventually ends up back here on the Shock. But you see the pickoff, though. I mean, it is paying off, right? It's weird. Like, we talked about the Gladiators, where their struggles is like, oh, like, who plays the Reaper? Like, it's a really odd kind of struggle to have, where, you know,
right, but that's like a fundamentally straightforward hero. There really aren't that many people in the league that can step up and have the impact that they're required to have. What a showing from San Francisco. They've got to be feeling good, and we've got to find out. Let's head over to Danny and hear from the victors.
Mr. Matt, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by the one and only Violet from San Francisco Shock, coming up from a win against Seoul Dynasty. That was a convincing victory, to say the least. So big congratulations on the win, Violet. I just want to ask, you know, what were your expectations of the Seoul Dynasty coming into the match, and do you think they lived up to those expectations that you had? 일단 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 3대0으로 어떻게 보면 굉장히 좋은 모습으로 센쇼기 오늘 승리를 거두시게 되셨습니다. 바이럿 선수가 오늘 경기에 들어오시기 전에 좀 서울에 대한 좀 어떤 서울은 이런 팀이다, 이런 팀일 것 같다라는 예상은 무엇이었고, 또 경기 이후에 좀 바이럿 선수의 생각에 좀 이렇게 기대에 미쳤다고 좀 생각하셨나요?
서울은 최근에 스크림을 좀 많이 했었던 팀인데 스크림 결과가 좀 아무래도 저희 쪽이었어서 가지고 그냥 스크림대로만 하면 서울은 쉽게 이기겠다 그런 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
Definitely a Seoul Dynasty. We're a team that we actually scrimmed a lot these couple of days. So, but even in scrims, the odds were we actually had a lot more wins against the Seoul Dynasty in our scrims as well. So going into today's match, we always thought, if we play like how we did in the scrims, today's match against Seoul Dynasty wouldn't be that hard. So do you think they lived up to your expectations or no? 그럼 방금 예상했던 거, 방금 말씀하셨다시피 좀 서울의 오늘 경기력 좀 어떻게 보셨나요? 생각보다 잘했다고 보시나요? 아니면 못했다고 보시나요?
근데 스크린보다 좀 더 아쉬운 부분이 있어가지고 좀 스크린보다 못했다.
Alright, I do feel like, compared to how they played in scrims against us, they were, I would say, a little bit more lacking in today's match. So I was a bit disappointed. Yeah, and I mean, that sort of shows how good the San Francisco Shock are. And which leads to my next question. I feel like after losing your first match in the playoffs, I think San Francisco Shock has been on a crazy lower bracket run. So Violet, what do you think makes San Francisco Shock so scary when things matter the most? 방금 말씀하셨다시피 이제 뭐 서울 다이너스티뿐만이 아니라 어떻게 보면은 센쇼기 이번 첫 경기 플레이오프의 첫 경기를 지고 난 후에 굉장히 무서운 모습을 항상 좀 보여줬던 것 같습니다. 바이올렛 선수가 보셨을 때 이번 프로 어떻게 보면 제일 중요한 시기에 항상 센쇼기 최고의 모습을 보여줄 수 있는 이유가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
아무래도 2019년도와 2020년도 때 경험을 바탕으로 좀 초반에 좀 안 좋은 경기력이 있더라도 그때 저희가 했던 경험들을 토대로 좀 더 그냥 다시 멘탈 잡고 하는 그런 느낌을 하는 것 같아요.
Definitely, because we do have those experiences from not only 2020, but in 2019 as well. So even when we were put in less favorable situations, we were able to turn that around because we have the experience and we've been through that, and that really helps us a lot. All right, Violet, I'm gonna end the interview here. Thank you so much for your time, and you have your match tomorrow. Good luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
내일 경기 잘 좋은 모습 부탁드리면서. All right, Mitchell Matt, back to you.
Thank you much, Danny. And again, great to hear from Violet there as well. Quite clear that there's a lot of confidence in this Shock squad based on a lot of their practice matches, a lot of their scrims. This has been said before by them, but it's nice to see that translate onto the stage.
You can never count this team out. I mean, with the amount of talent they have and the coaching staff and just you've been there before, you've done it before. I also think like the format where you're playing so many games, right, and you can stay hot, I think that kind of benefits this team as well, because when you have players like Proper and Striker, and with the way they're playing, you don't want them sitting long, right, waiting for the next day. You want to go again.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They will be. Of course, they're going to be waiting to see who their opposition in that match later on is going to be. Will it be Hangzhou? Will it be the London Spitfire? Incredible matchup waiting for us. Let's talk player of the match here, Matthew. Definitely someone we've mentioned many times for just being incredible from start to finish. Less of like pop-off here, not so much there. Striker, start to finish has been incredible. His story is it's just sick, man. Coming back into this team, huge expectation, joining an elite lineup once more. Guys still got it.
Yeah, and I thought his role and the way he played today was crucial because Smurf can cause loads of problems from teams on the Winston, right? Getting into the back line, really just being a chaotic force back there. And Striker kind of like mirroring him all the time, able to just put down big damage on Smurf before he can get in, make something happen. I thought Fitz played really well, and you were kind of seeing like time and time again, like Proper and Fitz going back and forth from the Sojourn. Kills exchanged from both sides. But the difference really, I thought, was Striker playing that Reaper and being really strong those first two maps, and taking that play into Dorado again. It's a huge difference.
Yeah, again, the death loss on kills per 10, crucial when Striker's the man on the ground, often quite in the front of the fight, and has to deal with navigating a lot of aspects like the Winston bubble, enemy Kiriko ultimates, sound barriers in his face there. Really solid stuff here. And he's gone up against multiple Reaper opponents even over the course of this series. Right. So having to get a read on two different opposite numbers, so to speak, has been really important. Someone that this team is going to have to lean on because every team remaining in the competition have top flight Reaper players.
And you look across this team, right? Proper, Finn, Kluge, Mikey, like newer players where you kind of have Violet, Striker, like the two players that you kind of have had for a very long time who can try and guide this team with their experience through a loser bracket run like this. And I think it's one thing to kind of like hear somebody like, oh, how it's done and how we're going to have to make this comeback, and then like not exactly play the best, right? But Striker, he backs it up when he talks about it. He played fantastic today. I expect, as long as the shock are in, I expect fantastic performances from him.
I'm not sure too much more going forward. These teams are looking like they're bringing their best games. I am sure, though, that we are just getting started here at the Anaheim Convention Center, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have this match broken down by our experts, and then, of course, much more to come from the lower bracket here at the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs.
Hold on, wait for me. One second.
I get that. 나 힐 봐줘야 돼. 들어와. 루시오 아니야? 호랑이랑 맛있게 먹자! 좋았다, 동현아! 나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome everyone to our game break, the first of today, and what a match to start off the day. Danny, most importantly, you and I were right, and those guys were wrong.
Boo!
We're very adults here on the desk, right? Very professional. But yeah, let's chat about how they got it done. I mean, that was a very dominant performance we saw coming out of the San Francisco Shock. Early in the series, Seoul did definitely put up a fight, but then it just seemed like the San Francisco Shock, they found their stride, and it was all downhill for the Seoul after that.
Yeah, we got to have a look at this Seoul Dynasty secret sauce. Ace up their sleeve play from Prophet on that Kiriko. And honestly, in the first round, I was like, oh my, this might be a completely different Seoul Dynasty with this. They had this renewed confidence, but the San Francisco Shock able to regain on the back of a brilliant performance from Striker on that Reaper, get this first map, and then from there it just snowballed away from the San Francisco Shock. Seoul Dynasty, I respect them going for this play. They have a great DPS player in Stalker on the bench who we knew would perform at this level. But Prophet's Kiriko, it didn't have that X-Factor difference. He was trying to dive with Smurf, but I think the San Francisco Shock did a great job adapting to that, punishing him for that aggressive style, and from there, the San Francisco Shock were just a better team.
They really were, and I mean, Proper, this guy. I mean, as we're seeing right now, what can this guy not do? He's been just such an important part of San Francisco Shock throughout the whole season, and even this match too. Like even when the fight wasn't in favor of them, Proper was just able to like turn the fight around for the team. And Kaluj, remember that the sit?
Oh,
like,
sit.
Oh yeah, that got me going. I was like, yes, Kaluj. I think San Francisco Shock right now they're firing on all cylinders, and they're peaking at the right time.
Absolutely. I mean, they had a slower start, I guess, heading into the playoffs, but they really found their stride, and just in time to do that. And now they are still in the lower bracket, of course, so the road to the grand finals is not over yet for the San Francisco Shock.
No, it's not over yet. And the San Francisco Shock, like, they are a playoff team in so many ways. They've been here before. They're the 2019 Overwatch League champions. They are the 2020 Overwatch League champions. And now they're starting to cook. They're starting to heat up. I think all the Shock fans in the building, they're starting to get excited about their team, because this is a team you do not want to face here in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. Now we, as in we keep on talking about Proper. You know, the new shiny thing, it's Proper. But I do think if we're looking at the team as a whole, there is a veteran player who's really been stepping it up and very often goes under the radar here, Reinforced.
There is a veteran player on this team, and you know, I was watching the game here in the crowd later for a little bit, and I heard some names being shouted. One of them was Striker from the San Francisco Shock. Huge impact in this series, and Proper in many ways. We talked about him going into this series. Started off a little bit slow. He couldn't find the final blows for the San Francisco Shock. What the Shock did so well, and part of why they swept the Seoul Dynasty, were dives like these. I'm going to show you a highlight here of the San Francisco Shock diving in. It's Striker on the Reaper. At the same time that Kalush goes in on the Winston, they dive on top of the Seoul Dynasty. The Death Blossom comes in, and Striker is there to finish off the Dynasty. They do this so well, especially with Kalush in the lineup for these escort and hybrid maps. This is something they've talked about in the past, where Mikey is the aggressive Winston, but Kalush is so good when it comes to these coordinated dives on the payload maps. Striker, I think he had the upper hand when Proper wasn't there for the Shock. You can see the stats themselves. Striker dominated the Reaper matchup against Stalker in so many ways throughout this series. Final blows, 7.8 per 10 minutes, 4 Death Blossom kills per 10 minutes. Massive impact player. He was there in 2019 when the Shock won the Grand Finals, and he was playing the Reaper. 2020, he was the playoffs MVP for the San Francisco Shock. Striker is just going to be such a big veteran player for this team the rest of the playoffs.
And he was such a rock at the start of this series as well for them, which was so important because they started really slow, especially Proper on that Sojourn. He was not getting any picks. He was getting isolated and taken out. He did a great job of bouncing back and having high impact towards the end of the series, but that veteran experience coming out from Striker was so important in this match.
I do want to take the time now to see Seoul Dynasty off, though. That is unfortunately the end of their 2022 season. However, what a season it was. What a stacked lineup there is. We have so many veteran players. Of course, we have Toby as the head coach as well, who's been doing a great job all season long.
Yeah, I mean, for the Seoul Dynasty team, they won their first stage title this year as a franchise, so that's already a right step in the right direction, of course. Smurf, he was an MVP candidate for much of the year because of his huge play. #1 seed in the APAC region. Yes, they fell a bit short here in the playoffs, but they've had a really good season to be proud of.
Yeah, and I think if they can sort of start to work out their backline issues, obviously we had that trade for Creative, they brought in Iris, but even now they're not sure if they want to have him in the lineup in the most important matches. So Seoul Dynasty will go back to the drawing board and come back even stronger next year.
Absolutely, and now of course the sad news is that Playoff P not around.
Hey.
However, or is he? Is it playoffs proper now?
No! Oh, no! No shot!
I think we can go with that. Hello, fellow kids, I just dabbed.
Wow, I haven't seen a dab in years. Wow.
That was my first one, actually, and you were all part of it. Wasn't that beautiful?
Thankful.
Thank you.
Thank
First and last, you're welcome. Now we do have a next match to preview, and of course, it's no other than the Spark going up against the Spitfire. I am personally very, very excited for this upcoming one. Now in Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger, there's one matchup in particular we all want to keep our eye on, and that is, of course, Gushue versus Hardy.
Monkey v monkey. I mean, right now, Winston is definitely a crucial part of the meta right now, and because I feel like if we're talking about Gushue, I think he does a really good job of not only utilizing his Primal Rage, but it seems like he's really good at shutting down the enemy Sojourn. And he's just constantly on that Sojourn, marking that Sojourn, trying to make that Sojourn have a really bad time. So I think for this Leveling Up by Butterfingers, I think Hardy really has to do the same thing. He has to mark Spark's Sojourn and just has to constantly be that annoying Winston for the team.
And that's something that the London Spitfire actually struggled with in their match against the Houston Outlaws. Merritt just ran rampant in that series because he was given that space. We know how good Gushue is at it, Fearless is at it, shutting down that Sojourn. Hardy hasn't shown that to me just yet. And now he's going up against probably one of the most individually talented Sojourns that we have in the league in Shy. Shy has taken over matches time and time again, and if you let him play the game for free, he will take over the series. So Hardy has a big task ahead of him.
Yeah, but there is one more player on the Hangzhou Spark that has won our hearts here in the playoffs. Yes, we talk about Gushue and the spirit of Anaheim.
Anaheim!
World Cup 2019, the Primal Blade, of course, but Tiru on the Kiriko has really stood out for us so far. Kiriko, a new hero in Overwatch 2, of course, and with this aggressive playstyle, Tiru used to be a damage player for the Hangzhou or Spark and the Vancouver Titans, actually, and now he's picked up the support role, so maybe he'll do it better than Prophet this time around. Maybe he'll come out with those flanks and nail that damage down. That could be also a difference maker for the Spark.
He did say in a post-match interview that he was the best Kiriko currently in the playoffs.
That's truly the confidence of a former DPS player.
I want to dispute this because Teru is saying that from the person with gold damage on Kiriko throughout the entirety of the playoffs, which it is not that. And this is actually a very interesting matchup in this setup because I think Landon is one of the other best Kirikos in this playoff so far, but in a very different aspect. He plays very safe, very smart, doing his job, putting out a ton of healing, getting up those Kitsune rushes. So you're going to see very polar opposite styles of Kiriko play and how that's going to affect this matchup right now.
Yeah, I mean, we had an interview with Landon. He's a flex support player. He was playing Kiriko. We asked him, what would you give as an advice to Kiriko players on ranked? What did Landon say? Heal your team more.
Smart man.
There you
Smart
go.
Man.
That's a support player who knows his job. You heal the Winston, you heal the Sojourn. That's what you're supposed to do.
But then you can flank and you get some kills and it's quite nice.
no,
you know how it goes.
Two different styles to sell it in this matchup.
Yeah.
Which one is superior?
Well, that's the thing, right? If you're just looking at the playoffs, I do feel like the aggression has been punished. At least if the other team has the skill to recognize that there is a moment to punish said aggression. So I don't know if it's going to fly with Tiro. I guess we find out very soon. For now, let's take a look at the Preds. I'm very interested to see where we're going with this one because those are technically two quote-unquote underdog teams. But who convinced...
Let's go, fans! Let's go!
Danny and the fans going hand in hand. You're back on London. You abandoned them for a short spurt there.
Honestly, I let my boys down when they were going up against Gladiators. I don't want to do that again. I'm going to die on this hill. I believe in the London boys. Hardy's going to come in big. They're going to get the win.
I'm not sold. I'm not sold. I think they're going to have a struggle shutting down Shy. I think he's going to take over this series. And if they can shut him down, I'll be very impressed with London to see how far they can go in the playoffs.
I completely agree with you, Gushu, as well on that, Winston. And I'm actually seeing a lot of pink around the arena, a lot of Hangzhou Spark fans ready
Especially
for
that corner.
this matchup. If there is one team in the lower bracket that could just mess up the entire bracket, I think it would be the Hangzhou Spark because Shy is proving that he is the best Sojourn player in the world.
Yeah, I think Spark and London both have been pretty much the reason why everyone's bracket went up in flames within the first few days. So we have those guys to thank for that. We hope for another banger. And for all the action, we're going to send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Zoe. It's the battle of the dark horses. It's me, Jordan Rose, taking you through the second series of the day. It's going to be a tough one. Both teams battling through the lower bracket, Rose. One of them will either gallop off into the sunsets, and one of them will be facing the San Francisco Shock a little later on today.
After the match that we just saw from the San Francisco Shock, I'd be a little scared being both of these teams having to come out of this match and go up against them. But I still think that both of these teams have a great shot to make it very far in this tournament, and they've already proven that being in this position today.
I mean, the Spark knocked out the Shanghai Dragons. Like, what more can you really ask for from the Spark right now? 12C coming in, they faced the first seed in Dallas Fuel on day number 1. Obviously, didn't do so hot. Dallas Fuel, pretty good team, by the way. But now they face the London Spitfire, another team people didn't really expect to do so well. It's going to be a crazy matchup. Of course, Danny was spreading the London Spitfire with the fans, of course. I think Danny just copies the fans more often than not.
We're kind of a duo divided right now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, blue and a little bit of pink. That is very true. But the Spark have an unbelievable lineup for this meta, Rose.
They really do. I mean, just looking across the board at all of the players, we just have to talk about Gushue, because he's been a tank at the forefront of the meta, and especially when we are being so focused on Winston, I feel like Gushue is setting a precedent for how Winston's in this meta should really take control of the game.
Well, speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen of Anaheim, please put your hands together for the Hangzhou Spark.
Oh man, I mean, what are the Spark not good at in this meta right now, especially when you look across the board at these players and what they have accomplished already in this meta game and in this playoffs. They have had such an astounding season so far, especially proving a lot of people wrong when it's come to how they end up approaching this game, and they are coming in the best they have ever looked in this season.
And the guy leading the charge right there, of course you know you love him, Shy. What an absolute beast on the Sojourn. He was putting up mad numbers when Sojourn was more popularized halfway throughout the season. We're talking near 80% railgun accuracy. There's nothing this man can't do. And a guy that made his name in this very arena, that guy on the tank right there, Gushue, what an absolute beast. And then you also have people that have role swapped too. Teru going from DPS to support. Super Rich has been a player that people expected in the league a long time ago. He's making his final attempt to get in, you know, and I just don't know what to say about the Hangzhou Spark that hasn't really already been said. They now just need to make it stick. Continue this streak through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, especially you got to talk about Alpha E too. You know, the DPS lineup for the Spark have been able to really push the pressure onto their opponents. So let's see what they can do.
Let's have a look at their opposition though. The fans who are behind them, Danny was behind them. A crowd favorite in the tank role. Please welcome to the stage, the London Spitfire. A team that said they were playing for fun, playing for house money. Christopher, Coach of the Year, and a lot of players on there that people have had in their minds ever since they were busting out that May and that Ryan, that Rush. This is their final opportunity, their final stand. Both these teams need a win here today to continue their streak through that lower bracket. The crowd seems quite divided at this point.
I think so. I mean, how could you not be? These are two teams that are exceptionally fun to root for and to watch their gameplay, especially when it comes to the London Spitfire and how they have progressed through this meta. Backbone and Spark are just coming out of the gates hot when it comes to those DPS picks, and Backbone especially showing a lot of that flexibility when it comes to the heroes that he's played, the May, and now looking at his Reaper play. It's been so fun to see how he is able to play with that survivability in his kit to make sure he can get the job done.
It's been 2 years since these teams played. A long time, in fact, since a lot of these matchups we've seen in the playoffs have been played out. It's wonderful to be back in a playoffs LAN environment as the players take to the stage. Like I said, last chance, last opportunity to get the job done. Hangzhou Spark and the London Spitfire, I think at this point, what more do they really need to prove, Rose? A lot of people had them low in their power rankings, expectations coming into the playoffs, but they've been blowing them out the water since day one.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams this season have been proving those power rankings wrong, especially as we started from the season and have gotten to this point. But this is where it all counts, because the winner gets to move forward, the loser has to go home.
London coming out, their map pick too, so you'd be thinking a little bit of an advantage in that case. And there's the lineups for you right on your screen. And the Spark are quite interesting in how they've changed their roster throughout the playoffs. Alfie and Pineapple kind of subbed in and out.
Yeah, but we're going to see Alpha E starting in the roster today, and I feel like that has a lot to do with the difference in play styles that we have seen from these Reaper players. Pineapple a little bit more together with the team, playing with the front line with Gushue, but I feel like Alpha E over the last few days has proven himself. Especially yesterday, we saw a pretty big stylistic change coming in from this player to play a little bit more alongside that front line to be able to push the pressure.
London's choice. We're going to Lijiang, and we're entering the game right here, right now. A lot of pink I'm seeing right now in the audience. A lot of Hangzhou fans. London Spitfire, there's a few blue jerseys out there as well, I can imagine. A lot of Hadi fans, of course. Who wouldn't be a fan at this point in time?
And I know the desk covered this, but it's going to be really about looking at how Hadi and Gushue start to these initiations for these team fights. Do they jump in? What is the response from the rest of these teams to try to punish when these cooldowns are offline? We've seen both incredible things coming out from both of these players, where Gushue a lot of the time is jumping in to use those Winston bubbles on a cooldown and just making sure that the team is safe, but I feel like he is a bit more ready to go in and get aggressive when it comes to keeping those Sojourn players in check.
That's what you need to do, shut down the Sojourns. How hard has it been for teams to shut down Shy? That is the big question. Can London actually execute that?
And I mean, this is why, because Shy is one of those team players that is going to constantly get those picks.
London? London?
No
What have you got for us, London? Backbone on the Bastion. Hardy on the Rhine. What a better way to start this series off. Let's see what you got, Backbone. That Reaper might not be a match for this Bastion. We'll see what he can do. Looks like Spark actually changing the Reaper over. Going Genji instead to try and counter this one out, but they do give up a little positioning.
Yeah, especially when you got that Symmetra teleporter to get London Spitfire out of spawn faster. This Genji pick, though, really pivotal for Hangzhou Spark to be able to get in there and make sure that Deflect can mitigate some of that damage.
Point unlocked, Wheels mode activated for Backbone. Oh my god, Teru. You got to be a little bit more careful than that, but Sparker starts the fight off strong for London Spitfire. Alfie already sent back to spawn. Hangzhou pressuring the point a little bit, so London have to revert that capture. And now it's on to Gushue to try and get on the front line, but Backbone comes up with the kill. Nowhere to hide, Gushue. London Spitfire, they're going to get the first cap of the series.
Yeah, now it's really about watching what these Kiriko are going to do. Those stylistic differences between Teru and Landon, where Teru, this Bastion feels like it kind of punishes that play style of being able to go on a flank and try to get a pick. So Teru's going to have to play a little bit more alongside the team, but Shy with a big pick things off.
All right, Shy. Don't need to heal Backbone all too much. He has got a bit of armor to him as well. Deflection already used by Alfie. He's going to have to play a little bit careful now. In fact, the entirety of London Spitfire backing up, and Gushue ends up lighting the dust. Backbone does fall, however. So still, London can try and juggle this point, but the Spark in the chaos managed to cap. But Landon comes out of nowhere, gets his revenge, and now it's on to Alpha Yi. 3% towards that blade, and the London Spitfire still struggling to get onto the points. Kitsune rushes for both sides as Alpha Yi dashes in, but he's so low. Luckily receives the healing cards from Teru just in time as Gushue finds himself a triple kill. London Spitfire team killed there. 5-kill streak for Alpha Yi. Beat Blade. You're looking at that railgun too.
Oh my goodness, that Kitsune rush was so well placed here by the Hangzhou Spark, and we're going to see a nice replay of how Gushue ended up getting that triple kill. Just while the London Spitfire were trying to retreat. Gushue gunning them down. But London Spitfire, they can come back into this one, and Backbone is switched over to the Reaper.
Bubble down for Gushue. Now you've got to fear Hardy shatter. However, the beat has come out from both sides. London now carrying in this small room as Hardy lays down the shatter, but he gets next to nobody. Alfie has pulled the blade, proving the blade sharper than hammer, but Hardy swings at him. He does manage to take him out, Rose, but the Hangzhou Sparks still have the numbers. It's 60% in building and looking like London to go for the reset. Will Hardy change to the Winston? That is the question on my lips right now.
Well, we're at least going to see a change for now from Hangzhou Spark. Alfie going over to the Reaper, and there's the change you were looking for. Hadi going to match the Winston coming out from Gushue, and right at the nick of time, because this is the last chance for London Spitfire to stay competitive in this first round.
Wow, Hadi got evaporated. Last fight territory now for London Spitfire. They need to come back in. They have to either go for a quick reset or find a pick. Sparker is hunting, searching for that one, but Shy is trying to make it difficult for him. Gotta be careful. Only takes 85 energy on that railgun shot to end a 200 HP target's life. And Shy is just holding down the fort. Just so patient with these shots, spying the bridge. Teru, Landon is pretty low, and Shy setting this one up. Does end up missing the rail, and London get the touch. Overtime is triggered as they rotate to White Room, as the Hangzhou Spark now playing all the way back. Akiriko all available, Super Rich gets a double boot! Admiral and Backbone sent swimming with the fishes, and that'll be round over. London Spitfire, unaware of Super Rich's positioning, maybe, I'm not sure. Just instantly like that, one boot, double kill, and there's the round.
I mean, those Lucios can be pretty sneaky, especially playing on that control point around the wall. So really nice to see how Hangzhou Spark were able to control that space. And it felt like London Spitfire struggled to get back into things after losing that point capture, but this is where he came around. Right on top of the wall, the boot!
Oh my, Super Rich.
Yeah,
oh, and
no
Backbone couldn't TP in time. Oh, a little bit of food for the fishes, I suppose.
Just not enough leeway with that ledge to be able to TP back on. But round number 2 here, as we get to symmetric teleporter from Alfie this time to get the Hangzhou Spark to the point first.
Yeah, I really like the rotation from Hangzhou Spark. Puts London Spitfire in a position where they need to do something, but you saw the overhead there. Okay, no, he's not going to go for something sneaky behind him. He's just going to teleport to the rest of the team. Already used that Wraith Walk, so maybe this is a go sign for the London Spitfire. Got to be careful though. Super Rich has already got 3 environmental kills this game already, and he's looking for more. But Sparker looking for blood. He takes care of Shy with an easy railgun kill. See if Hangzhou Spark still want to contest. They have to wait for those bubbles at least, but London end up capping first, Rose.
It was a really nice rotation from London Spitfire. I mean, Hangzhou Spark were able to get to the point first, but London just surprising them and being able to get Sparker into a nice position to get that pick, but Hangzhou Spark, they're back for more.
Very early bubble usage there by Gushue. The London Spitfire, they just step up with their own bubble. It's hard for Spark to really gain anything from that. Just a rotation of bubbles at this point. Speaking of which, there's another one. As Alfie and Backbone just have the most thrilling duel from quite a long way away. Alfie doesn't get taken fairly low, has to back on up, and the London Spitfire kind of making him hurt right now. I mean, Kitsune rushes are available, so you can imagine that's the next play for both teams. Speaking of which, there it is. A little Suzu on the point, but it goes wide. London Spitfire just get completely decimated there.
You can see the backup from Hangzhou Spark was to allow time for Teru's Kitsune Rush to come online. And once it did, it was a battle over the point. But now it's about London Spitfire coming back into this one with the other sustain that they have, and that's an Admiral Sound Barrier. But what type of pace does Hangzhou Spark set as we see Gushue get set up on the high ground and start to body block the door?
All right, there's the Primal Rage 2. He's got that Sojourn in his sights. Too much chaos for Landon and Admiral to heal Hardy. That's more than enough. You cannot go in without 5. There is just absolutely no way. And then Hangzhou Spark have a beat. They've got both DPS ults pretty much. They're in a good spot right now.
And they're getting a lot of value from their ults too. They might just need 1 here to keep London Spitfire at bay. So looking at Shy right now with the overclock.
See how the ultimate economy ends up panning out. Gushue makes his entrance straight on that Mega Pike. That's a big Death Blossom from Alpha Yi. Takes care of Sparker and Landon. And helps the rest of Spark get the team kill. The London Spitfire just can't seem to get out of this choke. And like you said, 1-0 wonder, that's it. Go again. We got beat, we got Railgun. Should be good.
Exactly, and that sound barrier looks like it's going to be something that Hangzhou Spark will use as more of a get-out-of-jail-free card. Oh, where is Hadi going?
Hadi's going on a small flank, but still has that Primal Rage to back him up if he needs it. Speaking of the backup, a very early beat from the London Spitfire. They have isolated Shy, and they do manage to get him. A small boop and a displacement stops Shy, regrouping with the rest of the team. And now the Hangzhou Spark have lost a lot of their damage. I mean, you can rely on Alpha E in these small close positions, but no like immediate one-shots, as the London Spitfire end up flipping the point.
Yeah, not before Hangzhou Spark are going to walk away with one fight territory under their belt, but they do have to back off until the reinforcements come back in. But now it's time for the Kitsune rushes.
Oh, it is, and Backbone's looking to set up for success. A big boom from Super Rich and Shy's life. And once again, Backbone just running it down. It seemed too obvious. Use the Wraith to get into a position, hit that Q. Easy mode. Spark got two split arrows to regroup. Now London Spitfire trying to make this the last fight, 70% in building.
I think that was the best part about that Death Blossom, is that Hangzhou Spark were just too far apart from each other, but we are entering into last fight territory, and Hadi's got that Primal Rage online.
Yeah, but so does Gushway. It's coming up rather soon. A lot of environmental potential from both Winstons. There's the Suzu already used, and here comes the Primal. Will it be a Blade 2? Admiral gets taken clean out of the sky, sent straight to Valhalla. Same with Landon. Sparker falls, and the Hangzhou Spark, a quick team wipe, or it would have been if Backbone died, but he's just going to go for a quick reset, or at least try to. Alpha Yi determined to follow him up. They are going to cap, don't worry. Terror is still on the points, but this will be last fight now for the London Spitfire to come back into this first map.
Yeah, and it should be a good 5 versus 5 here, because Backbone did get the reset, but someone's going to have to go in and touch now, as London Spitfire is starting to run out a bit of time.
Oh, Alfie, okay. Shows them what they got. Hadi had to jump to that point to cause OT, and he's still got that Primal Rage. Jumps back to pop back in. Beat comes through from the Spark, but he doesn't hit Shy in time. Still a Death Blossom available for Alpha Yi as he dives down from the rafters. That Primal Rage disappearing rather soon for Hadi as his health falls pretty low. Alpha Yi with the bubble, but he gets booped away, and Sparker finishes him off. The London Spitfire coming back in this game. Sparker cleans up 2. Overtime in session. Can the Spark get back? Gushway is here. The Shy comes back with a railgun, but overtime ticking down too quick. Fist bumps all round as we tie up control.
Those Lucio boots have been so good to displace these ultimates coming in from both Reapers, but this time around, Admiral's was just a little bit better to make sure that that Death Blossom damage didn't stick. But now we're going over to Control Center, and this is where we sometimes see some funny business. I don't think London Spitfire is going to try anything, though, after how Gardens.
They got... all right. Maybe not. Probably not.
I want to see the Bastion again, personally. I really do. I really do. But I just don't think it's going to happen. I think we're going to see more of the same here as it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, both one team teleport now. By the looks of it. Final round of control on map number 1. Both teams pretty even. Just their rollouts. We'll see how London want to approach. Spark last time, they did end up wrapping to the point first, and then baiting the Spitfire to come in. Looks like they're going to try and do the same thing here with Gushway on the high ground. Nice little execute there from the London Spitfire, but Gushway is behind them, just Testa canning every single member of the Spitfire. Landon laid down the Suzu, he did end up hitting 5, so no one went down instantly. And now Gushway in a little bit of trouble, as Backbone just walks at him. The rest of the Spark just nowhere to be found. At least they do end up trading Hadi, and in fact, Backbone is doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now for the London Spitfire, and with no frontline, Admiral can just run free. A nice teleport away from Terran. Reaches back to Super Rich. The Spitfire end up capping.
There was a lot of resource investment into keeping Backbone alive so that he could keep the front line strong after Hadi went down. But Hangzhou Spark are back, and London Spitfire getting aggressive.
Oh, nice Suzu. You can't let Sparker set up like that either, just kind of wobbling around, looking for some charge, looking for a headshot. You got to punish the Sojourn. You just got to force out that power slide. That's what Gushway's been just so good at doing, like we were talking about earlier, Rose. Ooh, he's pretty good at that as well. Shy with the railgun. Taking care of that weightlifter Backbone. All right, looks like an easy tap. And the discipline from these teams too. They lose one, they know they can't go, so they instantly retreat, not wasting any time at all.
Absolutely. I mean, at least as well, Backbone's going to be able to come back into this one relatively quickly, but we're about to see our first ultimate of this round come online, and London looking about ready for, but Hangzhou don't need it.
Oh my Shy! every single time a DPS from Spitfire pops their little head out, it gets taken clean off. And now the Spark, they can do what they did before, Rose, just one ultimate apiece, just take one down, make London reset and go again. But London looking at almost 5 ultimates. Oh, Shy, he is hunted.
Looking for that overclock too, maybe, but a nice backup from Hangzhou Spark, giving a bit of space to London Spitfire, but not before they go back in.
All right, both Casino Rushes coming out. And now here's the real fun. There's the beat from the London Spitfire, same with the Spark. No one going down just yet. Backbone spinning to win it on that point. Make it 2 as Alpha Yi comes out on top. And Gushway just causing chaos with that Primal Rage. It's so hard to grasp that fight if you're like a support or a DPS. You lost your mobility cooldowns as Gushway's just batting you for 6.
Yeah, I mean, the replay here, Alfie got the Suzu, so he was very unkillable, and also bounced himself outside of the range of Hadi's Winston Bubble to make sure that that death loss and damage would stick. But it was very expensive for Hangzhou Spark, and London Spitfire can come back into this one with the overclock and the Primal Rage.
All right, Sparker, you mess with the best! You're gonna die like the rest. Shy coming back in with another pick off on with the railgun. Admiral soon to fall, and the Hangzhou Spark looking rather clean in this fight. They just need to end it quite quickly, and quickly they do. Hardy failing to jump over the wall as the Spark are going to claim 80%. And look where they're heading, straight to the choke point. They're going to make Spitfire work for this push.
At least London Spitfire, Hadi can go in with the Primal Rage, at least activate overtime if the going gets a little bit tough.
I mean, Hardy did the same thing last round, right? He popped that Primal, gets to the point, but the rest of his team is just laid waste to. Shy is still just, like, I mean, that is an aggro, like, ego peak at that point. London Spitfire need to look at it, and they, 22 HP. He's good. He's safe. Hangzhou Spark just working towards ultimates right now. They're so close to that beat. Even that Kitsune Rush coming online, but London Spitfire still managed to cap. They forced Spark into a position where their DPS and their supports were playing so far back, a complete reset, and no one's even died.
I think Hangzhou Spark are fine with that, though, because they get to come in with 3 ultimates here.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush landed so close to his, but Avril ends up going down. This Kitsune Rush from Landon has to be huge, but Shy with the beat, with the overclock. What can you do if you're London? It's 99 to 62. Landon Hardy dead, and Backbone as well. The Hangzhou Spark gonna claim map number 1.
And what a dominant fashion from them, too. I know that it ended up going to 3 rounds, but at the end of the day, Hangzhou Spark had triple the eliminations that London Spitfire did. And so that should tell you volumes at just how many picks Shy and Alpha you were both getting in that round.
Shy sitting at 15 final blows, Alfie at 14. There was a reason why he had a smile on his face at the very end of that. Look at that. 14k damage for Shy, 12 for Alpha Yi. Just unreal stuff so far from the Hangzhou Spark. Man, if they make it this lower bracket run, I have no words. Of course, the winner will end up playing the San Francisco Shock, who also look quite scary a little bit later on today, but this is going to be a close bout between the Spark and the Spitfire. We're going to jump to a quick break, and then we got map number 2 right after this.
Alpha Yi, as he goes in his bout for Rookie of the Year, I think he's basically the equivalent of 3 people, it would seem. The guy's been putting up such significant numbers.
How does this man do it on every single hero?
High ground as they go ahead and take the fight up towards Super Rich. Alpha Yi managing to fight too. Oh no, they have overstepped the pounds. Him gotten out, or Alpha Yi rather, into the back there, finds Fix Up. Cleans up the kills. I mean, he is on a tear. He's just gonna 5-man? Damn, he nearly had all of the kills.
That'll put Alpha Yi
going forward. Yeah, managers go in. He comes up with 2 quick kills. Yaki and Lip both falling. Seems like this is finally the moment for them to break through. Now he's looking for Who Are You, waits on the deflection, and double rockets greeting him as he hits the floor. Managing to stay alive though is Alpha Yi. In the meantime, managing to find Fix Up, follows up, gets a second elimination, gets a third. Alpha Yi, okay, starting to pop. I think he heard what I was saying, and he says, okay, let me show you some magic on the Tracer.
That was a beautiful gameplay and a beautiful voice narrating over it. Alpha Yi, that's your boy on the screen right there, putting up some mad numbers. I mean, I like what they said in the little sizzle there, the little clips, like, what can't this man play? Right now is Reaper, he's doing pretty well. Only 2 deaths in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a self-sustain, but also the amount of resources that were invested into making sure that Alpha Yi was kept alive means that this man can get the job done. The Suzus for the immortality, as well as the cleanse. It's been really nice to see how Hangzhou Spark are setting up their DPS for success.
Yeah, enabling the Reaper, which is a lot of how these content are working out. Like you said, the Suzu is just so important, keeping that Reaper alive, either during the Death Blossom or when they're on some sort of wacky flank. It's paramount.
I mean, but for Sojourn too. I mean, when
come
you
on,
look at... Oh, come on, Teru. Give him a little bit more than that. No, it's okay. They know that they're very loved. But I mean, you can see this too when you look at how Shy is playing with the Sojourn, how much faith Hangzhou Spark's DPS feel that their backline can provide for them. Because he's getting so aggressive.
Super aggro. That's what London had to like kind of contend with, deal with. All right, we're going to Spitfire's namesake. King's Row is going to be the next map of their choice. And this is something where we could see a little bit of a mix-up. Obviously, you can play Ryan here. Pretty easy to do that. See how London want to kind of conquer this. 2 Dark Horses coming in quite in a spectacular fashion too. Like seeing the Spark and how they've evolved throughout the season. They've had a lot of times in their history, especially over the last couple of years, where they do phenomenally, like unbelievably in the regular season, and then they go to the mid tournaments that we have. And then they kind of fall off. But then they come to a place like this in playoffs and then they suddenly show up. I hope it's a big Spark, not a small one that's going to end up dying out. Because right now, they are definitely, I tweeted it the other day, Spark are definitely one of the more entertaining teams to watch. Just the caliber of players. And seeing Shy just click heads is, it never gets old.
Yeah, it's been very fun to watch all of the DPS pop off. But the Lucios too? Super Rich with so many environmentals in that first map, and then also how Admiral has been able to control the ultimates coming out from the Hangzhou Spark. Definitely need to keep your eyes on the supports as well. But Hangzhou Spark are going to go ahead and start off King's Row on the defense. And looking at Hybrid, it's really interesting because both of these teams are quite good at this game mode. You've got a 63% win rate here for London Spitfire, 71 for Hangzhou Spark. Backbone trying to go for a quick pick on the Widowmaker, but eventually does settle back over to the Reaper.
Yeah, so no funny business here. Trying to go quick as possible. That's what's best about this kind of comp. You can go fairly fast, although people sometimes do take a little while to die. A lot of mobility, a lot of ways to negate damage. The Suzu even break for, of course. Oh, wow, how did Backbone die there? Just a regular body shot with a railgun? Okay, now Spark looking to even things up. Alfie's right in front of his face. Oh my god, that was the easiest shot in the world. And of course, Sparker hits it. The whole of the Spark there. If that was in overclock, that would have been another triple clap, I'm just saying. All right, Gooshway and the rest of Spark have to back off now, Rose.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't do it without your front line, but Sparkers are split up here too. London Spitfire, they cannot go for the contest against the Spark though, because that might happen. You can't peek your head out.
If you can't hear the crowd already, every single time Shy gets a kill, it's a giant he's getting pressure, but look at the support right now from the Hangzhou Spark, keeping him alive. Everybody's trapped in this small bookstore. Maybe a little bit too much to read in there. You're going to have to get out at some point. London Spitfire gets at least gained a tick, but Shy being alive and a Kitsune Rush plus the Overclock. Spitfire got pain coming. They just don't know when it's coming out. Okay, Backbone Wraiths away. You see everybody from the Spitfire trying to get out ASAP.
I think Admiral actually got stuck behind the point. Yeah, so that was a big chase down that happened from the Spark.
Yeah. He is fine though. Free tick for London. Okay, free tick. Spark are waiting for the perfect time to go in, but there might not be a perfect time now. The Kitsune Rush is out. Alfie using the Wraith form to get onto the point to contest it still, but with the beat, it's just an overwhelming amount of ultimates being thrown in, invested by the Spitfire. Looks nigh on unwinnable, and Shy just got a miracle couple of kills with the Overclock. He didn't end up popping it, but we didn't see anything come up. London, they do get the payload going.
Well, it's because London were able to identify Shy was going for the Overclock, and then they started to play around Hotel. So they used the architecture of the map to save themselves from being clicked by Shy. But now at this point as well, London Spitfire, yes, they did end up layering both of their support ultimates, but they do have the ultimate advantage when it comes to the DPS. Backbone and Spark are both ready to go with ultimates of their own.
Disrupting.
Now where are we looking? It looks like a little bit of a split hit for Spark. The Goucher was on the high ground, but I think they spotted Hardy too. So Goucher doesn't want to be in a position where he can't get to the rest of his team if Hardy ends up kind of jumping in. So he retreats just a little bit. A little bit of mental warfare, it felt like there, between Goucher and Hardy. And Spark is now just teasing these corners, looking for these shots. The Overclock's going to come out as well, but that bubble was almost too perfect, and it was actually. I take it back. Sparker even a little bit surprised there, raising his eyebrows in a little bit of disbelief. There's now Goucher unleashing that primal rage. Oh, you know it's coming to you. You got to be careful. Admiral, though, got his skates on, running rings around Goucher, but running straight into death as the rest of the Spark reps clean up.
Hangzhou Spark shut down both Sparker and Backbone's ultimates. Pretty big decisions coming out from Spark as well. I mean, London Spitfire were really hoping that both of those ultimates would convert over to value and get that payload over the line for that second point. But London Spitfire have to go back to the drawing board as they're relying now on Hadi's Primal Rage to buy them enough space and time.
You need Landon to get that Kitsune Rush online ASAP. Ooh. Terry's damage stats. Kind of talked about it earlier, but, well, at least on the desk. Unreal stuff. Like, yeah, you need to heal your team more, but if you're killing people, it don't matter about the heals. Nice Suzu. Kitsune Rush used by both teams. Landon was bought enough time there to earn his, and his Goucher just dies in the front line. A Death Blossom, over-eager from Alpha Yi as Backbone just used that Wraith Walk to get out of the way. And now a Primal Rage from Hardy to bash everybody out of the line of sight for the rest of the London Spitfire. And now there's 5 people on the payload. I'm wondering who can touch for the Spark. Super Rich, Shy are on the case, but looks like Spark is just gonna let this one go.
Yeah, Spark just don't want to overextend, because if they do, they could get punished, and that's more of the map gone, but the pressure and aggression coming out from the London Spitfire are going to set Spark back a little bit here.
A small ult difference here for Spitfire with that beat. Man, Sparker and Shy just playing their own little 1v1 for the majority of this game, it feels like. Just tagging each other, trying to get a railgun shot off. All right, Hardy's going to at least try take control of that high ground. Goucher is going to match him, of course, but the payload has been moving for free for quite some time. Disruptor shot and a power slide to stop Goucher on the approach. And with that Overclock, you do not want to mess with this. There's no way London Spitfire step up.
I mean, well, you don't have the Primal Rage available either from Hadi, so it's a little bit more difficult for the team to contest that Sojourn.
And look how long he's waiting on this corner. What game are we playing? All right, okay. He does end up power sliding all the way back. As soon as you see that shot go off, you know Spitfire are going to make an approach. He's already back to 100 energy. Primal Rage for Goucher. Perfect tool to get people in the sight lines of Shy. But look at London, playing so scared right now. And again, it's been pretty easy for Spark. Just one ultimate investment, burning the time bank down of the Spitfire.
At this point, they have 2 minutes remaining. They've still pushed that payload pretty far, and that's a lot of time to work with, especially when they've got both of their support ultimates up and running. But Goucher is kind of hiding over here in the corner.
Ooh, that was close. All right, Spark using that power slide to get away. He was wiggling his mouse just a little bit, just to make sure he doesn't get a headshot for Goucher, just on the flank constantly. And there's even a beat from the Hangzhou Spark here. Yes, this is a go again for the Spitfire. Absolutely no way. Beat to counter the Kitsune Rush combo. And now London, they're going to have 4 ultimates coming back in, but with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, looking unlikely they're going to finish with time.
No, but it's still looking good for them in terms of the ultimate economy. Hangzhou Spark are still trying to get that Death Blossom online, and that's going to be the closest thing that they have. At least that means that they might be able to come back in and contest, but London Spitfire should win this next fight.
Look at how close Spark are playing right now. Zero fear in their blood. The beat and the Primal Rage used to push the Spark all the way back, and now the Spark is split. How does Teru kind of handle this situation? You see those cards being thrown at Shy from across the way, but that bubble stops all the healing as Shy ends up going down. And now Sparker collects the overclock, trying to find people, but Super Rich a little bit too slippery. The payload is still moving, Rose, and with 50 seconds to go, Spark is finally coming alive. Gushue is going to pop the Primal to cause some disruption and stopping Sparker from dealing even more damage.
Alright, but I mean, at this point, Admiral's down, so the movement capabilities of London Spitfire are a bit mitigated. And so they're going to back off and wait for Admiral to come back in. But this will be final fight as 30 seconds remain. And Hangzhou Spark, they've got ultimates to spare. Backbone, though, this Death Blossom's got to be big.
Setting himself up for success right now. You can see him looking at the back line, but an instant boot from Super Rich shuts him down, and Shy with a cherry on top. And now Admiral pretty low. He's the only one on the payload he needed to touch. 4 meters to go for the London Spitfire as the Spark push them to their bleeding edge. Hardy even getting booed back. If they find this kill, it's going to be a big stagger. A quick swap over to the Tracer for Backbone, but he's shut down. 2 checkpoints and a little bit of meterage is all the Spitfire are going to get on King's Row.
That was a really good effort by them. Absolutely. I mean, when you look at how far that payload has moved and how much Hangzhou Spark pushed them to their limits, they were still able to overcome that, and the payload's not too far away from the final destination.
Just the ability for Spark to play so slowly at the very end of that. London had 4 ults coming into that fight. And slowly but surely, Spark were kind of whittling away that ult bang. You saw Hardy jump in with a Primal, but they also laid it with a beat. Unkillable Winston, but he's not doing a crazy amount of damage with the amount of like peel coming out from the Hangzhou Spark there. And they were just able to recoil enough to build their own ults and then come back in. You even saw Backbone try and go for a Desperation Death Boss for the payload. Didn't work out.
I mean, not even that, but also how Hangzhou Spark were playing so patiently around Sparker's overclock. When they saw that come online, they just waited right around the corner here. But Super Rich, I mean, this Lucio has been so impressive, and I feel like we just don't talk about the Lucios enough. Just why I try to put a little bit more focus on that. But it's really easy to do when it's Super Rich, and you can see the visual impact that this Lucio is having by making sure that Backbone's Death Blossom gets displaced, but also going in for that high damage.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to pick out how much a main support is actually doing. You're kind of invisible at times, a little bit like Scott is. Right, next round. Hangzhou Spark have a clear goal line here. I mean, 2 points, and we'll call it 3. It basically was on that last point. See how London Spitfire want to defend a very different look. Look how far back they're playing. They're giving almost the entire, like half at least, not entirety, but half of this first section of the map away for free. Letting Gushue do what he wants to. He's taking the high ground already.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a space maker here for the Hangzhou Spark, especially when Gushue is going to play a little bit more away from the team. He makes himself a big target, but London Spitfire aren't going to fall for that, but they did just get corralled into the hotel.
Yeah, doing a little wrap around. Only a 1-day stay at the hotel as the London Spitfire now on the opposite end of things. They have forced the raid form out of Alpha Yeet. For Shai's he's just firing for free right now. Hardy eventually pays attention to it, but look at the space that Shy is getting provided right now, not only by Super Rich, but Alpha Yeet too. He's playing goalkeeper right now. That net is Shy. They need to just take him down, but it's looking impossible for London. They are so low too, and Landon's completely caught out.
Yeah, he just didn't have the movement available to be able to get back into this one, and when Hardy and Landon got split up, of course Hangzhou Spark are going to capitalize on that and take this first point.
Okay, finally Shy is dead, but it's too late. The Hangzhou Spark claiming map number 1. 5 minutes in that time bank. All right, show us what you got. New emote, by the way.
Yeah, the dance.
The next
moves
battle
from,
pass.
from
The
Alpha
Alpha
Yi.
Yi.
I love that. The Alpha Yi is what we'll call it. But at this point, you need to also look at maybe the Teru, because the Kitsune Rush is going to be really impactful in this one. Super Rich, this is another testament to how well this Lucio is doing. The fact that he has Sound Barrier online as the first ultimate in this round is really impressive. And so now Hongzhou Spark not only have the damage output from the Kitsune Rush, but the Sound Barrier too.
Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier available for the Spark. They might not even need it. A lot of damage and healing coming out from Teru right now. Gushui is just tearing them to pieces. Like, what can you do if you're London in that situation? You need that Sound Barrier to sustain through all that damage. And now they got double DPS ult. They got the beat. The payload's going around this corner. The Spitfire, I guess at least they have Kitsune Rush, but we know how reactionary Spark have been. Instant disengages. They might not even need to blow that beat unless they are too deep.
Yeah, I mean, this is a notoriously difficult spot for the attacking team to try to get through without investing a lot of ultimates. But if they are, if the Spark are able to just kind of win in the neutral, then this is going to be really big for them moving into that third point.
Blue Light Spark wanted to bait people in there with Alpha Yi in the subway tunnel. There's the beat as Hardy jumps in. He gets booped into the Mega Health Pack room and hand delivered to Alpha Yi. But that beat from Spitfire came out in time to save Backbone, resulting in a kill onto the enemy Reaper. Both support ultimates invested, but the London Spitfire knowing without Hardy, it's hard to really approach this and take control of positioning with that bubble. So they can play just on this corner for this time. I mean, you still had a kill traded, right? So it was kind of even. Hardy is back into the mix. We'll see him want to go in again.
Yeah, I mean, but at this point, Hongzhou Spark, since they have very limited resources in the tank, they need Shy to pop off like that in order to give them that player advantage. This is what they're looking for. The mechanical skill is allowing Spark to overwhelm.
All right, overclock. That bubble is like, what is more frustrating than that as a Sojourn player? That bubble basically stopped half that ultimate. I mean, what can you do? You have to shoot it, right? You have to beg your team to also shoot it. Kitsune Rush for Teru on the point. London Spitfire nowhere near those DPS ultimates right now, or the support ultimates, or any ultimates in fact, and all of them sitting on the Mega Health Pack. That payload's going to get sunk in. Hardy gets booped away and put down. Admiral with the last to touch, but the payload's already been completed. The Hongzhou Spark are just steamrolling right now, paving the London streets. Oh, Landon. Oh my God. Okay, Landon with the heroics at the very end, but Shy comes out on top.
That was so important for Landon to be able to get those kills as well, because as things were looking, Hongzhou Spark were going to be able to just steamroll their way through if London Spitfire had too many casualties and too many staggers. So that's really what Landon did there, is just made sure that Spitfire had some time to come back in and get a good recontest as 5.
Oh, that would have been cheeky Shy there. Did ping that TPing Reaper. Gushui jumps in, jumps back in with that Primal Rage. Oh, Sparker. Kitsune Rush and the beat are coming up for London Spitfire, but they may already have been dead. I mean, Admiral and Hardy, they're going to have to sustain through this, waiting for the rest of their team to come back. And Shy is free-firing, basically running up to Hardy, bumping his chest. Who's the king of this jungle? Right now it is Shy. Hardy, nowhere to be found. 2 HP, fleeing to the spawn doors.
Oh, look at the Disruptor shot too, just going to try to keep London Spitfire at bay.
2 meters to go though, and Alpha Yi dueling Backbone on the payload. A complete disengage from the Spark. They know they've bitten off all they can chew. Just waiting for Shy to find a pick, but no, it is Sparker this time around.
And this is influential for London Spitfire to be able to whittle away at this 2.5-minute time bank that Hongzhou Spark have left to work with. But when they've got the Kitsune Rush and they also have the ability to enable the Alpha Yi Death Blossom, let's see what Admiral can do to keep that at bay, or maybe even if Backbone's Death Blossom can just be bigger.
Looking at this Kitsune Rush for Teru. That's how they won that second point, bros. I mean, just setting Alpha Yi up here for a big Death Blossom might be the name of the game. There's the Kitsune Rush. That bubble just needs to be destroyed now. Alpha Yi can go crazy. He's diving in and out of the bubble, but Backbone ends up killing him. Now Sparker with the overclock. He does manage to land a headshot, but that payload is walking into the point. That ping box of victory so close for the Spark now.
Look at this, just 3 meters away, and Sparker really needs a pick here in order to buy some time for reinforcements to come back.
Shy being too aggressive. I'm talking about how him and Sparker were dueling for the most part. But this time, him being a bit over aggro. Hardy eventually ends up punishing him. Much easier to punish someone in this kind of architecture. Not many places to really dive back to if you're Sparker.
Looking good for London Spitfire, though, because they do have the Kitsune Rush, and that's a great thing to use right at this straightaway and layer it over the point. Contra Spark, though, they need these ultimates to come online. Gushue and Shy almost ready.
Minute to go as Gushue once again just obliterates Sparker and just moving everybody for the London Spitfire straight into the line of sight to Spark. Shy's coming alive. The beat comes out in time for the Spitfire, but it doesn't manage to get Hardy. Look at the pressure on Shy right now. Hardy coming up big. He's had a quiet map so far, but eventually takes out the Warlord Shy. 49 seconds to go as the Spark once again are going to have to reset.
And what a heavy investment from them in this second to last fight as well. The Soldier and Overclock, the Sound Barrier, even the Primal Reach from Gushue were all invested, and that means that Teru's Kitsune Rush is going to have to be the last saving grace for the Spark. But London Spitfire, maybe Sparker's Overclock comes online, or he's able to get a big pick here to keep London Spitfire in this series.
Terror and Shy, two players we've talked about a lot already. We've got to see more from them right now. A nice swift step into the Kitsune Rush. And here it is. Backbone forced to rake, and he's 1 HP. Alpha Yi sees his mark, diving straight in, playing in and out of that bubble super well, but Sparker comes up huge. A kill onto Shy might just do it. And now it is just Alpha Yi for the Spark to do the damage. But Sparker is left completely free up on the high ground.
Get this too, the Disruptor Strike to try to push Hunter Spark away, but Overtime's
ticking down, 2 meters to go for the Spark, and they need to touch, but they can't quite get there. The London Spitfire will take King's Row, tying this series up. Strong mentals at the very end. A 5-minute time bank for the Spark on last points, but the London Spitfire not giving up hope.
No, that was absolutely coming down to the last second there. Overtime. In effect, London Spitfire absolutely activated on at that final point, and that defense was so ironclad to be able to get them to tie up the series.
That looks so good going into third point. It's not a 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to a quick break. Spark, they're going to choose their next map. We'll see if Spark can continue to get the better of Shy after this one. Two Dark Horses racing to the finish line. We'll see in a bit.
What a day of matches to kick off week 2 of the 2022 Overwatch League season.
What a series. I mean, it really couldn't get better than that.
Happy, though, gets OG, which is huge because he can't build into the sound barrier, and you have less than a minute now. If you are the Atlanta Reign trying to have an opportunity, a chance to stop the Washington Justice, Matt getting taken out, but Decay with the answer right afterwards. He gets a 3K, make it a 4K. That's the Reign checking out, and the Washington Justice now 30 seconds left for them to claim this map.
It's going to be a pretty big deal to try to get some of those picks, but oh man.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux, everybody's having a party, but not Merit though. He gets taken out by Proper, and that leaves Iris open there too. He almost got the Transcendence, which would have been absolutely huge right there, but Proper has other plans. Now he's still racking up. He's about to get another Pulse Bomb on board here too. Take a look at our Proper highlight, moving in, taking care of Merit here too. On top of this is the very start where we saw the Outlaws rocking the Bastion, and you continuously see Proper not only taking care of so many of the Outlaws, but also right after that, he was able to quickly build up the Pulse Bomb and then land the Pulse Bomb right afterwards.
Once Dallas can get the engagement they're looking for, they're off to the races.
This fight for the Gladiators, though, coming up should be pretty good. This will be a Nano, Tac Visor.
Oh, he's dead.
Hunman should get mowed down, yeah. You also have Sound Barrier, but you're probably going to save that, right? You know Sparkle is going to have that Blade coming up soon. Not going to pop it now. Funny Astro with a little, with some big kills there in the feed. So.
Yeah, Lastro or Funny Astro, both of them really getting involved in a lot of these final blows.
They flopped and lost it all. Didn't even get the second tick. So Florida Down to a minute 36. All the ultimates coming out. Primal and a nano tactical visor. It's matched by Merit and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K, and Pelican will soar back to spawn.
Call that one a 5K, Lemon. The American Tornado spins up and gets those Houston Outlaws out of here. You can go all in, but I hope you got insurance against the weather, baby.
18 seconds left in the round now. Dallas able to sneak out in front there. The nano on the Sparkle creates enough space for them to go to work. And now the Gladiators, not only, Matt, do they have to win this fight, they have to exceed Dallas's previous progress. This is it. The locus of activity now is about to go down as we're into overtime on New Queen Street. Harmon is a grab. That could be it. It's what he's looking for. He gets three pretty much straight away. Going to be defensive by a grenade from Shu, but it's not going to be enough. Fielder drops a bio in of his own, and Dallas spend the entire round behind on New Queen Street, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. What a reverse sweep from the Dallas Fuel. Haters be silenced. Incredible comeback.
Postseason perks are here. New community-designed Overwatch 2 cosmetics. Our skins for all heroes including Sojourn, Junker Queen, and Kiriko. And 3 for 3 perks are back. 3 League home and away skins for every 3 hours watched. Connect your Battle.net ID to your YouTube account and watch the perks pile up.
There's one thing London don't lack. It is courage. A 5-minute defense on the final point of King's Row to settle the score at 1 apiece. There's going to be Spark choosing the next map. We are going to Route 66 for Escort.
An Escort is a really important map type for Hangzhou Spark to have an advantage on, because they need it. Escort for Hangzhou Spark has historically been one of their worst map types, and this season alone, they do have a 36% win rate. So the fact that they get the advantage to pick their map and try to go to a map that is best suited to them is important. So they are going to take us to Route 66, which they do have a 66% win rate on.
Okay, we'll take that. We will take that.
It's like double, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. That's fine.
It's math.
Maths, yeah. Something like that. Not a mathematician. I'll be the first to admit it. So we have a lot of talented people behind the camera that do a lot of the maths for us, luckily. All right. Hangzhou Spark and the Lone Spitfire. Hopefully taking us to a map number 5, Route 66, the next map. We saw at the very end, Hardy was really making it hard for Shy to get value with that overclock, or just the regular railgun, to be fair, too. A lot of the first points were either Shy getting a railgun pick, Alfie in a very good position where he can take over the game. But London recognizing at the very end, like, you've got to just focus Shy. Because a lot of times where Shy was just trying to outspark her, trying to either pick off the enemy Sojourn or one of the supports, of course, but he was overstepping just a fraction. And then Hardy was right on his case.
Yeah, I think the other thing about London Spitfire that makes them such a contender is the fact that they are so good at team coordination. I mean, looking at just the first map of Lijiang, Hangzhou Spark had triple the eliminations. It was like 152 to 46. But London Spitfire were still able to make that map competitive and bring it to 3 rounds. So what's going to happen on Route 66 when it does look like, you know, Hangzhou Spark able to go for that mechanical skill of Shy getting picks, Ushui being able to control the backline of London Spitfire, but on the flip side, London just playing so solidly together as a team.
Yeah, a pristine defense. And I wonder if this is really going to be Spark's map. Like you said, they've got a decent win rate on it, of course, but overall, Escort not being a game mode they're too fond of. Quick pick for Backbone. Oh, missed the grapple. Very unlucky. There's no hog.
Whoa.
I regret to inform you. It is just the default comp.
It was to prepare for a close hold. London Spitfire were going for things that would be really quick one-shot potential. So quick.
Oh, Super Rich. What was that? When it's Super Rich, he just fell from the sky, I suppose. Skates ran out of energy, had to go charge him. Not sure. That's an amazing first pick for the Spitfire. No speed for Spark means Alpha Yi is going to have a tough time just getting on his opponents.
Yeah, and Gushue looked a little bit caught out as well, waiting for those jump cooldowns to come back, but look at this, once again, Hottie trying to go after Shy to make sure that he doesn't have quick access to London Spitfire.
Yeah, permanently. Like, Shy's just taking it. Look at this again, Hottie. Just every single time Shy's on the ground, just peeking out, hit him with a right click, peeking out, hit him with a right click. Force Teru into position where he's like perma-healing him too. Always a good option. All right, Shy's taking the high ground once again as Super Rich joins the fight. Or it's not really been a fight as of yet, really. It's been London free pushing for the time being. Shy hunting for heads with a right click. But a bubble from Hardy actually stops him going for that railgun. He does end up hitting it onto Hardy, but that can be healed up quite easily. A nice swift step from Landon to get him out of trouble. But Shy, do not turn your back to him. Landon jumps up to the high ground, using a Suzu on himself so he doesn't get insta-kill. But now it is Sparker trying to get out of the way of that disruptive shot, and Hardy, wrong place, wrong time, wrong postcode. London Spitfire, I think a wipe, but still get the payload quite far. It is pretty nice, but these fights are taking quite a while to actually end. That was a 2-minute fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, and really now looking at the first ultimates for the game coming online. But this is what happened. Okay, so Admiral, yeah.
Boost from Admiral.
Yeah, he just kind of skated past Super Rich and boomed him into Hottie's loving embrace.
Wow.
But now, like, this is where the ultimates get, like, pretty interesting. You know, Reaper a little bit far behind for both teams, but Kiriko doing her thing.
Yep, doing a thing. Laying down the Kitsune rushes, and there's a Primal Rage. You've already forced the power slide of Hugushue there, so he can just chase Sparker, but now has to deal with his sound barrier. Speaking of which, he's going to receive one of his own. No kills coming through just yet. A big reset on the leap there for Gushue, putting the bubble, separating the Spitfire, forcing them to play in gas station. Shy gets taken care of by Sparker, and the Death Blossom from Alpha Yi, not good enough. The Backbone just bumps his chest with his own. The London Spitfire now pushing their way onto first point, and they're going to cap it. And that's Teru with a miracle play, but that ain't going to happen.
What was so impressive about Backbone is he used his own Death Blossom as a response to Alpha Yi's. And so when you know that Hottie has that Winston bubble laid down and Alpha Yi's extended a little bit farther past that, Backbone can use that as a nice cushion to make sure that he is going to be safe. But that does mean a lot of ultimates are off the board here. Hangzhou Spark with a heavy investment, that's going to be everything off the table. And Sparker still has this overclock to work with, especially on this nice straightaway that the second point provides. This should be really good for Sparker to free shoot.
You've got to take that high ground though. If you're the London Spitfire right now, overclock, power slide onto high ground, straight inside the bubble. I mean, you're more than happy with that if you're the Hangzhou Spark right now. Sparker trying so hard to get value with this overclock. Even Gushue with a little 180 there, making sure he doesn't get a headshot. Just turns into free ultimate charge for Teru's, nearing his second Kitsune rush of the game. London getting a lot of free movement on this payload, but Gushue is just frying everybody in this small room with his Tesla cannon, using that Primal Rage too. There's not too much hope left. Nice Primal Rage from Gushue. I'll end that fight quite quickly. And these team kills, Hangzhou Spark doing a very good job of just cleaning everybody up from the Spitfire. No remaining members.
A lot of support here for Hangzhou Spark in the arena. As now it's time for Kiriko to lay down their second Kitsune rush of this round. But Shy can go in and back that up with the overclock. And that's going to be really big, especially if he can get aggressive.
This high ground is so nasty from the Spark. You have to do so much to try and get on them. I mean, you get a lot of free fire. Not so much if you're Reaper, unfortunately. Teru does. There's a Suzu on himself. Been a bit selfish with that one recently, but it ends up working out for the Spark nonetheless. Alpha Yi pulling out the miniguns. Doesn't manage to get much stuff done either. Again, London Spitfire moving this payload for free. Kind of running rings around the Spark. Yeah, they may have high ground, but they need to be able to touch that point. Shy takes care of Sparker with that overclock, and now Hardy eventually paying attention to him, but the double pocket and then some to make sure he stays alive. A nice leap, but no, London Spitfire end up just taking the payload away from the Spark. Sparker, a little C9 in the chat.
Backbone 2. I saw a sign in the crowd. You're gonna have to add a tally to that one, I think.
But this was impressive where London Spitfire, they just kind of flipped the sides where they wrapped around Hangzhou Spark, and where they laid down that Kitsune Rush, they were still able to find value from it, whereas Terror tried to send it right down the stairs of the building, and London Spitfire could just kite away from that damage. Now that cart's right in the corner though, Backbone once again can use this Death Blossom a little bit more reactively, as Alpha Yi is working up to his as well. But also when you look at how these ultimates have been rotated, Sparker on this final point still has that overclock too that he will be able to work with.
Oh, speaking of which, doesn't need the overclock to kill Alpha like that. London getting good time on this point. 2 minutes to go, and this payload almost at the final checkpoint. Spark just need to be proactive here. Gooshway bumps his little head, no! And he gets eviscerated, just melted in the front of Sparker. With that overclock, you can't really line up either. You're gonna have to get back to the payload or to the point even, or the spawn, just anywhere. That's safety, that's cover. Alfie at least is gonna hold down the fort with that Death Blossom. Gooshway's back in the mix too.
Well, Alfie just kind of waited for cooldowns to be offline so he could go in and hit the Death Blossom. Hottie stalled for a little bit, but with that cleanup, Hangzhou Spark will be able to hold their defense strong. London Spitfire, they use the overclock, but that's kind of it, and now they're going to have 4 ultimates to be able to work with here to contend against the 3 that Hangzhou Spark have. But it's really about the sustain here. Primal Rage for Gooshway and Hottie, the Sound Barrier is coming online here for Super Rich and Admiral as well, but there's the overwhelming damage on the side of the Spark.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush and a Death Blossom for Backbone. He's going straight to the back line. That's a lot of damage, but a lot of that got absorbed by Super Rich's beat. They've already forced Alpha Yi, and you can see the target. It is Shy, it is Alpha Yi, as Hardy swinging his fists. 45 seconds to go. The London Spitfire just need to take down Teru now. A lot of that healing disappearing. Bodies all over the floor. The Spark, very little semblance on this point. The London Spitfire finishing with time.
What a nice example of how a later Sound Barrier can really help to put on the pressure after London Spitfire sustained through the damage output of the Spark. We're able to overwhelm with just the health.
They may have that dog in them. They got that Winston in them. I mean, Hardy's Primal Rages here have been so good. A little bit absent, I'd say, on King's Row. Now really stepping up to the plate. Like the focus fire on Shy right now, you could tell, like, just getting him in a position where he can't go for aggressive angles, aggressive peaks, which is how Spark have found so much success. Must be quite frustrating, you know, having the Winston just permanently jumping at you, permanently bubbling you, getting in your line of sight with the overclock.
I mean, Sparker can feel that pressure too, though, right? Gooshway is one of those tanks that have been probably the best example of being able to lock down the Sojourn, but what a big pivot for London Spitfire, because I feel like that pressure from Hottie was very absent from Lishong as well, not even just the King's Row that you were mentioning. So it's been really good for them to work with the payload too. Just as that payload gets to push, London Spitfire have also kind of walked away with a lot of free push on this map, and King's Row too.
Yeah, Spark seems more than willing to kind of give them a position. But the London Spitfire just starting up their engines, roaring. They will take a mile. And that's the problem here. The Spark just needs to be able to contest the payload constantly. They are giving up so much space. All right, let's see what Spark can do on their offense. 4 minutes on that timer.
I think Super Rich might have to be a little bit careful. He's very lucky that Admiral is on top of Big Earls right now and not around this rock fixture. Do what he did to him last round. But he's kind of posturing for position as both Sparker and Shy are looking for an opportunity. But Taro on the flank here, Gooshway following that up with a dive.
Oh, nice Suzu. Very well-timed Suzu there. Keeping his team up.
Topping everybody off before they try to go in again with those cooldowns are back.
What is this damage? Sparker narrowly avoiding that final kunai, which would have sent him to the grave. This is a ridiculous pressure coming out from Terror right now. The headshots, 3x multiplier, remember. Double headshot on a DPS will take him out. Look at Terror, look at this guy. Nice Suzu again. Just instantly, as soon as London Spitfire tried to do something about the Kiriko, he instantly Suzus himself, and Hardy puts himself in danger. Eventually gets taken down, finally. But the Spitfire, they're losing numbers. And Alfie game 3 push on the point.
Yeah,
and at this point, it's really just Admiral and Landon left. Landon was able to make that hero play on King's Row, but
Ain't happening.
not enough this time around. First point capture for Hangzhou Spark. But a lot of the healing output and the damage coming out from Admiral and Landon is going to net them their ultimates first. So that's really big when London Spitfire are looking at trying to make a recontest, but Hangzhou Spark taking an aggressive positioning so that they can give some space for Shy and Alpha Yi to navigate it.
Really like this rotation from Hangzhou Spark right here. Taking that high ground completely away from the London Spitfire. Oh, Admiral, my word. That's not where you want to be. Remember, they're on the opposite side of the map, so you got to do something, because Gooshway's in your backline, and he's got infinite health. The backup from Teru and Super Rich is immense right now. He ain't going down that quick. Well, after the headshot from the railgun, yeah, he will end up falling, but it doesn't really matter all too much. The Spark end up pushing out, only used Primal in that fight, but same with the London Spitfire. Okay, how does Spark set up on this point? We saw London, how they ended up just rotating pretty much for free. I want to see Teru just
go on the flank again.
Go on the flank, just yeah, get damage down. I was going to say something not broadcast friendly, but
yeah, well, that's what we're looking at here. Is Teru just kind of continuing to look at the back line of London Spitfire and force out the resources like the Suzu and also the Amp coming in from Admiral. And what a great Kitsune rush to control the high ground.
Alfie, teleport on the high ground. Oh, okay, no. London Spitfire sniffing that one out quite quickly. Same thing's happening right now, by the way. Another teleport. That was that good. Kitsune rush helping with that cooldown. High ground control for the Spark as they push that payload. London Spitfire suffering from the same thing Spark were. Just losing control of the point and having it pushed for free. And now Spark, they're in a priority position where they can just jump on the London Spitfire. Oh, Shy! Sparker pops the overclock, push Shy, just instantly taking him down with a rail of his own. Luckily enough though, the London Spitfire do end up popping that beat, so no one goes down. No heads are getting popped. Oh, but Landon exploding on the front line. No main healer now for the London Spitfire. They just go rely on Apple. You can see all those health bars just super low. They're just corralling them into this bar. A big lasso and a good move from the Spark. Just isolating one target after the next. And this is going to be point B unlocked. A 4-minute time bank to push into the last point.
I think Spark are getting the energy from the crowd right now. And they might need it, especially after the monumental hold that London Spitfire were able to do on King's Row, third point. They wrap around again, but Shy, constantly, time and time again, getting these picks first.
Oh, Alpha Yi as well, setting up for that Death Blossom. He's going to hit it good and proper if that bubble goes down. Oh, Wraith form instantly. Got a little bit scared there, maybe some nerves. I'd be scared too if Paddy was Primal Raging in front of me. But that payload is getting away from the London Spitfire. They got to do something. Backbone on the point now, contesting. Landon, swift steps away from Alpha Yi, who's now in a little bit of trouble. Here's that Death Blossom straight in front of Backbone, but he only guarantees himself one kill. The London Spitfire and the Spark have equal spawns-ish at this point. Oh, what a shot. It's still an extremely scrappy one. Spark are now getting chased down. Actually got gifted the mega health back there from Gooshway, who's now extremely low. Manages to get the retreats, but it'll be a 5-on-5, I can imagine, in this next fight.
You see Sparker's retreat up to the platform, though? That was really big because it forced Gooshway to use a jump in order to get back to the access to him. But it's going to be a big backup here for Spark as they look to try to close the distance on this final stretch of the map. And Landon's ready to try to control this high ground.
Dangerous Kitsune rush there from the Hangzhou Spark. Landon's going to do the same thing. Doesn't get the Suzu in time. It goes off, but doesn't connect with the ground or him. So he ends up falling. A beat for the Spark. Only hits 3, but Teru falls. A Backbone. Sparker, even in the tides. A team kill for London. And with 2 minutes to go, Spark's hopes and their support ultimates whittling down.
Sometimes the best defense is the best offense, and it's really big that Backbone was able to get that damage down with the Death Blossom, especially after both the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier from Super Rich were going in for that extra sustain. Hangzhou Spark now, less than 2 minutes. London Spitfire have already eaten off half of the time bank for this third and final point. Shy, though, Can he get a big pick here as he tries to make a rotation for this overclock?
Right, Sparker at least knows where he is. Oh, he's caught in a ladder. He's all good though. Got himself untangled as Huddy ends up leaping away. Again, mad respect for the Sojourn. And now Sparker's trying to set up and he takes down Alpha Yi. A big kill for the London Spitfire, and Spark know it.
It's gonna stop Alpha Yi's progress towards this ultimate. And Hangzhou Spark, they really want to take some eco pushes here as they are coming down to that 1 minute remaining. For London, this has been another nice rotation of ultimates here where they only needed the overclock and that one pick to keep Hangzhou Spark away. Hadi's just chasing down Terror right now, but he's able to get back to the team once he starts to see them.
Let's get back in a big rotation for Hangzhou Spark, knowing Hadi was off to the races on the right-hand side. A lot of low health members, but Backbone surging forward with that beat in tow. Final fight for the Spark coming up with 40 seconds to go. The Spark need a pick, but they're not going to find it. It's actually Backbone who comes up large for the London Spitfire. 30 seconds and Spark, they have not been in this fight for a good 3 minutes now.
And they got it back up here too, because with the pick onto Shy, no one on this Spark can get staggered if they want a chance at completing this map. So 15 seconds, Teru gonna try to create some space with the Kitsune Rush, but Landon strikes first.
Kitsune Rush is good, and Teru instant Suzu's himself with a huge Death Blossom from Alpha Yi. And now the chase down continues. Overtime approaching, a quick, concise team kill for the Spark. And the London Spitfire switching to the fast heroes to get back in time, but no, Shy shuts it down as they claim checkpoint 3. OT was the finish. So it'll be a minute versus a minute and 30 seconds. Turning out to be quite a close affair on Route 66. A map type, Rose, you were saying that Spark struggle on. And you could see signs of that at the very end, but they still managed to clutch it out.
And at the end too, when Spark were able to divide and conquer to control the spawns. You know, Gushwei at one side, and then you've got Shy on the other, ready to go with a charged up railgun shot. Yeah, no Shy, no win. Yeah, okay.
Reasonable take.
Yeah, fair and reasonable. London Spitfire are going to defend first, though, with the higher time bank. And when we looked at how Hangzhou Spark took a bit of time to be able to capture that first objective, this might be good for London Spitfire to hold a close defense and maybe not let that payload go too far.
So look how this ended up going down. Instant Suzu on the ground, so you're standing in the Kitsune Rush, so that'll come up so quickly. And then Alpha Yi. Oh my, descending on them. Like he's Batman onto a villain. All right, Spark, you got a minute. What do you got?
Well, London Spitfire are going to take the high ground on Big Earls to start out their defense, as Super Rich is doing a bit of a scouting mission while riding on these rocks. But the Disruptor shot here trying to force London Spitfire back, but that's giving some space for Sparker to operate in. But Teru gonna try the same thing again. Does he get away with it this time?
Well, I mean, I'm always looking at him, so they can definitely call him out. Oh, nice Suzu, my word, that would have been an instant kill there. You saw that kunai going directly for Sparker's temple. He's still there. He is still doing damage. Someone's got to look at him. Another nice shot might just do it. Sparker goes low. Backbone and Shy end up getting traded out. It is 10 seconds, and Sparker in control of the payload, but not the high ground. And now it's Sparker's time to turn this one up to 11.
Right, Gushwei's gonna try to jump up though to force Sparker off of the high ground, but he still has control. Hadi getting really low though.
The pressure that Teru is exerting right now is immense with those kunais. His accuracy is so good, so clean.
But Landon's gonna be the first one to get the Kitsune Rush online, and Teru's fighting to be able to get that up.
Yeah, not enough healing coming out from Teru right now to match him in that regard, Rose. And overtime's ticking down, you got to touch, oh my god. Okay, Alpha Yi does manage to do it, but had to burn the Wraith Walk to do so. So maybe this is a time for London to go. Kitsune Rush comes out as Spark lose one. The ultimate's coming online for Spark, but he don't touch!
Corralled onto the health pack. And that was it. that is where Spark's push will end.
A lot of cheers for London right now. 1 minute and 30 on the clock. A little C9. It's all good. That was the big problem there, really, for Teru and Super Rich. Their support ults were coming online so soon, so they're wanting to play a little bit more reserved, make sure they stay alive. They don't want to get picked because they know those are the ultimates that will turn those fights around and win it for them on that first point.
And Spark don't want to play into Landon's Kitsune Rush. That's almost kind of giving them just such an edge. So you do have to back up from that so you don't get staggered, but clock ticks away, overtime activates, and step off the cart. That can be it sometimes. So let's look at the replay, because this is the final moments where you're gonna see this pressure on the cart where Shy gets pushed off by Hottie, Alpha he gets taken out by Sparker, and there's just no communication on who's gonna come back to get the retouch. Oh, come on, observers, why are you gonna do that? Nobody likes that.
You cannot unsee it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I got ruined like 3 months ago with what that is. It's just a tile in the spawn room, but it doesn't look like
And
that.
the devs won't change. It's great.
I hate it.
Nerf the team. All right, 1 minute 20. Spitfire. They just need that one pick, that one opening.
Lane is getting so much healing too, because Spitfire are doing a great job of just poking their heads out, taking some damage. Even the Disruptor shot, Sparker's very happy to just sit in it knowing that he's safe. He's not going to get his head taken off, and Land is just going to get the healing. He focuses on the healing so the Kitsune Rush can get online in time. And so now that we have 1 minute remaining, this is plenty for Landon to be able to get that up and ready.
You see Landon there, looking Shy directly in the eyes. You got lucky your teammate a little bit more there, maybe. The backbone goes down. You got one more fight if you're London right now. Quick reset, quick reset, quick reset. That's the aim of the game. You got to just die. Go again. You cannot afford to stall out right now. And Gooseface just chasing him to the spawn. A nice fumble and a punch. Backbone ends up taking out Teru, though. A quick switch to the Widowmaker, back to the Reaper after he picks off one of the supports.
Okay, well now that window of opportunity is going to start to dwindle, but London Spitfire have still carved out a chance for themselves. Disruptor shot, though, all that damage that Landon was trying to heal up to get this Kitsune Rush online is starting to work against him a little bit, as Shy racing Landon right now to get the overclock.
Free space has been bought by that headshot. Bahadi no longer the space maker. Overtime is here, and London Spitfire have to fight a 4v5. Amble super low. Shy looking to end this one right here, right now. They're just getting batted away. Overtime's ticking down, and April and Sparker, they're completely isolated. Goosewaste Primal Rage, forcing them away from the rest of their team. A Susu already used. Superish does end up falling down. Spark now lose their priority. Their DPS is just too good, though. But Hardy build up to a Primal Rage.
Yeah, Hardy's Primal Rage gonna block him at the door!
Punch out Spark. Off the back, a Goosewaste Primal. Bashing London Spitfire away from that payload. It looked like Hardy was there to touch. Had a Primal of his own.
Just got booped away after the overtime.
Yeah, unrelenting aggression from the Spark. Hardy overstepping his mark just a fraction. That man on your screen right there, Teru. What an absolute beast on the Kiriko right now. 2-1 in the series. Both teams may be playing with a little bit of house money. That's been the narrative for both squads. The loser here will end up going out. Winner facing the San Francisco Shock a little later on. The Hangzhou Spark making their final stand here in Anaheim. They're on match point. We're going to a break. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back. Spark versus the Spitfire right now. Spark, 2-1. Match point, Rose. Not afraid to take it to London. Not afraid to maybe put a little C9 in chat. There was a couple of C9s there. People getting off the payload. And London with their BM. It was cheeky, but that kind of cost him at the very end of it. I mean, we're going to take a look at what kind of happened, what went down. That railgun shot onto Alpha Yi was so crucial for London's defense. And then look at that. Hardy getting locked in that small room, realizes he's the one to touch. Doesn't quite get there in time.
I don't know if I'd call that one a C9. I feel like the books are saying that Hangzhou Spark identified that Alpha Yi could block him in the door.
A lot of damage, to be fair. Him and Terror were kind of like both there together. There's no chance really to kill that Reaper. He's got the lifesteal and he's got Teru just kind of sitting there, just throwing the cards at him. Well, if it's Teru, he's throwing the kunais at Hardy, not necessarily healing. But Hangzhou Spark still come away with that win. That was their map choice, Rose.
And it was an important advantage for Hangzhou Spark to have. And they're not the greatest at Escort. We already talked about the fact that they have a 33% win rate on Escort, but Push is coming up next. And that one is also a rough one for the Spark. So maybe with London Spitfire getting their pick, they get the advantage now to pick their best push map. And also maybe Hangzhou Spark's worst one.
We are going on to Colosseo as our next map. What is Hardy checking? Yeah, you have to turn the PC on, Hardy. Yeah. He's got it.
Backbone going into assist.
All right, there's the man on your screen right now that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the Hangzhou Spark. Shy putting up crazy numbers, but actually in that last game, or last map, I should say, Guxue. His Primal Rages, of course, we know, exceptional stuff. But Guxue's ability to kind of control space, especially on Route 66, and knowing how close that payload was to the actual golden box of victory, he did a marvelous job. And a lot of that come down to as well the support options, how quickly they're kind of getting online. We know Teru was kind of lacking behind Landon just a little bit in like healing, so his Kitsune Rush coming up like quite a bit later.
Yeah, but then you look at how Shy was able to use the disruptor shots to try to get that extra bit of damage and got that overclock online before anything else came up in terms of ultimates. So that was a great way to pave the way for Hangzhou Spark's success on Route 66. But Colosseo, this is a whole different battlefield and one map that London Spitfire has a rich history on. I feel like when you look at Colosseo, you think of London Spitfire, I think of the Houston Outlaws too, but it was really Sparker's Soldier 76 that started to shape the meta on Colosseo with those off angles and really pushing the pressure onto where you can get those surprise picks.
Yeah, Long Range Hitscan does fairly well on this map if you let it get away from you. That's the thing. You've really got to close that gap. There's a lot of pillars to kind of hide behind. They will be, both teams utilizing those as, Sojourn can one-shot people. But like you were saying, with the Soldier, the high ground is very accessible. A bit more accessible, to be fair, with the Sojourn because of a power slide. But that first push is extremely important. We know how Spark like to play. They want to play a little bit more aggressive, taking high ground away from London, removing that space from Spark and just giving it as many resources, as much space as they can to Shy. We know he has the pop-off potential. It very much feels like Spark, their comp and their game plan just enabling the Sojourn God.
Kind of what the name of the game is right now to make sure that the damage can hold down the fort. But the gates are open and the bot is ready. And Guxue is going to be the first one to make it there as Spitfire just give up the space right now to try to make this rotation around the wall.
Yeah, not wanting to take it the straight away. But this is pretty tough because Shy can sit here for free. There's so much to hide behind, like I said, and a free power slide away. It's up to London right now to kind of force the issue. Shy's on the flank. There's the bubble that goes down for Hardy, but a little bit too late, or early, I should say. He couldn't quite separate Shy there from the rest of his team, but London is still able to kind of force Spark behind these pillars to actually get the bot going. But now the picks need to come through.
Shy was getting a little low there, so he had to back off, but when Spark's able to capitalize on those resources, they can come back in strong. But Backbone is just playing such an aggressive front line here with Hottie that it's pretty difficult for Hongshou Spark to feel like they can get in there.
Oh, right around the bubble. Backbone down, Sparker next, Shy. He wants to end this series right here, right now. Even Landon almost donating himself to Shy's ult back there. Quite a quick team kill for the Spark.
We're still pretty even on the board here, except for the fact that Hongshou Spark, with how much poke damage they were taking, are going to now outpace the backline of London Spitfire. So Super Rich and Teru for Hongshou Spark have that Sound Bear and Kitsune Rush online respectively. But Teru is just gonna go ahead and hold down the push bot as Hongshou Spark start to take the lead.
It's definitely not how Teru wants to play. Doesn't want to be on the payload this whole time. All right, there's the Kitsune Rush. Oh, the bubble was actually so good there from Hardy. When you do end up swift stepping, you end up teleporting just away from the target, not directly on top of them. So he swift stepped, the bubble was right there. The Suzu just didn't connect. And that is a beautiful pick from the Spitfire.
Still a standoff though when it comes to fighting in neutral.
Oh.
Until that happens.
Shy opens it up. It's just the Shy show. Oh, Backbone, why are you testing him? You know he's gonna hit him. All right, Primal Rage, this'll end this push. Yeah, London, your history.
Yes. Gushui though, every time I feel like the Primal Rage comes online and every swing of his fists nets in some type of kill. Shy playing up close and personal though with the Spitfire, gonna take those stairs just to see what kind of damage he can get. Has to work back up to the overclock that he expended in this last fight. Sparker still has one to use.
For Sparker, he saw Super Rich. Oh, looked away for a brief moment. Super Rich managed to get out of the way. For Sparker, he still has the lead. A Suzu to save Shy mid-air. As the spot now needs to be reclaimed by London, slowly but surely. Spark playing this so methodically.
Yeah, such a great disengage. London Spitfire now, I mean, by the time that they push this bot
again,
Sparker just there to defend.
Backbone looking to go in with that Death Blossom, but decides against it. Death Blossom straight on top of Gushui, but he just leaps away. And now Hardy trapped in a corner, nowhere to run. Alfie with a double kill. Admiral was trying to help the rest of Spitfire execute on the backline, but found no success. The Spark, like I said, calculated, cool, calm, and collected, coached by Magnus Carlsen, maybe. The Spitfire now have to regain control of this high ground because Shy has such a nice angle to play from. And Teru now coming up with kills.
Well, I mean, that's just the way that Teru likes to play the game. And if you're isolated, then you know Teru's going to capitalize on that. But with that pick, Hongshou Spark has that player advantage. And now it's going to force London Spitfire to use ultimates to stay contesting this payload.
And Hardy used that Primal Rage too, but couldn't find anything with it because they'd already lost one person. Now Alpha Yi, he's teasing Spitfire right now. They know he's got that ult. Sparky, you better watch out. There's the Kitsune Rush from Spark, and the beat ends up coming out in response for the Spitfire, but the Death Blossom again finds value. Alpha Yi with a kill onto Admiral, and now the rest of the London Spitfire forced into the small room. This is checkpoint. Butt scratch mode initiated for the Spark. 15-player kill streak for Alpha Yi 2. The dude has not died.
No, he hasn't. And this is such an insurmountable lead right now for Hongshou Spark. 62 eliminations to 11.
3 kills to 21 from the Spark right now. A gargantuan difference. Shy with the overclock. The Kitsune Rush is pretty good, but they're just lining up for Shy right now. So even London hesitating their rows. They don't want to line up for another Twitter clip.
No, I mean, that's just, you just don't want to be a part of a collateral right there. But London Spitfire, they are going to contest this bot, but they're really looking at Backbone and Sparker to get their ultimates online. Especially when you're looking at Gushui that just keeps playing so far forward. This overclock should push Spark back.
Wow, Teru could not care less that Sparker was looking at him right there with a charged railgun shot. He knew he was going to survive. Speaking of charged railguns, there we go. 4 AA batteries inserted into the railgun. And now it's time to party, but look, once again, the Spark just so disciplined in their disengage. Hardy with the Primal Rage does end up pushing Kushway back into the enemy team, but Shy opens it up. Another railgun kill to Backbone. The London Spitfire are non-existent in this game right now. Shy is locked and loaded online. What can London do?
Well, London's gonna need some crowd energy right now. If you're a London Spitfire fan, let them hear it, because it's 3.5 minutes remaining, and London Spitfire have to fight to get back in this game. But Spark are approaching a final destination with 2 support ultimates in the bank and 2 DPS ults. Hero's gonna lay down this Kitsune Rush.
Shy navigating around that bubble with ease. Backbone comes up huge! A 3-man Death Blossom for Backbone. All right. Kills are on the board for Spitfire. Backbone with a single ultimate is going to stop that push. And finally, London alive. Shuts down Alpha Yi mid-Death Blossom too. A very nice play.
Been doing that a lot.
From the British player.
Doing that a lot, and sometimes that is what you need to do, but now this is where the going gets tough, because London Spitfire have to be perfect, and they cannot fall victim to this overclock.
Instant Suzu there on landed to save himself from the headshots of Shy. He hasn't got that power slide for a brief second, and Backbone runs him down. A nice re-engagement there from London. Used the beat and the Kitsune Rush to force the bot around this corner, and now they can take control of high ground, and now it's on the Spark to really come back in this fight. Luckily enough, though, they do have the beat. So as long as London Spitfire don't have a good disengage, the Spark should be able to topple them over.
Yeah, there's a ton of sustain on the board here from the Primal Rage, as well as the sound barrier that Super Rich has been holding on to, and Gushway about to throw some hands.
Oh, the Primal Rage, he's throwing hands, but he's taking a whole bunch of damage in the process. A power slide from Sparker gets in the quick out of dodge, but Gushway unrelenting in his aggression, and as well as Shy, taking down Backbone. Actual money on his head, apparently. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. And the Spark pushing Spitfire all the way to their spawn.
Do or die here as London Spitfire try to keep their playoff dreams alive. Especially when they're down a map. And Hottie, though, that's a great way to keep this rolling here for London Spitfire.
All right, what else can Hardy do with the Primal? Not looking like much right now. All good, just reset, go again. You got a good pick. You get the bot into the mid. The spawn resets too. Oh, Shy! Dude, how's he doing it? What does Spark feed him? Dear Lord. Railgun charged again. Almost a guaranteed kill there if you hear Hardy in the head. Not to be, not to be. 60 seconds to go. London Spitfire's playoff hopes hang in this balance.
Gonna come back into this one though, but everybody on Spark is split up to try to corral the London Spitfire.
Perfect push in, punishing Gooseway's positioning, and now Alpha Yi dead. Okay, big reset from Spitfire yet again. But they have to contend with Spark's ult bank. They got 3 ults coming up, and there's a beat soon for Admiral, but no returning Kitsune Rush.
They have to get the beat online. They have to get that. They also have to get the Death Blossom, and Backbone's gonna have to give us another 3K. London Spitfire also can't fall to Shy, who is looking to finish this here.
Overclock available, Death Blossom coming up, overtime approaching, Death Blossom from Alpha Yi, he's setting it up, he's knocking it home. Admiral beat is pretty damn good and it keeps London alive, but Shy is just rolling the London Spitfire. There is dominance built into his DNA. The Spark take control of the bot, take control of the game. London are out and Spark advance. The Dark Horse run continues for the Spark with a trail of destruction and Shy's railgun shots left in their wake.
Who would have ever thought we would be in a position where Hangzhou Spark, number 12 seed, coming into this playoffs will make such a deep run. What? Gotta give some love over to the London Spitfire though, as well. What an amazing season that this team has had.
Their journey does end here, but they came in knowing they were playing with house money, they were playing for fun. It's exactly what Backbone said in that interview. People had them so low on the power rankings, making playoffs and putting on a performance like this against some of the best teams, best players that they've not faced off against in over 2 years.
But just because they were playing with house money didn't mean that London Spitfire didn't care. And they gave it their all this season in this playoffs. And you know they were fan favorites coming into this match too. But Spark, they're just on a whole nother level when it comes to the playoffs this time around.
Well, I think we gotta get a few words at least from the winning team. We have Danny down on the stage with Alpha Yi.
Johnson Necro, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by Alpha Yi from Hangzhou Spark. Give it up for Alpha Yi, everybody. Big congratulations on the win. You guys came in huge. I mean, how'd you guys get it done against London Spitfire today? 자, 오늘 승리를 너무나 축하드리면서 오늘 런던과의 경기 승리로 끝이 났습니다. 어떻게 승리를 거두시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
제가 못했는데 그냥 팀이 좀 많이 잘했던 것 같아요. 저희 팀이.
I would honestly say that I didn't play that well, but I think it was our team carrying the win for me. So it was the team doing a lot of the work. Do you guys agree? I think Alpha Yi did an amazing job. What do you guys think? 아니랍니다. 알파이 선수도 같이 팀과 잘했다고 말씀을 하시네요. 팬분들도. Alright, well, Hangzhou Spark, this isn't the last match for today because you guys will be facing off against San Francisco Shock later on today. How confident are you going into that match? 자, 오늘 이 경기로 끝이 아닙니다. 항저우 스파크 오늘 승리를 거두셨기 때문에 오늘의 마지막 경기 샌프란시스코 쇼크와의 경기가 있습니다. 그 경기에 대한 좀 자신감, 이길 수 있다고 자신하십니까?
되게 자신 있고 저희 팀에 소전 제일 잘하는 선수가 있기 때문에 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
Right, I do 100% have the confidence to beat the San Francisco Shock because we have a certain player that is really good on that Sojourn, so it is going to be an easy win for the Hangzhou Spark. All right, Alpha E, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. Jaws and Necra, back to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. And Alpha E, of course. Wow, an easy win against the San Francisco Shock a little later on. Ooh, they are fighting words.
Definitely fighting words, especially after we saw the performance that San Francisco Shock put on display for everybody earlier on in the day. But that kind of concludes our lower bracket plays for now. Because coming up next, dare I say, we have one of the biggest battles ahead.
The biggest rivalries. But first, got to do player of the match. It's not Alpha E this time. It's going to be Gushwei on the Winston. He made his name on this very stage in Anaheim at the World Cup, playing for Team China, and he's still putting up hella performances. This guy's Winston is truly on another level.
I mean, just all the focus fire that he puts onto the Sojourn of the opposing team limits the amount of damage that his own team is going to be taking and also allows them to get the damage output necessary to take over these matches. We saw some impressive performances, not only from Gushwei's Primal Rages, to be able to control the space, but also how the rest of the team was able to follow that up.
Yeah, the way he plays Winston, it feels like he transcends the way the tempo is played too. His ability to isolate people with the barbell is just extraordinary. A lot of Primal Rage kills per 10 there, almost 8, which is absurd for this match. Fair amount of damage done as well, 7.5k. You're looking great, Gushwei. They face the San Francisco Shock a little later on. We'll have to see how they end up doing. Because the San Francisco Shock, at the end of the day, there's a lot of people in the crowd still cheering for them. There's a lot of pink jerseys in the audience. but San Francisco Shock, their fan base, quite ravenous.
I mean, I think everybody that's left in the playoffs right now, they've got a lot of fans cheering for them and supporting them all the way. But coming up next, I feel like this is the one a lot of people have been waiting for. Who's ready for the rematch of the Battle for Texas?
I think they're ready. I think they're ready. After the break as well, we are doing the Alarm Rookie of the Year. But don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
루시오 포인트, 루시오 포인트. 쏜다. 리파워, 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 리파워. 포인트 볼게. 포인트, 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 포인트. 먹게, 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 먹게. 루시오, 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 루시오. 루시오. 나이스!
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
thank you to all the fans that support us. Overwatch League channel just hit 1 million subscribers. We wouldn't be here without you, so thank you everyone.
Thanks everyone for getting us to 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
앞으로도 계속 쭉 봐주세요.
시카고. Hi everybody, Danny here. Overwatch League YouTube is popping off. Let's keep on going until we reach 5 million, even 10 million in the next couple of years, hopefully.
Appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you for getting the Overwatch League channel to 1 million subscribers, and I hope you keep supporting us.
Thank you so much.
What's up, everybody? It's Reinforce here. Thank you so much to the first 1 million users who subscribed to the Overwatch League channel, okay? We did it, all right? That was the cool kids. But don't miss out. You still have a chance to be part of the first 1 billion subscribers to the Overwatch League YouTube channel, all right?
Wow.
So get in there, subscribe to the Overwatch League YouTube channel. Thank you so much for everybody for subscribing, supporting the channel. And let's get the next pack. Let's go.
오버워치 리그 유튜버가 이번에 100만 구독자 수를 찍었는데 정말 일단은 100만 찍을 수 있게 도와주신 리그 팬분들한테 정말 감사드리고요.
오버워치 리그가 있기 때문에 저희도 있는 거고 저희가 있기 때문에 또 오버워치 리그가 있는 거기 때문에 이제 저희도 더 열심히 해가지고 오버워치 리그 더 승승장구할 수 있게 노력해보겠습니다.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was too busy checking out the Overwatch League's 1 million subscriber. We did it! We made it to the promised land of success. I'm proud of every single one of you. Thank you for being subscribers and following us through it all. Here's to 100 million subscribers.
앞으로 더 많이 봐주셔서 200만 달성 되기를 기원하고 그다음에 앞으로도 자주 봐주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Cheers, love. Zoe here. I want to thank you all so much for your support and helping us achieving this beautiful milestone, 1 million subscribers. We obviously couldn't have done it without you, and we hope for many more years of your support. Like and subscribe. Thank you so much, Zoe. Back to me. I always wanted to do that. What a coincidence. But back to the Watch Point Desk game break.
We're living
just
in it.
living in it. That's true. It is also a Sparks world, and we're currently living in it. What an explosive performance so far from this squad. Let's talk about how they got it done. Gushue getting that player of the match, so lots of smiles coming from your corner of the desk.
I mean, it's the spirit of Anaheim.
It is. It's
Anaheim. The Primal Blade is back at it again. I mean, another outstanding performance by Gushue, and this is what we talk about. One of the best Winstons in the league, and here he is playing some of the best Overwatch in so many years of his. I was very impressed by the Winston play throughout there, shutting down the Bastion.
Who would have thought?
The Bastion comes out from London Spitfire. I will say, it didn't really work out, but I loved the pick coming out from the London Spitfire there with the Bastion. But yes, the Hangzhou Spark, the amount of pressure they put on the London Spitfire, it was not only suppressive with Shy on the Sojourn, but just the aggression with the Winston. Alfie on the Reaper has some massive moments as well. Tiru always flanking, dealing damage, forcing out abilities. This Hangzhou Spark team is looking scary, Costa.
They are mechanically one of the best teams that we have remaining in this league. They just seem to get picks, get it done when no other team really can. And a fun fact for you guys.
All right.
The Hangzhou Spark got 175 final blows in this entire series. The London Spitfire only got 95. There was an
almost double.
There is an 80 final blow difference from this series, and you wouldn't have thought about it with how close this series was. It's very back and forth, and that's to give credit to the London Spitfire and the way they play the game. Very smart players, playing around, playing to their win conditions. But the problem that they ran into in this series was Hangzhou Spark, and in particular Shy, just have too much firepower behind them. They couldn't really react the way they usually did.
Yeah, I want to give a ton of props to the London Spitfire because they tried their heart out and they tried to put so much pressure onto Shy on this Sojourn. But as you just described with the final blow advantage, how much of a fight can you reasonably be expected to put up when you have the best Sojourn in the world against you? Shy with another massive, outstanding performance for the Hangzhou Spark. I don't know who's going to be able to take him down. I don't know how you deal with this threat. Yes, Hardy might not be one of the best Winstons we have, but he did a really good job with his Primal Rages. He did a really good job with that Winston play. So I'm looking forward as the Hangzhou Spark move on. They're going to play Kalush next. They're going to play Mikey, the San Francisco Shock. Will they be able to prevent this? 13.7 final blows per 10 minutes. 14.7 charge out kills per 10 minutes. This guy is an absolute beast.
I'm going to call him a robot. He might be an AI at this point because he is just so consistent with how many kills and final blows he gets. Time after time, he just opens the fight up with a kill. If he can keep doing this, the San Francisco Shock are in trouble.
And I just love how little time it really took him to excel so much on one of the newest heroes we have. This Sojourn is popping off, and Sojourn has been so integral for the win condition of all those teams in the playoffs. So I can't wait to see more from Shai. Let's see what he got in store for us next. But we do have to take a moment to really appreciate the London Spitfire and how far they've gone in this season. Because quite frankly, coming into the season, they were considered a bottom team, and no one, I don't think, would have.
Yeah, we both
exactly. And I don't think anyone would have expected not only them making it into the playoffs, but they also walked away of this playoffs with a Role Star award, with a Coach of the Year award. Like, that team had one of the biggest out-glow-ups.
Christopher said it himself in his coach's interview that we had for him when he won the award of they were criminally underrated players, and I underrated them. Johnny did. A lot of the community did not put respect to their names. Huddy in particular, who was a role star, many of us were surprised when he was re-signed to the London Spitfire after a poor performance in 2021. But he turned it around, showed that he is not only just a Reinhardt player, but he has a ton of versatility in his back pocket. I think the London Spitfire should be very proud of what they've accomplished, top 6 in these playoffs. And then I'm looking further forward. What can they change about their roster going into next year? What can they add to go even further?
I think you put it really well there. And I'm also happy with these playoffs. They were able to dispel some of that stuff about, oh, they're not good in tournaments. They're not able to make these deep runs. They're good in the regular season, you know, with meta shifts, they adapt early, stuff like that. They proved right here in the playoffs as well, with a top 6 finish, that this is a team to be reckoned with, and I'm really looking forward to see more of them next year.
Yeah, and I think you speak for everyone in the community. I mean, did London Spitfire entertain us, everyone?
Oh,
they did.
I think they did.
Of course.
I think they did. What a joy it was to watch them succeed and make a run through the playoffs. So thanks to the org and to all the players for the show you put up for all of us and the fans at home. We couldn't have asked for a better last showing. So it is time to say goodbye for now, but we hope to see them again next year in full force. But before we move on to our next match, we are thrilled to be able to present another Overwatch League 2022 season award. It is time for one of my personal favorites. It's our Alarm Rookie of the Year award. And we're blessed to have an abundance of talented rookies in the league, but one player stood above all others. And if you weren't convinced before the playoffs, I think you should be now. The winner of the 2022 Alarm Rookie of the Year award is no other than San Francisco Shock's Proper!
Of course, I'm joined here by Danny, and this is yours, by the way, buddy. You want to give that to him?
Oh, just do it right now?
Give it to him right now. Let him hold it on the arm.
Proper, this is yours.
There you go. Wow. All right. Proper, want to ask you a few questions. Obviously, this is a very important award. You've had a great season. What does it mean to be able to win the Alarm Rookie of the Year award?
자, 오늘 일단 올해 신인상 받으신 거 너무 축하드리면서 이 알람 올해 신인상이 이제 프로퍼 선수에게 좀 어떤 의미가 있나요?
일단 오버워치 2 처음 출시되고 이제 처음 신인상이잖아요. 이제 그거에 대해서 좀 많이 감명 깊은 것 같아요.
Definitely means a lot. Just because, mainly because this is the first rookie award after the Overwatch 2 launch, so it definitely does mean a lot for me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you are a Role Star. Now you are the Alarm Rookie of the Year winner. Are you trying to win all the awards this year? Or are you just stopping here?
자, 방금 제가 뭐 알아들으신 것 같긴 하지만은 이제 이번에 롤스타뿐만이 아니라 이제 신인상 이제 여기서 멈출 것 같으신가요? 아니면 더 모든 걸 다 싹쓸이 하실 계획이신가요?
일단 노력은 할 건데 그래도 이번 연도는 좀 만족하고 있고요, 개인적으로. 근데 다음 목표는 MVP니까 이번 연도 못 받아도 다음 연도까지 계속 열심히 할 것 같아요.
Right, I'm definitely going to keep trying my best, but I am pretty satisfied of where I ended up this year. You know, even if I don't get get more awards this year, I know the end goal is to get the MVP. So maybe I'll look forward to next year, but I am pretty satisfied of where I am right now.
Hey, tournament's still going. You could still very well win the MVP. All right, last question. For the fans, you have so many fans, but you have made a lot of new fans as well. Anything you want to say to the folks here and also to those watching at home?
제가 지금 너무나도 수많은 팬들을 보유하고 계신 표퍼 선수라서 카메라 뒤에 계신 많은 팬분 또 여기 지금 계신 팬분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이번 신인상 다들 저 뽑아주셔서 감사하고 저 다들 좋게 봐주셔서 너무 감사드리고 그에 맞는 보답드리게 되게 최대한 열심히 노력해가지고 이번 마지막 프로 성적 우승해보겠습니다. 파이팅!
Right, thank you so much everyone for the support and thank you so much for voting for me for the Alarm Rookie of the Year as well. I think I'm going to repay all this love and support by, I guess, trying my best throughout the whole playoffs and try to win everything. Thank you guys so much.
Win the whole darn thing. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your Alarm Rookie of the Year, San Francisco Shocks, Proper! All right, we'll go ahead and send it back over to Zoe and the rest of the desk. Break it all down for our next game.
Thank you so much, GB, Danny, and of course, Proper. To be in the same venue as that God Gamer, gotta say, I feel like I climbed the rank just by looking at him.
You're sort of fanning yourself over there.
It's getting hot here. Don't tell my husband, but I'm
People thought you got here and like you scan the QR code, you get the skins, you get the all tokens, whatever. You also climb in ranked.
True.
You also get like a couple skill levels in ranked.
Probably factual correct. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, couldn't be more deserving. Honestly, this award, he has fought so hard from the very get-go, and I feel like he was in all of our radars heading into the league very early on. I was like, that Proper guy though, and here we are.
I mean, this guy is a generational talent, all right? Already knowing when he was in Contenders last year, we were like, all right, we gotta prepare ourselves because there is no... Players like Proper don't come around very often. Like, they come around like once every 5 years. This guy is so special. He might just like, I don't know, win like 3 MVPs in a row. If he's going to be someone to do it, it is him.
And I have to agree, he's absolutely deserving of the Rookie of the Year, but I know a lot of other people, including myself, we're looking at him for the MVP for this year, and I think he actually deserves it. That is the amount of impact he's had on his rookie season nonetheless as well. So he has so much flexibility, so much power when he's in the server. I've talked to so many coaches and players, and they say every time that he is in the lobby, you know about it. He has that difference. He is consistently taking over the game, and I expect him to do that for many years to come.
And it's so much fun to watch that happening in these very playoffs, just due to the meta we have right now, being able to have him on a hero like Sojourn, absolute playmaker, really able to turn things around and be that carry for the team, which other metas haven't allowed for players to do, but this one does. And I think we can expect great things moving forward from Proper, our Rookie of the Year award winner. Now, it is time to shift gears and head into our next match setup. Dallas Fuel and Houston, Texas. Man, are we in for a treat. The fact that we get that here in the playoffs on the second to last day, I mean, again, Sean, thanks a lot for the script writing. This is really top-notch at this point. Battle for Texas, long history here, of course. And, you know, I mean, Houston Outlaws, they've been somewhat of a kryptonite for the Dallas Fuel roster.
Yeah, throughout the history of these franchises, it's gone very back and forth. And for this year, you would say, oh, Dallas Fuel have gotten the better end of the stick. But that's actually not true. Every time these two teams have faced off against each other, it has gone in the way of the Houston Outlaws. And it was both at Dallas homestand. The one that we saw at the beginning of the year when the Houston Outlaws shocked everyone by taking down the Dallas Fuel. And then very recently, we went back to Arlington and the Houston Outlaws were able to take down the Dallas Fuel in a meta that was also good for them. Can the Houston Outlaws do it once again on land against the Dallas Fuel, who should be the favorites in this
And you saw the match history there as well. The first one of the year, that was a 3-0. That was dominant. The 3-1 as well. The Houston Outlaws came out on Zarya, which is Hanbin's best hero, and just like demolished the Dallas Fuel. There is something in the air whenever we have these two teams playing. I don't know what we're in for.
And I love the fact that I somehow sensed that Dallas did not expect to actually face off against the Houston Outlaws here.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, I was like, oh, gee.
we were expecting someone else to knock you out. No.
I mean, they could have picked them. Definitely wouldn't have done that. So, alas, here we are. They have to face their arch nemesis once again, and we're here for it. Now, in Leveling Up, presented by Butterfingers, we do want to take a look at, guess what? The Sojourn head-to-head for this match.
You have to. The Sojourn is so impactful in this meta, and both of these players have had up and down throughout the season, but Merit is the one who has been standing out for me so far in these playoffs. And just look at the numbers, it backs it up as well. The Dallas Fuel is a well-rounded team and they play as a hive mind, but when you have someone of the caliber of Merit on that Sojourn, he is the finisher for the Houston Outlaws. In the past, they've been known to fall flat when it gets close. Merit has taken that away from their game.
And I would say that the Houston Outlaws, they need an X factor in this meta. We've seen the Dallas Fuel, they have just absolutely destroyed teams. Most recently against the Seoul Dynasty, just swept them in brutal fashion. If you are the Houston Outlaws here, you need something up your sleeve. And Merit on the Sojourn, that could be it. Or you could look to maybe with Dante on the tank.
I will say as well, though, the one thing that the Dallas Fuel do better than anyone is Fearless on that Winston. Merit is going to have a monkey chasing him down with the Primal Rages time and time again. How are the Houston Outlaws going to adapt to that? And can Dante match that level of aggression and pressure that Fearless
Dante Winston? Come on, it's Dante Winston.
We keep doubting him, and here we are, Johnny.
I believe in it, Dante Winston. Come on, man.
I honestly believe in you now.
What can't he do?
You can't doubt Dante at this point. He's done it time and time again. Every time we doubt him, he comes back stronger. So maybe if we accept it, it'll finally hit his ceiling.
No, but I was about to say, like, maybe we should continue to doubt him because maybe that fuels him.
Okay, Dante.
Maybe he needs us to do that
suck.
for him.
Any doubters? Any doubters?
Doubters in chat, perhaps. Let's see how our Preds look like. If there is any doubt of the Houston Outlaws' ability to once again take the Dallas Fuel down.
Oh.
Are we getting booed right now? This turned.
I thought I was going to like the live crowd, and I'm not liking them as much anymore.
No, I actually asked the fans on Twitter, and the Outlaws fans, they were like, we don't want you to predict the Houston Outlaws. We're doing great, all good without you. So there you go, Outlaws. I'm not predicting you. Dallas Fuel is the better team. Come on now.
Yeah. I mean, there's only one way to find out how this one is going to go down, and that's by actually playing the match. Anaheim, are you ready? That's what I thought. So once again, for all the action, we're going to hand it over to Uber and Mr. X.
Well, guys, we knew that one town wasn't enough for the two of them. That's a matter of record. But one state not being enough, big enough for these two teams. I guess that's a fact now as they've carried their rivalry out of Texas. And again, Houston and Dallas are going at it in the most important battle for Texas of the year.
Right, and a lot of things would lead you to believe, you know, the Dash with their prediction. It makes a lot of sense that the Dallas Fuel are the favorites in this matchup. But the Outlaws, you know, in a live environment, have beaten this team twice already. Merit is playing the Sojourn at like a league best level, which is one of, if not the most impactful hero at the moment. So, you know, although the Outlaws are a bit of an underdog, like, I think they have a real shot in this. And I think Johnny kind of hinted towards it. Like, Dante on the tank, like, if there's any type of, like, pocket strategy or anything you kind of have, like, in your back pocket, like, now's the time to use it. We see how flexible he is. So maybe we see something different at certain times.
I know we've had our predictions throughout the year, and you were even sort of justifying maybe a Dallas Fuel pick. I'm done betting against this team, though, in this matchup. They always seem to have something a little bit special. I'm sure they brought something for us here today, ladies and gentlemen. Anaheim Convention Center. Make some noise for the Houston Outlaws!
And there has never been a bigger battle for Texas than this one. A spot in the winners finals on the line. And I think if you're the Outlaws, you actually come into this matchup with just a huge advantage in terms of you have to know that the Dallas Fuel in the back of their mind with it, however good they're playing, know that like you're their kryptonite, that they have not been able to get by this team all season long.
In the Dallas Fuel's very best metagame, the one where they were head and shoulders above the rest, they still fell to this team. And no matter what tank's been required, it's always been Dante leading from the front. We could not believe he stepped up and he gapped Hanbin in the Zarya matchup in that metagame. That blew our minds. And he stepped up in a huge way on the Winston. Hardy acknowledging him on Twitter saying, hey, you're a Winston legend, man. Neither of those players obviously having played so much Winston prior to that. That's what's so impressive about this guy.
Yeah, Dante putting a lot of just main tanks in a really rough spot going into the offseason with how well he as a flex DPS has transitioned over to the role.
And now, across the stage, time to bring the heat for the Dallas Fuel!
And on paper, like this team is one that should win it all, right? There's a bunch of different variations of the Dallas Fuel over the years. This is the one that you look at as their roster and how complete it is, and like there's really no excuse for this team to get it done.
There may never be a better time for this team than right now.
Oh, going up against Houston, man. It is such a crazy matchup, and it's wild because a lot of Dallas's, best moments throughout the year is having Hanbin in the lineup, right? It's not a bad thing you got Fearless on the bench, who's one of the best Winstons in the world. You bring him in and just kind of slots in so easy for a meta like this. For me, I think this series really relies on like Edison. You cannot allow Merit to do what he's done to every other team in the league on the Sojourn and not pay for it. Edison has to have like the best series we've seen from him throughout the tournament on this stage right now.
Dante's made his way through one Dallas Fuel tank, but a second quickly steps to take his place. A different style, a different pace, where the Outlaws have been able to keep in step with the meta changes and with their opposition. It is up to the Dallas Fuel to demonstrate to us why they are the #1 seed in these playoffs and the hot favorite for a championship. And I mean, the Outlaws would love nothing more than to continue the trend of serving them a fat L.
And I think the first map in this series is like way more important for like the Dallas Fuel, because you know how difficult it's been to get by Houston all season long. Like the crowd at least seems to be like pretty pro Outlaws, in the building here today. To where you lose that first map, there's a ton of pressure. And mind you, you still have a team like the Shock and the Spark down there in losers, who like the Spark, they played Dallas really well. The Shock seem to be surging. Like, this is the first map is so key for the Dallas Fuel here.
The Fuel know the target is on their back, and in a matchup like this, so is the Monkey. They need to shake off this losing streak against the Houston Outlaws, be done with that for good to clear their slate heading into a grand final. The Outlaws always standing in their way. I'm expecting a big one here, Matthew, especially with how Merit has stepped up in a huge way, Matt. Didn't start off the year by making waves, but it didn't take long, especially when Sojourn was in the mix, to start showing us why he is top flight.
And Nepal is a really interesting map to be going towards first, because like if there's some like cheesy tank stuff, like we've seen like Reinhardt May in the mix here at times. Like I know Dante has shown that like on certain maps and points he'll play the Orisa. So Nepal, there's a few different points that you can actually run some different types of compositions.
Yes, Pelican with the threats and Abyssinian in chat. Love to see that. Don't know if the Dallas Fuel can translate.
And we don't talk a lot about, well, we haven't talked a lot about it in a while, but like remember there was a trade with the Outlaws and Soul Dynasty, creative for Iris, and you were wondering like how that trade was going to go on. Like Pelican and Iris were two of the hottest, free agents really. They come over from the Atlanta Reign, and this trade has actually worked out amazing for the Outlaws.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, on Nepal. Another battle for Texas, this time for a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, and you see Fearless like jump up, kind of look like he's going to go forward into the opposing team, then back out. Oh, That's an Edison railgun shot. It's not enough to finish Pelican off. The cleanup is there.
Fielder had the kunai to follow it.
Oh, that is a very fast team kill in favor of the Dallas Fuel as they wipe the floor with the Outlaws to take the point.
2 final blows for Fielder already. We've talked about our favorite Kirikos, the more aggressive ones, the more passive ones, and the ones that can be in between. Fielder being hailed as the latter of those. Can balance his offense, and he is healing very effectively. Great opening here. Fearless taking an absolute slogging from Pelican, but Edison's there!
The point actually flips here though, Mitch. The Outlaws actually get control of it. I wonder if they can like kind of keep this going for a little bit.
It's the early pressure on Fearless, I think, that forces him away and puts the Dallas Fuel in a position where they have to give up a little bit of ground, but now they are regaining it bit by bit.
Yeah, as Elliot really aggressive. They want to push in, try and get some stagger kills here towards the end. Dante not in a great spot there.
Fielder already has Kitsune Rush available. 40% ahead of Creative in that metric. And usually the team that loses these fights gets more healing because they're just getting pummeled, but Fielder, apropos of nothing, is ready to let that one go straight away.
Kind of like this decision from the Outlaws though. The first 2 fights go way too fast. They kind of get away from them. Let's take a breather here, even if you're going to give up some point, percentage, right? Like regroup, kind of get the same page of how you're going to take this next fight.
Merit's looking to get himself on the board here as well. Nothing to his name thus far. Absconds to the high ground here, disrupt the shots, both thrown down, but it's Edison who gets brought to heal by Dante. Still, Sparkle is putting a lot of pressure on, and that Kitsune Rush makes him a killing machine. Back to the point, sound barrier now expiring, Fearless clinging to life. Fielder going to be brought down by the Death Blossom here. And the Outlaws are able to muscle their way in, but by God, already 82% for the Dallas Fuel and counting now as this fight extends. A lot of catching up to do.
You know, this point though, like now that you've kind of like gotten support all out on both sides, right? Fearless no longer with Primal. There's a pathway here for the Outlaws, right? You know, maybe the Dallas Fuel, they start to like funnel a little bit. Merit can easily pick 1 or 2 players off, you know, with that overclock. And then you're looking at Dante with a Primal Rage. If things get a little bit scary, keep that point going as Merit's trying to find some damage at range. Disruptor Shot going to get a ton of value in those doorways.
He's in prime overclock territory right now as well, Matt. Great vantage to leverage that ultimate. Fearless doesn't really know what he was looking for up there, maybe just to get the position. Dante's Primal Rage though. Flailing fists be flying, and Chio is already out of the picture for the Fuel. They're stuck here now. They may as well commit. And so far Edison goes for that overclock. Merit now will do the same across the map here. Edison having to reposition a little bit. Can he find Merit right now? He takes a round and a second. The Fielder's going to be there. The protection Suzu a little bit too slow, but he's able to at least get the elimination on Dante. Dallas are in a position to flip back here. Dante's gone. Dallas have that tank advantage, and they're back in control.
Yeah, you lose your Reaper and you lose your Winston. Although Merit picks up a kill, it's almost impossible to flip that back as getting close to OT scenario. You're going to have Kitsune Rush on both sides available.
You're hearing that now being spammed by Creative. He's saying, I've almost got mine as well. Gonna lay some roads here. Oh! Fielder with the kunai! Merit doesn't see what's coming. Pelican trying to play as much as he can on what remains of the road, but the Fuel are taking the fight to him now. Pelican can't touch.
As Pelican Wraith forms away, you actually have the TP from Creative directly to him. You know, they use the Suzu right on top of him, maybe kind of cancel it early, see if you can bait him in, fight it back. But nobody there to contest. So I think the Dallas Fuel's aggression really, you know, the Outlaws were not able to deal with it early on. I think it started to see it get a little bit better from the Outlaws, and they slowed the game down a bit.
Merit, once he got that first overclock online, started to have some impact. Rough couple of fights here. This is Fielder, Matt.
Dude, this has to be a sick shot, because we were watching it from, I believe, Merit's POV.
No.
Oh. The double dink.
Yikes. Here come the Fuel very quickly, asserting themselves on the left-hand side of this map. Playing around that mega health pack. It looks like Pelican's making an appearance here. They're going to try and pincer the Dallas Fuel. Sparkle's already out of the picture now. You know exactly what's going to happen to Fielder. Yeah, he has to swift step away. Great start for Houston. Dallas quick out the gates, but expose themselves.
Yeah, they kind of like get over towards that mega health pack and they get there fast. And I don't think they expect the Outlaws to actually kind of take that fight in that position.
Sorry?
The Edison connected to the headshot of Barrett as Barrett was just poking out for some damage. The Outlaws take the point, but this may not last long.
Houston still want to play in the choke here, but Dante overstays. He's welcome. Edison thrusts himself onto the point now.
Oh, dude, we were talking like Edison, and he's had these type of games throughout the season, but you need to have it now, and he is clicking.
Charging up yet another rail here. This is where it starts to get difficult for the Outlaws. They're eventually going to make their way back in. Let's check on the ults here as Fielder is decently ahead of Creative towards that first Kitsune rush. Edison is... Yeah, he's almost to his first overclock here. Dante's taking a ton of damage already. There already had to be a protection, Suzu, to get him out alive. And now Dallas are living life in the fast lane. They're going to run the Outlaws into the ground.
That Soldier 76 or Reaper coming out of there. The Kitsune Rush is able to fire so fast. It's Creative, he gets Edison, but I mean, it is all Dallas fuel right now.
Not bad from Eric there. Yep, the Outlaws know they can try and clap back. Dallas have given up a lot of ground though. Really hard to punish with this map architecture.
I don't think you can actually like even take advantage of this, right? I mean, Fearless is going to have Primal, Edison would have the overclock.
Here it is. Merritt, can he get away from this one? Trying to slide away. He's able to evade Fearless, who ducks his head in frustration. Edison has an overclock in play right now. For the moment, it's pressuring Dante down. He's low. Edison finds the kill. Now he's got a safe pocket to operate from. There's no way for the Outlaws to get back into this round.
And the Outlaws Kitsune Rush, they actually flip the point during that for a little bit. And Dallas just backs up. They don't care. They take that side where, you know, the mega health pack is. They use the overclock from that angle. And Outlaws, by going to take the point and getting behind the Kitsune Rush, they actually just kind of leave themselves just out there in the middle of the open for Edison to just pick them off.
Sound barrier to deal with here for the Outlaws. That could be an issue. Merritt's going to go for the overclock here. Pelican is able to find Fearless despite the sound barrier being in play, but it's going to be a trade somehow. Dallas able to get fighting and getting Lastro. Merritt needs to find something and he comes up with the goods. This should be the Outlaws now getting the touch. Getting back in control.
Yes, disruptor shot just there on the high ground.
What?
Ooh, okay, pretty clean there. Creative able to find 2 headshots with some help from Lastro. I think you have to be so careful if you're Merritt in this situation. You know, Fearless kind of lurking around any corner. Edison has been playing very well, landing these shots consistently. So maybe they can try and bait, you know, maybe get a player weak, bait them into this Death Blossom from Pelican.
He's going to might have to do it into a Kitsune Rush though, and that's going to be the case. Here come the Foxes. Sparkle's already found Creative with a Death Blossom of his own. What a key pick now. Creative, no chance to build that ultimate up. Just when the Outlaws would have needed it. They're going to have to regroup and go once more. And I mean once more.
Yeah, Dante's just gonna, he has Primal. Looks like he's playing for a mega health pack, and then he's gonna have to get back on and touch.
98 now. 99, there will be a touch by Lastro, albeit barely. Can he keep himself alive? The wall ride, yes, he's gonna keep him there. Dante's bubbles is fine, he has to leave the point. Who's gonna stand up now? It has to be Pelican just dipping a toe in the lava, but Creative
gets one.
Fearless across the map. Here comes Dante now, he's low on health, but he knows he can contest. Great walk instantly coming out from Sparkly, doesn't want to deal with Pelican right now. Dallas losing Fearless, so punishing, and the Outlaws solidify their hold.
Oh, Creative getting that one pick. Just the beautiful juggling of the point there by the Outlaws. But that Kitsune Rush down to
Merritt!
Yeah, you can't push through that, and Merritt gets one. Now the Outlaws want to push up, try and get an advantage.
Fielder a little low. He has to back up. 70% to 99. An overclock here could be devastating. Both teams are going to have the
sound barrier from Lastro here as well, which could be massive because the way they're kind of posturing Dallas, you know, they're playing for this Kitsune Rush. You may actually only get one.
Again! Headshot on Sparkle is pretty big, but Kitsune Rush is still in play, trying to do what Fearless is getting in his face, but Pelicans doing work in the back line. Only Fielder able to get involved in that fight for Dallas, and they may not have time for another. Edison definitely feels that way. He gets nailed to the wall by the railgun. Overtime's here for Dallas. Sparkle can't stay long either. He's booped off the edge. Gio trying to contest, buying some time. Fearless coming in on the Doomfist now. There has to be a touch, but Fearless is set over the edge. It's just Gio. Fielder going to get back here in time. Gio eventually has to succumb. Edison won't be able to touch here. No chance. And Houston even it up.
A huge round win there for the Outlaws to bring us to one final point here on Nepal. And we have seen both Creative and Fielder get really involved in the kill feed. Able to come up with big headshot kills time and time again. Right there, Creative at the end, able to defend the rest of his team, get a good use of the Kitsune Rush, and pick up a kill. Take a look, Fearless here. Look,
there was a reason.
He used to be a DPS, now he's a tank, It happens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to Shrine.
Trying to defend Fearless because he joined our lobby that one time to try and play.
That's true.
He was a little bit too ISR for us.
Yeah, no, didn't really work out. I think Johnny invited him, actually. Cheeky. All right.
This time the Outlaws actually kind of bully them back off of the point, right? It's going to force the Dallas Fuel to come in and engage, and that is so filthy.
That's what you're looking for.
You can't push in now if you're the Fuel, right? I mean, you lose, obviously, the healing that Krika provides, but that brief moment of immortality, the damage, especially with how good Fielder and Creative have been picking up some kills. Just Merit able to land those shots. I mean, it's such a difference maker in a matchup like this.
Here comes the Fuel again, this time a more circuitous route. Fearless Bubble has been destroyed now. Dallas trying to bully the Outlaws off the point, but they are trying to buy time, a little bit of space here for Edison. Dante really weak. Merit playing pretty cagely around the corner there, that disrupt the shot, trying to force him away. Edison trying to build up a railgun, he takes a big hit there,
have to go.
He could be in trouble. Pelican's coming from it, there it is! Lastra was felled and Dallas find the vulnerability.
The Outlaws had such a small window there where Dante gets hit and he takes a ton of damage. They're actually able to heal all that back up. Dallas, it was Fearless, Fielder, and Edison all take big chunks of damage. The Suzu was out already from Fielder. They needed to push in at that brief moment, but they wait a little bit, and they're not able to use their own Kitsune Rush, right? And Dallas uses theirs, they start to back up the Outlaws. That allows Dallas to heal to full.
It's go time for the Outlaws. Sparkle getting blown to smithereens at the start of the fight. You don't even need a Kitsune Rush for a kill like that. Edison is able to chime in at the very least, but Dallas have two supports rather, one DPS left, not enough. The Outlaws are in the lead, and it's climbing.
And that's quite big for the Outlaws. Now, you use your Kitsune Rush, you use your Primal, you see it just kind of waste out there at the end. But Dallas, you don't have the overclock now, you don't have your own sound barrier, and the Outlaws already are about 60%. The Fuel, with just kind of the use of their ultimate to put themselves in a really difficult spot to turn this.
Primal up here for Fearless. Sound barrier, though, is going to be a problem for Dallas to work through. Sparkle mid-fight will have that Death Blossom online. Here's the overclock from Merit again. First pick could be huge. Fearless, though, heading for the hills.
Yeah, he takes a ton of health there. He just gets hit with a headshot there.
They got the sound barrier.
Yeah, by Merit. Yeah, they got the sound barrier, and they kind of feel that's good enough.
Back in we go. Pretty early detection Suzu there. It's not going to be available for a minute, and they might need it here. Here comes the Death Blossom. Sparkle trying to come in from the lane.
They push right past it.
Edison is down at the start of the fight here. Sparkle not finding any value from that ultimate. And what else do the Dallas Fuel have to work with? A player advantage for maybe a moment. Dante's gone down. No tank, no bubble deployment available for the use of Outlaws, but they've got Pelican pushing from the front. There's Merit over the top with a rail. Gio trying to keep his team unit here. Edison has returned back to the fight. Fielder, Kunai, throwing him out there. Edison really extends quite far forward there. Dallas is just contested to try and keep it in overtime, but I got bad news for you.
Pelican can't find him!
Sparkle brings Pelican down. Dante trying to hang on. He can't. I don't know how Dallas pulled that off.
Well, it's a Kitsune Rush. You have Fielder, Chio, and Sparkle still alive. And Chio is just so slippery, just on the wall, just dipping and diving out of the point. And you get Fielder with a TP through the wall, able to heal him. They're not able to close it out. That was the Outlaws' chance.
They've let Dallas get the foot in the door here. They're going to want to close this out quickly, or this might start happening.
Is it usable?
It's never not. Pelican trying to round the corner, get an instant headshot. They'll take that, though. Edison ate too many Cheerios for breakfast, apparently. Last throw feeding him. Here's the rush, and here come the Outlaws. Dante in a position to go for a primal rage here. Sound barrier now expiring from Dallas. They have to give a little bit of ground here. Kitsune Rush now out of the picture. Fielder building up towards his next one. you get Dante off this backline, they have the Suzu Sparkle to keep him alive, and the bomber gets thrown down at the perfect time. Dante brings Sparkle down, and Fielder is now out of the picture. He was so close to that Kiriko ultimate, and there it is. Geo is a thing of the past, and the Houston Outlaws, they aim to make Anaheim a lawless place too.
And you just talk about everything that's happened between these two teams all season long. Dallas, top of the standings, winning events, right? But it's this team in Houston that's caused them so many problems. And to drop that first map, the Fuel have to be having flashbacks.
14 final blows and 8 deaths for Merits. Absolutely blowing up the Dallas Fuel, especially in that last round. We thought they had a foot back in the door. Turns out a couple of charged rails can reverse your fortunes real quick. Dallas would want to figure out an answer to this real quick, otherwise it'll be 0 for 3 for them in Battles of Texas and a fast track to the lower brackets.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Not too many blemishes on Dallas Fuel's report card this season, but when they come up, they always seem to be the same shade of green. And I'd be green too if my opponents had a player like this on their team. Merit pops off in map 1.
It doesn't seem like they've ever had an answer for him throughout the year. I mean, his sojourn has just been on another level. You know, depending on where you think like Shy ranks, you know, maybe when Shy is on his game, it's just insane exciting. But Merit has been, especially against the Dallas Fuel, almost unbeatable, it feels like a raid boss.
Merit is part of the peloton of a couple of Sojourn players that are getting, you know, like 20 final blows per 10 at best. Shy 22, he's the only player that sort of falls above that band. Like, it's like Merit and Proper and all the usual suspects sort of below that. So he's absolutely in that top 4, I would say. Really shows up in that first map. And, you know, we brought it up briefly. We said that this is a match where Edison has to step up. And we don't mean just like Edison's been very, very, very solid throughout the course of the season, but in the Sojourn role, you really have to reach these kind of peaks, and you have to have an outsized impact at times. At least, if you're going to keep up with someone like Merit.
Look at the field of teams left, right? Shy, Proper, Merit, like, you know, it does not, none of them are going to be easy outs in that hero. And I think when you look at all of these teams, right, and obviously they all have their strengths and weaknesses. I think everybody at this point has kind of gotten a grasp of like where we are at the meta and how to play. And the teamwork is there, right? And you're not making as many like individual mistakes. The big kind of game changer is those Sojourns jumping around a corner, taking somebody's head off. I mean, we were in the back watching London Spark, and we were just like laughing at time and time again. Like the Spark, the Spitfire just ran a corner, or Shy just taking somebody's head off, and that's a fight win. The same thing going on here, because like Dallas looks really good in terms of like their dives and Shio, you know, being able to like live for so long and fielder. But when you're fighting the player down most of the time, it's good for nothing.
So is their greatest sin this season to not have a disgusting Sojourn player on their team?
Edison can get to those levels. It's just not, like, it seems like, you know, how many times can you count, you can probably count on your hand how many bad games we've seen from Proper or Merit, like all season, right? It's just you rarely have them. And in big moments like this, right, where we've seen Dallas Fuel in that live environment, you know, sometimes not bring their A game. Like, this is a big moment. Like, you're going to the grand finals after this, right? Like, this is a team that's guaranteeing the spot there. You are having everybody fire at all cylinders. Like, if the pressure was on at those previous lands, like, the pressure is up to 1,000 right now.
What if I told you at the start of the year that Houston Outlaws were in the grand finals of the Overwatch League 2022?
I would have said we
family show, Matt. Family show.
I would have said we went WWE and we were writing it.
You've been a kayfabe, as they call it.
Yeah. Right.
All right. It's on the table. As is a phrase often coined by Houston's constituents, it is always Houstonable, but
you looked at
they
the
look
team,
very good.
And you were wondering like what was going to go on in the tank role, right? And Dante has turned into, like, obviously we knew he was an incredible player, but just an incredible find in the role, and he just seems like such a natural fit, as the map choice will be the Dallas Fuels, it will be Kings Row.
Down to start on defense here. The Outlaws look to continue to build off the momentum from that first map. A lot of pressure already on Sparkle. He has to rate and exit stage right.
They give up this space and they back into the corner. So, you know, like a disruptor shot could be really big here, force them out of this like sight lines and right into where Merit wants to shoot from. Are they gonna give up the point?
He's too low. He had to get a protection, Suzu, just to get back in the fight. He's clinging on to life, somehow being kept alive. How do you do it, Fielder?
I mean, Fielder generates so much ultimate charge off the healing Fearless from basically death. But you give up 95% on the point though, Mitch. You give up 2 ticks.
That's the price they pay to be able to regroup after a weak start to the fight. You see Sparkle's Wraith form get forced early. You know they're not in a great place to pressure Dante.
It's a break.
Oh, you've got to be kidding! Edison inventing 3 kills as well as light bulbs, I see.
That's going to force the Outlaws back. That'll force them to wait even longer.
What a lovely little play. Again, just takes the initiative, decides to flank, catches Lastro there mid-flight. Barrett, though, has got some of that up his sleeve as well. What a great pick on Chio here. It's going to be a Kitsune rush, though, from both sides. This is about to get extremely messy. And Edison able to take Pelican out of the mixture now. I don't want to be here if I'm Dante, not dealing with the Reaper. Edison's the one that finishes the job. He must have hurt us.
And to lose your Reaper while you're using that Kitsune rush is so tragic there for the Outlaws. Like, because he's the one who benefits off it the most, right? You know, Reaper gets lifesteal for doing damage. You know, all of his cooldowns, you know, pretty important to be able to survive. And not have the Reaper there to put it down, that is massive, and that is not where that one wanted to go.
No, great defensive disrupt the shot there from Merritt. Yeah, no one's going to jump him in that position. Here's the overclock though. Merritt living dangerously. Trying to slip slide out of there. Creative takes a glancing blow from one of those rails, but it's going to put pressure on the healing capacity of the Outlaws. Here's the sound barrier now. Fearless hanging on. Lastro seeing better days though. They're trying to go for the Lucio, and they get Creative as a bonus. No supports, no healing left, and still Pelican goes for it! He's gotten 3! And it's still not enough, not right yet anyway.
No, he's just gonna get back in line of sight of Creative, and now they're gonna go on in. They actually used their own overclock during that as well, did Houston. And this is the benefit of only needing 1 tick.
And there it is! All Houston needed was that play from Pelican in what looked like a lost fight, right? Any other day.
I mean, you know, a lot of the time that is a lost fight. I mean, the double kill with the death blossom there from Pelican, a few players low via the overclock already, but still just massive kills. That unlocks the point, and you'll get the payload moving here. It's the Dallas Fuel, they want to play close.
Sparkle forced back a little bit early here. Merritt trying to use the payload to break line of sight if possible. Keep this Reaper off him, he has to slide away now though. The Outlaws staved off from the choke for the next couple of seconds. Fielder has a Kitsune rush. He's waiting for some sort of push here. Sparkle's a little low, but he doesn't want to use Swift Step. Edison, though, again solves the problems before they materialize.
Yeah, somebody is weak on Dallas, and I think Pelican went to go kind of finish that kill off. They really, I mean, at that point, the Outlaws were playing for their Kitsune rush. They're just trying to, let Dante take some damage in the choke, you know, farm up that via some healing. So, you know, not a huge loss here for the Outlaws, because you're going to come back here now with both teams having the rush.
Edison, what is he doing over here? Okay. Ready to receive the Outlaws push. Dante trying to pressure him out, but Edison refused to be backed up.
Lastro getting close to beat.
Suzu there used, Lastro building it. Chio not too far behind either. Edison has an overclock though if he gets that early. It could be curtains. He tried to line up Lastro there, but Dante gets in his way. Fantastic disruption here from the Primal Rage. Creative is low. Here's the sound barrier now. Dante crucially does not get it.
They back up. And look at this. Dallas are going to concede some payload progress. They have their own sound barrier.
Here's Johnny.
Oh, nice disengage here from Houston.
I don't know how they get away with that, honestly. Fearless is the cat amongst the pigeons there.
I think they just read it completely, that Fearless coming right back over the top.
Sparkle wraithing, they're trying to catch him here. Pelican, he's hungry, all the way to the back line, and here's the spin to win. The Fuel can't quite get away from it. Sparkle gonna fall to that ultimate. Fearless having to jump away, and I actually get Dante. There might be some fight here, but Pelican somehow, extrasensory perception, feels Chio's coming and takes it down.
You still got this Reaper in the mix. You are good to go if you're the Outlaws. They can just kind of keep Pelican up at the front. That'll be a disruptor shot, just trying to force them back into that corner. As both teams with another Kitsune rush.
Chio's back. Dallas back at full strength here.
They gotta wait for Dante.
1 minute and 7 seconds on the clock here for Houston. They definitely need a good fight here. The Fuel have the Death Blossom plus Kitsune Rush combination. That could be a little bit scary. Here's the overclock from Merritt. Pelican takes too much damage, has to Wraith out of the fight early on. Creative now going to go for the Kitsune rush of his own. Fielder a little low. Here comes Sparkle up the stairs, and he's found one. Lastro should be enough. And he'll have the chance for Dallas now to hold off the Outlaws. 37 seconds left.
The Outlaws still in this. Even though you're down below 30 seconds now, you'll have Primal. You're going to get a sound barrier out of this too. And I think if you're Houston, as soon as you get that beat, I think you get aggressive behind it. I think you've got to get right in Edison's face.
Oh, Merritt. Something took him very low there. 14 seconds. Houston have to figure it out now. Dante bubbles, but there's a teleport to the high ground. Sparkle didn't want to let Dante perch up there, but he has the Primal Rage. No risk of dying right now for him, but he has to return to his team, and Merritt. Oh, Merritt! Fearless chases him down. What great follow-up on that hit there from Edison.
Soundberry gets everybody alive on Houston.
But what's left? No more ultimates. Dallas, they have the latest Soundberry. They have the durability now, and they're going to use it to its fullest extent. Pelican is 1 health and just trying to stall the card. That's just not going to be enough.
Yes, it's a really nice... So Edison's getting actually primaled by Dante. Hits him with a shot and gets Dante like scared and low and has to like back out. So now he doesn't have to deal with the Winston anymore. Rounds the corner, looks up to the high ground, and he hits Merritt with a shot. Like it was really fast, but hits him with a shot, gets him low. Fearless already in position to finish off the Sojourn. It's a really nice play there from Edison. One, backing up the opponent tank, getting him out of your face, but then also getting that shot that leads to the kill on the enemy Sojourn.
So, formal apology to the Dallas Fuel for even remotely implying that Edison did in fact not have a disgusting Sojourn, because he is 10 final blows for 1 singular death, out of a total of 21 for the Fuel.
I mean, nobody is like really kind of like, you know, questioned, I think, Edison's skill and where, you know, it's just the consistency and in these big moments, right? In this first half, he has shown up. Also, like, the first point on Nepal, he was disgusting. I got a little bit quiet after that, but he plays, you know, even half of what we just saw in this, you know, first half of Kings Row. You love your chances for the Dallas Fuel.
Dallas Fuel have put themselves in a really great position here.
What do you think about them giving up that 2 ticks here at the start?
So Winston-based defense compositions often have to give camp progress to regroup, right? Because often the Winston gets out of phase with the rest of the team, and if he does rejoin them, he's probably low. It's kind of hard to have consecutive fights as defenders with
nobody plays like Spark, where Teru's like, no, on the balcony of the hotel behind the other team.
Oh, they're saving that for later in the day. Don't worry. Edison, another flank! Another headshot! Merritt absolutely reeling, in the Outlaws now have the absolute stuffing knocked out of them. Not even a Pelican play can save them now.
And I, you know, because it's just a wipe, you're not even going to have a chance, I think, to fight this again, as the Outlaws are just going to have to play at the choke, and this is going to be a very difficult hold if you're Houston.
Merritt has 1 final blow on this map so far.
Not great.
It's been shut down. So I'm going to watch now, definitely, as the Outlaws need to rely on some of their star power to stabilize this increasingly sticky situation.
I feel like I'm watching Search and Destroy. Yeah, he's peeking here through the window, trying to find an angle.
All right, Merritt being able to charge up here again. He wants to be very safe and in a position to find that insta-kill. Edison playing a little bit closer to the front lines here. Here's the Kitsune rush, and there go the Outlaws.
They had that so early.
They're going, they're not stopping, they're not stopping! Pelican couldn't get away, he turned tail, Wraith walk, no, the field were too fast, running roughshod over the rapidly retreating Outlaws. They're not done running away.
And Merritt stays there because he's actually just trying to get a kill. Unlike maybe an exit, right? You get a kill, you're gonna have that advantage coming back for a fight right before the game would end. But man, you get that Kitsune so much faster than the Outlaws because of how that first fight went.
This has already gone from bad to worse for the Outlaws. 2 consecutive fights lost, and it already finds the Dallas Fuel knocking on the door to the Foundry. And that card 2 meters away. Somebody's going to step up. I understand the reluctance, but Say play the game. Katuda rush here now from the Outlaws. Edison acquiesces, gives a little bit of ground. Dallas are more than happy to let that ultimate go and regroup again.
Yeah, because, you know, Dallas, they end up using their overclock, right? So they don't want to push directly into that. So if we trade overclock for a Katuda rush, you'll do that all the time.
What's he cooking? What is he cooking? Here's the Death Blossom from Pelican. He's going to be redirected back towards his team. No, he gets nothing for that. Another wasted ultimate.
And it's Suzu that helps everybody on Dallas stay alive. They get that brief moment of immortality and move back around the corner.
Dallas are torturing the Outlaws, picking them apart stitch by stitch. And here comes the needle now. Sound barrier for the fuel. They're going to get the cart moving here. Pelican's going to have to step up and contest, but it's a scary situation. Sparkle, Death Blossom! That'll do it! Pelican able to shut him down there. Chio barreling into the middle of the fight there. You can see Pelican's the only one sat on the card. Creative trying to keep them topped up. Pelican has to rate the way. Here's the Kitsune rush and Creative is down. Pelican follows. And the Dallas feel absolutely stop. The Outlaws on Kings Row.
I got a feeling we're going to be here a bit with this one.
Get comfortable, ladies and gentlemen.
Dallas, they tie it up. Their map pick of Kings Row.
17-1 for Edison.
Edison popped off that game. So, you know, you were wondering how they were going to respond after map number 1. He showed up big time.
That is a flatter deadlift for Edison on Kings Row. What a way to shut down everybody who doubted. Merit still comes out of that map with the one singular final blow. The Outlaws cannot maneuver him into a position to find success. That was, as Matt would put it, extremely unclose. As the Dallas Fuel even up the series now, heading into map number 3. This one could get messy.
Guys, there you go. We've got the first week of APAC out of the way. It has been a long time coming. We're finally able to do it, and it feels great to be back.
Who are you diving on in? It just SMGs him down, looking for more damage out, and he's finding for sure.
Top, there's going to be the grab coming through. They lock the Employed. It's an easy headshot here for him in 3. Continues to look for a little bit more. 2 minutes now remaining. Time drained down by half as MN3 is unleashed. What a beautiful shot there on the Legion and Con. And Shanghai Dragons, they need to reset now. This is just time being wasted. Where are you going, my friend?
Jeez, what's going on here? MN3
stones him from above.
Double Reaper is arrayed against them. Come to a point and dare to face our Goth army.
Oh, the shock, hoping to reap what they sow. The coalescence to pressure the gladiators back. The sound barrier used to counter the Death Blossom duplicate of Sam. He heads back, 99% for the shock if they win it here. It won't be it. Proper, the dent has been made. The gladiators fall. It's not shields up, it's brooms up. Shock will take the game 5.
And that is a mastery of tactics and continuum of play from the San Francisco Shock.
Victoria shifting its attention from playing with his team is where Boston looked their best. Now with this fight win, and they stagger Decay, that is big. A 5 versus 4. They've lost Valentine. Happy is back on the Widow and his headshot 2 people. Alert, 911. Happy has killed 3. Crimso is down. Boston barely have any heals. Pocket get no help. The sound barrier is too late. Boston have flubbed the bag. I can't believe Happy clutched that.
Hello, 911, I'm gonna need an emergency brain because it's headshot after headshot after headshot from Happy coming out at the end of Kings Row. I'm getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu right now, and Boston Uprising are feeling pretty miffed about what just happened. He crazy, man.
They actually managed to take the high ground, then link up with LPE on the top, but now they have to push the payload. We're into OT. Shanghai reclaimed high ground. Burno's on the ground. Yeah, they are going to touch, thankfully. But the rest of the team's cut off. Look at Iron's positioning. He's still back in spawn.
Yeah, Alpha, you're going to get jumped on here. The tag visor is available, and Lip is going to pop that. They put a lot of heals out on him, the nano boost as well. Lip's gonna find 1, 2, 3 kills, looking for a lit more, and he's gonna get all 5 members. Gets the team kill, gets the ace to go ahead and close out Eichenwald.
Here's that wall. Sparker playing from his side of it until he gets close enough to get at the Ryan shield. Sound barrier for both sides, but Pelican not benefiting from it there. Another big shatter from Hardy. Beautiful stuff. Merritt's knocked to the ground, and Piggy's not long after him. Cleaning house, this man on the Reinhardt. Ooh, okay. I mean, 5 kills? That's filthy. That's Hardy for you.
Hardy representing main tanks everywhere.
She'll start the shout and the blade from Sparkle with it. Now that their flow target so high, and deflect on the heart.
Courier's in the back hole. He takes the double shot. Edison with a 5K. That's what you want to see.
Gio demands shears. That's a move of Lucio.
He's getting unreal value right now. What is this?
But it's confidence in one-man army at the front.
Lucifer Blue. Well, we said let there be light, and Edison made it happen. In fact, he made it shine through both sides of the Outlaws players' faces, drilling holes in them with those railguns. And he was the subject of conversation, I think, after that first map. We said, you know, what's going on with this guy? Can he step up? This is an unequivocal answer. He absolutely can.
He was insane there on King's Row. It felt like he couldn't miss the entire game. It's a huge map. Even this series up. I gotta say as well, during the commercial breaks, we hired GB to work the crowd. He's actually working people. We got people doing push-ups. We got people sprinting.
What is this, like basic training?
Yeah, he's taking the Danny Lim personal trainer course. He's got people out here doing it in the front row. So with the Outlaws' next map pick, they actually will take us to Route 66. Another really good map for Soldier, right? Long sightlines. And I kind of think like you kind of have to play that game if you're the Outlaws. Where like, look, like if Edison's gonna do that for 3 maps against Merit, like you're probably not another pathway to win the series, right? Like you're gonna have Merit play better and step up, which kind of historically we know he can. It's gonna be a slugfest between these 2 players.
The first 2 maps were any indication. Both of these teams are of the caliber to make this game go all the way. Oddly enough, we've seen the strong sides of both of them respectively. Do we see them at the same time on Route 66? That's the question we have to ask. As an Outlaws pick, they have to be feeling good about it. This is a map for Dallas that was absolutely one of their very best during the Zarya meta. Things may have changed now with a different player helping to tank seats.
Well, I mean, it's not like they went from Hanbin to a nobody, right? Fearless is just incredible on the hero. Hey, Hero 36 tomorrow. Don't want to miss that. We won't miss it because we'll be here. But you guys will be in the building, be watch. I mean, that's going to be an awesome moment.
I have no idea what to expect, actually. I'm ecstatic about that. Another battle for Texas, this time delivering, this is what we've been asking for much of the year. What was it, a 3-0 and a 3-1?
Well, what's wild is like whenever in the past you mention like, imagine a battle for Texas finals, or imagine you just kind of like...
Yeah, then we usually throw a wadded up piece of paper at each other and go back to actually doing our job.
I mean, this is, for both of these franchises, such an important match, right? For the Outlaws, it's like this win, like, we've always thought that the Outlaws could compete. This like officially means that they are in the conversation always, where the Dallas Fuel, I mean, since their inception, right? So much hype in season 1, not a lot of living up to that hype. And then it's taken a while for them to get in this position and have that opportunity against the Outlaws.
Well, they marketed well, and then they got good players. That was the trick. Dante down early here, so Edison is able to help Dallas sort of break free of this somewhat close hold. The Outlaws can't get started quite yet.
No, it's Edison takes a body shot there from Merritt, but he'll back up around the corner as it's time for the Outlaws trying to get something going. Dante goes in really deep at trying to create some space. Nice bubble though to allow himself to get out.
Early rate here from Pelican, he cancels it, realize there's still some more work to be done. Dallas, okay, they opt to give this ground. They don't expect Edison to get taken down, but as he retreats to the girls, he opens himself up there to Merritt.
And every time I feel like we're on with Merritt, like the shots he's hitting are extremely difficult ones. Like you think of the jump shot on Nepal, they'll turn the corner as one of the ones that stands out so far as they take on top of big girls. I like this from the Dallas field. You don't want to give up back position.
Eddie's returned to the fray now, 5 versus 5 as Dante cops a big hit. One way to announce your returning presence as a Sojourn player. And of course, Kitsune Rushers are now on deck for this next fight. We're about to have an injection of Octane. And both teams go for them, and Sparkle's able to find there at first. What a key pick. There's still the threat, of course, of the Reaper of Pelican, but Dallas seem unperturbed by any of that here.
And Houston actually uses their Kitsune Rush. They still have Dante and Pelican still alive, so maybe they feel like they can win.
They don't get value out of Pelican being in that as far as we can tell.
So Pelican is actually the one at that time who's not on top of big girls, and he's actually moving the payload. And I think what Dallas realizes is that he's not going to be able to make it back, or he's going to have to use like significant movement abilities to be able to make it back there, and they have a window to opportunity to attack. They decide to use their rush and push the issue, and it's a really nice play there from Dallas.
What a big result for the Fuel to sort of win a fight there, in which the volatility of Kitsune Rush is always a concern. Dante, big hit on him. Edison connecting player after player. Man, this guy is accurate. Primal Rage coming in now. Whether he can escape that or not remains to be seen, but he's still healthy enough according to the scoreboard. And here's a sound barrier now for the Fuel. Fearless able to find Lastro before he has a chance to beat, but off the edge goes Sparkle. That helicopter's touching down in the wrong postcode.
Yes, Pelican's going to use his Death Blossom. That's going to be down near the payload. That doesn't result in anything. It looks like it's going to be Fielder and Chio is able to make it around the corner with their life. Don't think this is another opportunity, though, for Dallas can attack. Dallas with a pretty good defense. They get it under a minute, but it'll be the Outlaws who take checkpoint A.
Great moves from Lastro there, denying Sparkle any chance to avoid being instantly eliminated. And he keeps the sound barrier into this next fight.
The Outlaws, like, unintentionally end up keeping that sound barrier, right?
Yeah, Lastro, he didn't Ajax, right? But he didn't have a chance to use it.
And because Creative lives through a lot of that, he builds up another Kitsune Rush.
Merritt backing up here. Dallas probe a little bit. It's not enough to keep the Outlaws' heads down, though. Counter dive. You see Dante go, but they've already lost Lastro. Edison was able to pick him out of the mix somehow. And Dante making a rapid exit now as well. Chio will harry him along the way, but unlikely to be able to find the elimination on the Winston.
For a second there, I was like, you lose Lastro, which obviously is your sound barrier, but you have to have an idea you have like a significant advantage, right, in terms of support ultimates. Like, could you have tried to bait them into that choke and use the Kitsune Rush and come back in with the Reaper? Might have been a possibility there.
All right, Creative realizes he needs to use his own rush here. Dallas get the jump on them. But the Outlaws are about to back away to a degree. Pelican turns around. Lastro, he got picked up by Sparkle. Pelican, just trying to get damage where he can, but it's not enough to secure any sort of kills, and now the rush has expired.
They get Fearless, though.
Pelican trying to hang around on the cart. Chio's able to fire in. Dallas doing very, very good. They're making this extremely costly for the Outlaws to advance here. Dante's having another go at it, this time with Primal.
And I think they're holding this sound barrier, the Outlaws, to kind of combat the sound barrier that was on the Dallas Fuel. But like, Lastro's had this when Chio is at like 40%. You probably would have actually got another beat at this time.
Primal there from Dante, must be frustration. Unclear what he was trying to achieve there, as it looks like he was annoyed at getting booted back again. So he decides to get a jump reset with the use of that ultimate. Fearless doesn't have that luxury right now. But Dante's not putting a ton of pressure on him.
This is so weak. They have the sound barrier.
He's going to have Primal, though. He's going to be able to bring this into the next fight. He might not even need it. Creative is brought down. Yeah, Fearless has to give up his life there, but Dallas got exactly what they wanted from that.
Well, now the Outlaws, they have that advantage in terms of that sound barrier. Again, this is a long time holding on to this beat. You kind of look at the rest of the game and how it's gone, you would have missed out on maybe like 1-2 sound barrier.
Well, Pelican gets the information he wanted there. And Edison gets the kill instead. I know which one I'd take. Now he is committed.
Yeah, I mean, you've held on to this sound barrier for what has to be like 2 minutes at this point.
There's nothing going on for the Outlaws outside of Merit right now. He's actually... was the only player with a final blow? I think Lastro got one right by Environmental.
The Outlaws haven't had a great opportunity to use it, where they actually probably get value on everybody. But you would have had another one by now, right? So maybe there would have been something you could do. This will be the sound barrier. It's going to connect with everybody.
This has to be it for the Outlaws now. They'll start by moving the payload up, but how do they pressure the fuel to committing to a losing fight? And there may not be one! Creative out of the picture already, and Merritt is in trouble. He's getting shot from above as Fearless is rounding on him. Takes him down with the long-range tase, and now Pelican's forcing the raid from on the card. It's Lastro from the high ground, but what can be done about a problem like the fuel? The Outlaws get booted out of Route 66. Not a great start.
Yeah, they get checkpoint in, they get almost to the second point, but they get no use of their Kitsune rush there at the end. You had numerous fights for a very long time where you didn't get used to your beats, so two really key ultimates. One, you just kind of like have at the end, you're not able to get it off, but the sound barrier for me, that is one that you'll probably look back and like, you know, there had to be a way to use that to be able to get another one, right?
I mean, the numbers definitely don't tell a flattering tale for the Houston Outlaws. On the fuel side, Spark was actually taking a much more active role here and securing a lot of these final blows. 8-1 for the Reaper player on the fuel side.
I wonder if we see the Outlaws take a different approach on defense. Do you play up inside of that car like we saw the fuel do for a little bit? Do you play around the corner? I think teams still kind of trying to figure out what they want to do. Specifically, I think some teams feel more comfortable than others. Certain situations where it looks like the Outlaws be playing close. Take a look from Edison's POV here. This has to be the shot on the creative.
Watch him line it up.
And I wonder, like, you know, it's creative and Merit there. Like you don't even know who's the intended target.
He slides away from what could have been an insta headshot coming back the other way there. So the timing there captured by our replay op. They've been close. So no surprise, right? Outlaws take a close fight here.
On a pick at the beginning, maybe to hit a biotic grenade, force out the protection shoot, doesn't connect from fielder.
Edison's charged up here. He wants a bit of a flank. Oh, okay. The Outlaws, they're wise to it. Edison will have to take the more conventional route, it seems.
It's fine though from the Outlaws, right? If they're not getting payload progress and they're not really kind of forcing the issue and picking up kills, you can kind of play this 50-50 game all day.
Sparkle pretty exposed in the front line right now. Having to pull out Geo as well. A lot of damage being dealt here to the fuel. And Edison hasn't managed to find an opener quite yet. Well, there it is. Speaking into existence, I suppose. Chio's gone down for the fuel, but again, just trading here favors the attacker as they're so close to their own spawn. Now, losing Fearless is another issue entirely. Dallas want to keep slugging their way out of this first part of the map.
Yeah, no, that's a huge loss. If Dante would have been able to live there, you had Primal, like maybe there's a world in which you continue to fight, but the Outlaws, they burned some time there at the start. They'll be able to come back at another fight here on top of the girls.
It's great. It's a good start. Again, it's going to take something a little bit more.
Chio scares you, man, when he pushes this far.
He's perpetually limit testing, I feel. Very, very aggressive. On the Zen, I mean, it's the same story, really, just in different ways. Kitsune Rush on board for both teams. You're gonna hear that a lot this weekend. Here come the Foxes. Creative out himself out, dodge a rail that came his way. Perhaps good fortune. Dante getting shredded a little bit there as he goes briefly face-to-face with Spark, who lets the Death Blossom go immediately. Dante safe from it for the time being, but Merritt can't avoid the flailing fists of fury. The primal rage of Fearless brings him down. And Edison goes for the overclock here. Dallas, look, they get a bit of solo queue on. They just bust out all their ultimates there, but the Houston Outlaws were slowing them up. They need a break three of the molasses holding him down.
Yeah, as creative falls here near the end. So 4 minutes on the clock. for the Dallas Fuel. Dallas Fuel end up using all their ultimate to do so. I think if the Outlaws, you have to recognize that. You have Primal, you have Overclock, you're gonna have Death Blossom. You gotta play close. You gotta play close with this choke. You know, force some really tough fights.
And Merritt definitely someone to look to. Pelican as well, struggling to get involved in many of these fights. Well, he's going to try and do it the old-fashioned way. A very direct approach, but he runs into Fielder, who swift steps back to safety. And somehow Dallas get Dante on the back there. Pelican considers lingering a while longer, maybe trying to slow them down, maybe find a kill. Realizes that's unlikely here, and Dallas are allowed to break out of the choke mat.
Yeah, they've made Dante's life very difficult on this map. Time and time again, able to finish him off with whether it be a railgun shot and then some follow-up from Fearless or Sparkle. Is the payload going to go under the underpass?
Dante being sent on a mission there by the looks of things, but Dallas have given up the high ground for now. Merritt not able to find connection, but Edison does again. He is outdoing his opposite number. Merritt needs to try to find a way to even the score right now, and there it is. Fielder is down. The Outlaws, don't forget, they lost their Reaper, their ability to stand on the cart and fight, being compromised, but Merritt is able to find Edison now. Fearless wants to pressure him away, but Merritt's got a lot of healing, and Dallas are likely to peter out here. Merritt saves the day.
When the shots matter, he comes up. I mean, that is big time there. You don't have your Reaper, you're able to pick up both those kills. So look how close the payload was to getting on home. As that was a Kitsune rush. You kinda dodged that with the Outlaws now. But the Outlaws, they had a support ult advantage for a lot of their offensive side. They were not able to capitalize on it. You know, let's see if they're able to do so here. Because the clock is dwindling, Mitch. I mean, this is doable.
2 minutes, it is doable. 2 long fights might almost be enough to account for that entire time bank. Making good use of these support ults will be crucial. Dante a little bit low at the start of the fight. He needs to be tended to now. Kyo has the sound barrier up. Dallas have some support ultimates here. They've got a lot of offensive tools as well. And Edison ain't a tool, he's an absolute weapon. Pelican once again falls flat. And the Outlaws are going to get absolutely kicked out of this map. That'll do it!
Dallas Fuel, 1 map away. Edison lights out the last 2 games.
Right here! Let's go!
And I think the Outlaws, for me, you got to get you got to get better value out of some of these support ultimates. You're just not getting the same amount of value that you're getting, you know, from your Kitsune Rush and sound barriers we're seeing on the other side with Fielder and Chio.
The Outlaws are being ground down on these attacking grounds. They are not penetrating far enough into these maps. Dallas have figured out that Winston-based defense. They are stalwart. They are staunch. Houston had better figure it out real quick, or it'll be them fighting in that lower bracket, lengthening their road to the grand finals even further. Stick around, everybody. Map number 4 is right around the corner. within the next 2 maps, one of our teams in this match will take one big step toward hoisting this trophy. That's right. More than just pride on the line, ladies and gentlemen, as is always the case here at the Overwatch League playoffs. The winner of this match will advance to the grand finals.
You see Dallas, they're locked in. They are ready to go as the Outlaws, they make their way back on stage. And you know, both of these organizations want that trophy so bad. I know Tasmo and Hastro, since the Call of Duty days, they love winning. So, and they've cared so much about Overwatch, tried to dive so deep in and try and have a team that is at this moment. So, gotta feel good for both sides in this one. So it's sad somebody's gonna get locked down to losers.
Something isn't clicking for the Outlaws on their attacking sides, Matt.
So I actually think the Outlaws played really good. I just think they're if you get the support ults in line, we easily hit a game 5, I think. Like, I think they're playing that well with the way they are. I really
That's simple, you think?
I think it's that close of a series that you get your support ults in line here. If you're Houston, you obviously get another map selection here, which looks like at the start, will be Coliseo, although we haven't seen a ton of it throughout the weekend, just in our last series than now. But I think you're right there. I mean, you kind of look at that game on Route 66, and in the time that Shio got 2, close to 3 sound barriers, like last year got 1 off, and even the ones that he's getting off, he's waiting for like the absolute perfect moment in the last fight. He's got it going in, and they hold on to it for so long that it only connects with himself, Lastro, and Creative and Dante. So like, you're not able to get a good use of that sound barrier there, where it's got to be faster.
You give a window for Edison to pick up one of your players before you have a chance
to. You lose your Reaper and you lose your Soldier before you even get the sound barrier.
Not good enough. Not by half, ladies and gentlemen. They're still in it though, as we head to Coliseo. Another Houston Outlaws map pick. A bit of a legendary map for this team especially. Cast your minds back, I want to say kickoff clash, right? Pelican on the Hanzo.
Oh, yeah.
The 4K, I think that saves them right at the last moment. An incredible moment. The atmosphere was unreal.
You've had so many games, they just blend together into one big moment.
So, filed somewhere between Paris Eternal, Washington Justice. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I feel you.
I only have so much storage. I've had to delete some.
Yeah, you're still operating on a floppy disk, man. I don't know what to tell you, mate. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last map that the Outlaws will have the chance to pick in this series. They had better make it count.
It's going to be a dance off the start. We see these teams just poke and poke and poke. You're trying to get a pick with a Sojourn early on. You can see this stall out for a minute or 2 at times. It can get pretty dangerous.
Tentative.
Poke out a little bit, yeah.
All it takes though is the one opening. Somewhat harder to find without Genji here, who normally sort of leap on a half health target and expedite this process a little bit.
Sparkle gets a big hit there. They have the backup.
Too much on the line for the Outlaws to take any risks here. They know the meme as well as any of their fans. Here come the Fuel now. They want to force a little bit of action, and Edison's able to force the Outlaws into this small corridor. Dante. Oh, Dante. He's able to get out just.
Yeah, you get some protection Juju and get some healing. This Pelican can test the bot, so does not go anywhere just yet. Dante's so low again.
Yeah, they get him in the front line. Creative not able to keep Dante up, and he himself will fall. Now to surge ahead and set up the next staging ground, the next battle line here for the Fuel.
And if you're the Outlaws, there's no reason to panic until they get that first checkpoint. You just cannot give up the checkpoint first. That is your main goal here. But you got that Kitsune rush with the way that Edison is shooting right now. It's so dangerous. You gotta take this back quick. Oh, Merit takes a big shot there from Edison. Lucky not a headshot.
Outlaws able to patch that one up pretty quickly now. Dante surging ahead, not overcommitting though, wants to play close to the choke until now. Here's the Kitsune rush. Somehow Sparkle's able to be kept alive, but Fearless may be in trouble here if he gets pressured any further. He's forced to take to the skies. The Outlaws are able to get a player down though with that ultimate trade. Now they have to find it elsewhere. Anderson! Dante careening through the air is able to take him down, but exposes himself there to Merit for a moment. It's not punished, and he's able to find the frag in the end.
The bot will continue to move in favor of the Dallas Fuel. Like we talked about, it usually can get stalled out at the beginning of the map for an extended period of time. Still a lot of time on the clock, but this is not good for the Outlaws. Like getting so close to getting that first checkpoint. If you're the Outlaws, like you're staring at the battle like 3 fights in a row in your favor to get this bot about equal the other side of the map.
Well, that Lastro sound barrier is up, Matt, something you pointed out. Gio uses his, Lastro hoping to create an opportunity for the Outlaws to win a fight with a beat of their own, and they get it off a little late, but the timing's perfect for them. Pelican comes in for 3.
I mean, there it is, right? You just cannot be too picky in the sense that, you know, maybe you can kind of push it a little bit and try and hold on a beat throughout that fight. But right there, you're able to kind of kite it out a little bit, use your sound barrier later, and then you get a good death blossom. They're not going to be able to chunk down Pelican through, and you win a fight.
That seems to be the plan, right? Yeah. Try and have the later sound barrier.
Oh, yeah.
That also means you need to try not to lose a player in that window.
Well, they have a lot of cover. They have high ground advantage there, so
seems like a safe spot for it. Can't get away with it all the time, and we saw that on Route 66.
They need a pick here. Houston in the worst way.
Only 14 meters to their name so far. Dallas very wary of Merit, potentially looking to find an off angle. Edison trying to close that off. Sparkle was low, but it's going to be a Kitsune rush now, so that healing output going to be amplified heavily. Creator doesn't have one. He can't get his teammates out.
Oh wait, what? Merit just flies in, kills Fielder.
Is that enough, really?
No, you gotta get out. You gotta hightail it here if you're the Outlaws. And I mean, they're catching players off here. Oh, Creative waiting for the Swiftset to come up.
Oh no! The Outlaws look a little bit uncertain about how they want to play this, Matt. And as a result, they've given up the first checkpoint here.
I think they can sense it a little bit. Like, you start to feel it getting away from you a little bit. And you start to press and try and, force things that aren't there.
Here comes Dante straight back in, but Edison has the overclock. He's being hurried right now from the rear by Pelican, who's able to find a killer Wraith Walk, so Sparkle comes in with that Death Blossom. He's able to remove the offending threat from the Dallas formation. They ain't stopping here, man.
That's the checkpoint, and then some. And you've got the sound barrier here for the Dallas Fuel. If you're the Outlaws, you're in a situation where you need to dump everything you have almost into every single fight, and they don't have a ton.
Fielder forced to step away here. It looks like the Fuel are happy enough with the lead they've been able to accrue now.
Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at the Outlaws having to win like 3 to 4 fights in a row to beat this, or get close.
All right, Merit, time to stand up. Sound barrier comes out, he's down to 8. Edison just picks him up. That's primary fire, getting that kill. Dante drops down, and you better believe Edison surgically removing heads from shoulders. Talk about a mad scientist.
Oh, I mean, look, you are, in one of the biggest moments, arguably the biggest moment in your career of Edison, against one of the best players in the league on the hero, and outside of that map 1, you've been dominating the matchup.
You can see the desperation now. You can feel it from the Outlaws. Dante throws himself with the bot here. Merit's able to get rid of Fielder. No Kitsune rush available for the Fuel in this fight. They're better off just backing away if they can.
Yeah, if you're Dallas, there's no reason to just throw stuff at this, right? Let them come in, use Primal, let them get the bot back. Because you're going to be able to take this fight again. I mean, look at Dallas, right? You're going to come up to spawn because you've gotten the checkpoint. You have that forward spawn, right? And you're going to be able to fight this right at the middle of the map. You're going to give up nothing extra.
You get to play in neutral ground and regain the lead and some if you win. Kitsune rush here. Lastro creative, they're going to land their support ultimate. They're not taking any chances. Pelican, dual Maelstroms passing by one another. Pelican able to find one the ultimate, but Edison takes him down. Pelican exposes himself there in that Death Blossom animation. The Fuel have to back away. No Fuel, no healing. Lastro comes in, boxes Sparkle's ears. Now be Fearless out of the mix. The Outlaws finally able to push up.
And they got to chase this. They got to pick up these kills to allow them to get a little bit more payload progress.
Dangerous, dangerous for Dante. Bites off more than he can chew, but creative.
He hits a shot on the way down there. Yeah, he hits a shot on the way down on creative. They're going to get that kill.
Dallas already have the bot back and they're pushing now. The Outlaws, it's a full-scale retreat for the remaining players. They need to group up once more. Gio will shuttle Edison back into the fray.
In Dallas, yep, this is a good move. You move the bot into Houston territory, you back up, you allow your team to get back at full strength, and you fight again here in the middle of the map, and guess what? They have the sound barrier. If they want to drop this here and push that bot even further into Outlaws territory, they can.
Ready to fight. Dante has the primal range here, enough to close the gap first. Maybe force Dallas to fight inside confined spaces, but Pelican's already down. He's already gone! And the Fuel now push up with this sound barrier. It's all too easy. There's 2 minutes left in the round. The Outlaws are hanging on by their fingernails.
You get performances like this from Edison, well, it's going to be tough to beat for anybody here. As Dallas, you got that bot moving. A minute 45, you had a shot at a full map completion.
They're going to have 100 meters on the docket here. Close enough now as Dante's able to intervene finally. Sparkle, they're getting caught out. Lastro able to find him. Vera wants to circle around, deal with Gio as Phil goes for the Kitsune rush. Dallas investing here. Gio, ever the aggressor, up to 8 final blows and 2 deaths, by the way. Just astounding aggression on that Lucio. Dante wants to try and gum up the works a little bit if he can. Fearless low, disinclined to use Primal here, I'm sure.
No, but they end up having to use their own Kitsune Rush to the Outlaws and just not able to get enough damage down to get things going. You're looking at the stats. What do you? Well,
Gio has more final blows than Sparkle and Fearless put together. This guy is absolutely unhinged.
He's a maniac, man. I mean, he's like out of view all the time. He's on the walls, he's up high, he's doing damage.
Taking Bloodthirsty to a new level, and he's getting his fill this map. Lastro thinking about the sound barrier now. Probably gonna have to happen now. Dante a little bit low, but he's able to keep him up in this fight. Dante, the headshots from Sparkle are just too strong in the front line. And the Outlaws get bowled over. Strike!
Oh, it seems like anything the Outlaws try and do, it is not enough. 15 seconds to go. The Outlaws are gonna be able to get a touch here, but man, this would be an insane run back.
7 seconds left. All that separates the Outlaws from here and a berth in the lower bracket. And Sparkle says no! I'm flushing you down the drain! Dallas Fuel are done with the Outlaws by all appearances. Lastro's forced away from the bot. And we have our first finalist! The Dallas Fuel will have their chance to burn blue in the biggest match of the year. It's been a long road, and they're not done yet, but they've got a seat at the table.
And just dominance. You know, doubt could have crept in. You lose map number 1 to a team that you have lost to in person time and time again throughout this season. And you could have let that just kind of sit in the back of your mind, but they come back and they beat the doors off the Outlaws for 3 straight maps.
Well, that begs the question, Matt. Who now remains that can truly challenge this Dallas team?
I tell you what, I would not want to play against Shy and Gushue. I mean, like, coming into this event, like, the Hangzhou Spark, you're like, all right, yeah, we'll see what happens. And once you see, like, Sojourn Winston, you're like, you know, Gushue Shy, pretty good. It's a pretty nasty combo. So they're still going to have to get by Proper and Co. with the shock, but I would not be also surprised to see the Outlaws make it back. I think the Outlaws are going to go back. They have some time. They play tomorrow, right, against the winner of Shock Spark.
They have some time.
They can go back, review some of this footage, and you think you're going to get better performances out of players like Merritt, right, who have been there all season long. Outside of that map 1, I mean, Edison was unbelievable.
Yeah. A slightly slow start to the series for Edison, but as it turns out, it's just a blip He turns up on the biggest stage of the year and shows that he absolutely must be included in a conversation of elite Sojourn players. That is a drubbing by the Fuel. There's always a sense of, oh, the Outlaws, all important matches. Sometimes Dallas show that little bit of weakness. Their defenses are what has blown my mind across this series. Both payload maps, they're just completely dominant in that. It takes a heck of a lot of coordination, a lot of grit, a lot of skill to make these Winston comps work, to almost shut your opponents out on these payload-based maps.
And it's interesting, you come into the playoffs and you're like, man, the Dallas Fuel are so strong because Hanbin on the Zarya and all the other tanks that he's played throughout the year. He's looked absolutely incredible. By the way, you still have this guy Fearless on the team, right? He's able to jump in and play the Winston at a very high level and lead them to the grand final.
Come and take it indeed. The Fuel basically have one hand on the trophy at this point and see if it'll be theirs. Let's head now down to the stage for a winner's interview with Danny.
Mr. Matt, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by Edison from Dallas Fuel. Give it up for Edison, everybody. What an amazing series and what an amazing job, Edison. I just got to start off this interview. Why are you so good? 자, 첫 번째 질문입니다. 왜 이렇게 잘하시나요?
뭐 항상 잘해왔기 때문에 긴장만 안 하면 이 정도는 할 수 있다. 네, 그런 것 같습니다.
I've always been good, you know, if I'm not nervous, I've continuously been this good anyway. So yeah, that is for you. You guys killed it today. I do want to ask, because after, I think it was Nepal where you guys lost the map against the Houston Outlaws, it was just all Dallas Fuel. So, you know, what were some of the, difficulties that you guys had in Nepal, and how are you guys able to overcome it? 자, 오늘 승리로 끝나긴 했지만 첫 번째 맵인 네팔을 내주면서 그 다음부터는 어떻게 보면 좀 압도적인 경기력으로 오늘 달라스가 승리를 하지 않았나 생각을 합니다. 네팔에서 좀 어떤 문제점들이 있었고 또 그거를 어떻게 해결해 나가셨나요?
저희가 이겨야 할 궁 상황이면 원래 항상 이겼었는데 그때마다 저희가 실수를 해서 졌기 때문에 궁 싸움만 좀 잘해 나가면은 저희가 이길 수 있다고 판단을 해서 궁 싸움에 좀 신경을 더 많이 쓴 것 같습니다.
I think it was, what it boiled down to was the alt fight. I think we, every time we had a situation where we were engaging in an alt fight, we were sort of taking a loss in Nepal. So that was the major problem. So moving forward after that map, we really wanted to focus on not losing those alt fights. And because if we knew that if we win those alt fights, then we ultimately would win the round and win the map as well. So alt fights were definitely the problem that we needed to fix, and we did fix it towards the end. All right, you guys, this win is, I guess, a very important win also, mainly because you guys are now moving on to the grand finals tomorrow. Edison, who are you expecting to meet tomorrow in the Overwatch 2022 Grand Finals? 자, 오늘 승리가 좀 더 값진 이유가 아무래도 승리는 항상 값지지만 특히나 오늘 승리로 인해서 내일 2022년 오버워치 리그 결승전으로 넘어가게 됐습니다. 에디슨 선수가 보셨을 때 내일 경기에서 누구와 만날 것 같으신가요?
제 생각에는 아마 휴스턴이 한 번 더 올라올 것 같긴 하지만 뭐 올라와도 저희가 그냥 이 메타에서 제일 잘하기 때문에 저희가 또 이길 것 같습니다. 네.
All right, I would have to say it is going to be Houston Outlaws again tomorrow for the grand finals. I think we're going to see them again. But whether it's Houston or whoever it is, we are the better team, so I'm pretty confident that we could beat them one more time. I am loving this, guys. Give it up for Edison one more time. All right, Mitch and Matt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. Now, regardless of who the Fuel are going to face in tomorrow's final, it's pretty clear that the Outlaws definitely have a little bit of circling back to do, a little bit of brush up on before they play their important match tomorrow first up.
But they have time, right? So you're able to kind of leave the venue here, take a breather, watch some footage, see which team is actually going to make it to face you. And then you obviously, that by the time you get to this point in the tournament, yeah, tons of footage on the opposing team. You know what they've been good at in this tournament versus the regular season, what they're kind of feeling right now in terms of map selections. And I think, you know, Edison is right. Like, I think obviously the Outlaws only need to win one series to get back, you know, to the finals to be able to match them in a rematch. And I don't think we saw the best of the Outlaws today. I think the Outlaws can hit another level, and I think they're going to come back tomorrow and reach that.
Let's talk about our player of the match here, ladies and gentlemen. The recipient of the reverse caster curse. That's right. It is going to be Edison from the Dallas Fuel. We talk a lot about our Sojourns as player of the game candidates. Sometimes, you know, they have solid performances, but again, Edison really went above and beyond in a big way. Just the utter gap, I mean, after King's Row, I think it was. He's got 13 final blows, yeah, after the ball. 13 final blows to Barrett's 1, I think it was. Stuff like this, right? This is where we start to go hang about. Edison might be on a different wavelength today. Incredible play. And when space is being taken away from him, look how low Dante always seems to be as soon as he touches down.
And he kind of talked about it in that interview there with Danny, like, you know, he feels like if the nerves don't creep in, like, he is at that level, like, can be next level. I mean, I remember when this guy joined the Overwatch League, originally we were talking about how good Edison is, and you know, now finally, you know, reaching that potential with just great players around him. I mean, look at that, charge shot accuracy at 60%, that is huge.
Yeah, crucial again, north of those 10 final blows per 10 minutes. That's what we're looking for. Edison, absolutely deserving recipient of player of the match in this head-to-head. Now, of course, we're thinking about the final match, right? We're talking about Dallasfield, they're gonna be there, but there are a couple teams that are lining up to take a swing at the Houston Outlaws now that they have fallen from grace somewhat. Our next match is not one to be missed. It's another elimination match between the San Francisco Shock and the Hangzhou Spark. But before we get there, we'll break this match down, and we'll be back right after this.
이거 나 뒷까지 가자, 뒷까지. 루시. 야, 빨리. 가자. 오케이. 우리 거 없지? 오케이. 없어. 루시 펠. 오케이. 개피. 나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Golden Boy here, over on the floor, and we are about to start our emote dance-off presented by Butterfingers. We did this once before with the crowd, but the cameras weren't on, but now the pressure is on. Okay, we have our contestant. She ready to go? Come on, Ariel, you got this. I'll dance with you. Come on, Ariel. Guys, give it up for Ariel. Give it up for our two contestants. All right, here's the rule. It's very simple. The emote's going to show up there, and then you guys are going to replicate the dance one at a time. Let's go ahead and show the first emote that we're going to be replicating here. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, it's Sebastian. You got this. Come on. All right, contestant number 1. I'm going to need you to bust your move. Let's do this. Go. Let's see if we can. Oh, here we go. Do it little like that. Can we get the? It's like I'm watching a mirror. It's literally like I'm watching a mirror right now. All right. Give it up for dancer number 1. All right, dancer number 2. Let's see what dance we have for you. I'm actually kind of curious. Unless we could just keep going with the Bastion dance. In which case, I'm totally fine with that. Okay, never mind. All right, I think we have another dance. It's going to be coming up here in a moment. Oh, perfect. Oh, here we go. 1. Nailed it. Perfect. Look at the moves. Bust a move. Put the hand out. Let it out there. Do it out. Boom. Bam. All right. Unbelievable stuff. Now we have one more contestant. It is Ariel. She wanted to do this one. Maybe mom and dad. Dad and daughter can do it together. All right, here we go. We got our emote. Give it up for Ariel. Right there. It's the May dance. Ariel's doing it. But Dad's doing it for her. Can we give a shout out to the dad? You did great, Ariel. All right. We have to pick a winner. Is it dancer number 1? Is it dancer number 2? Is it dancer number 3? Gotta love it. Dancer number 3 is your winner. Huge shout out to Butterfinger for making this happen. And a big shout out to our dancer Ariel and her dad. You guys are awesome. But let's go ahead and send it back over to the desk to break down our last match of the day.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. How'd you follow up greatness like that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's hard.
You tried, but it just did not look quite as down on the floor. But we love.
Thank you.
There's one fan in the crowd who apparently disagrees, so that's okay. Now, guys, we need to break down the action we just saw. Now, I'm not petty like that. I'm just saying we got booed by the audience and we were right.
Yeah, audience.
We got it, right?
Just quickly mentioning that as a side note, but no, jokes aside, I mean, obviously Houston Outlaws, Merritt had a great game. He really tried. But the Dallas Fuel, from the beginning of this tournament, they were just on another level. They have such a good grasp on that meta, and that together with the individual performances, it's rough going up against them.
I mean, the hive mind is on the line for the Dallas Fuel. Everything is clicking for them. Fearless is back on the Winston. He's looking like the best play he's done so far. Edison, I think that was Edison's best game of his career.
Agree.
I've never seen Edison pop off like that. And Edison is interesting because we don't always talk about Edison that much. When it comes to Sojourn players, it's Lip from the Shanghai Dragons, Shire from the Hangzhou Spark, but rarely do we talk about Edison that much from the Dallas Fuel. But this game, he was lights out.
Are you enjoying those Bala throwback vibes? We got signs again. We got cheerful.
The fans are back.
I love you guys. More of that, please.
Where are they? Where are the
Feels like home, doesn't it?
I also want to say, I was so surprised by how great Edison was. And even in the post-match interview, he said, I'm always good. But if I'm not nervous, I could constantly pull out those kind of performance. While I do believe he's constantly been good, but this match, he absolutely popped off.
But it's also been such a sick story as well for Edison, because he used to be part of the Atlanta Reign. He was primarily their tracer player, right? And he flexed over to some different kinds of roles. But this year for the Dallas Fuel, how Edison has evolved as a player has been so spectacular to me. Initially, it was Gurio, who was the long-range hit-scan player for the Dallas Fuel. But slowly over time, Edison, he found that role for himself. He made his name. He became the primary damage player for this incredibly good Dallas Fuel roster. And now here in the playoffs, Edison is playing some of the best Overwatch of his career, and he's making a real difference for the Fuel.
I quickly want to give some credit to Merit as well, because although they did lose, Merit he absolutely killed it in this match too. And also, this isn't it for Houston Outlaws. I'm excited to see Houston Outlaws play tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think the Outlaws played that poorly, but Dallas Fuel just has this effect on opposition teams. They're just so oppressive, and you actually heard Edison talking about it in his interview. They understand that as long as they don't mess up their ultimates, as long as they don't almost grievously fumble the bag, they will win every single match, because the coordination that they have, the way that they play as a unit, and that hive mind mentality is just unstoppable. And as both Danny and Johnny have said, when you have Edison performing that well at an individual level, it's almost unstoppable, because Edison has been that player that has surpassed everyone's expectations. Gurio coming into this lineup, Edison coming into this lineup, like, oh, do they really have that star hit scan player to be able to get them across the line in the playoffs? Edison is proving those doubters wrong in spades right now, and you're going to see a stat card coming up at just the raw numbers that he had. He was the player of the match.
Oh my.
11.5 final blows per 10, 3.9 deaths per 10, just putting out so much work, but not only the numbers, getting impactful kills as well. And he didn't even play up against someone who was poor. Merit also actually had a great game. The one player keeping the Houston Outlaws in this match, just going toe-to-toe. Look at this. Merit.
That's unreal.
Oh my God.
Like Merit wasn't even playing badly. And this is how much better Edison was. So we need to put respect on his name. There are not many Sojins like him in the world.
Absolutely. I dare say Edison was lighting up the kill feed.
Boo! Yeah, boo. You can boo her, audience. That's fine.
Guys, boo.
I thought it was pretty good. Thank you very much. And on that note, let's move on to our next match. This one is a banger. I got my emotional support booper ready to help me through it, because I want both teams to win this so badly. Both of them have had such good showings, of course. I am talking about the Hangzhou Spark and the San Francisco Shock. So first things first, let's take a look at Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger. We want to take a look, of course, at that Sojourn matchup. Shy versus Proper. Doesn't get more explosive than that.
I mean, look, I gotta apologize to the viewers, all right? I know there's some Lucio players out in the audience. I know there's some Kiriko appreciation going on. But these two Sojourns going up against each other, on one hand, we have Shy. I'm going to say that Shy is the best Sojourn player in the world. And Proper, now the Alarm Rookie of the Year. This is going to be a banger, Costa.
It's going to go back and forth. There's anyone who is going to take it to Shy. Proper can be that player. He started out a little slow in his match earlier today, but by the end of it, he was going absolutely crazy. If he can start in that form, it could be a good thing for the San Francisco Shock. But both of these teams have made it all the way through the lower bracket.
Bro.
It has to come to an end for one of these teams.
That's the heartbreaker here, right? Both teams so deserving of, lifting even a trophy at the end, just based on the performance we saw so far. But one of them will go home. For one of these two teams, the season will come to an end after this match. So everything on the line. I am so interested to see where our Preds are going with this one. So let's see if we're unanimous or not.
Danny White.
Oh,
no!
Again?
Again?
We won
last time. We won last time.
I have no faith in us at all.
We suck at this.
We suck at this.
Zoe, we got this.
Switch, abandoned
So
ship.
easy, we got this.
No, Shy's going to do this, Johnny. Shy's got us.
I am scared.
Proper's gonna do this. Proper's gonna do this.
All right, opinions are split. Of course, Danny and I will be right at the end of the day, but I guess we'll find out anyway. We are ready for this match, and I hope so are you watching. And of course, our casters are ready, set, go. Jaws Necro, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Desk. Another split one. Another elimination match on our hands. It's the crown jewel at this point of the APAC region, the Hangzhou Spark, their sweetheart, versus the APAC Slayers in the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, San Francisco Shock have already knocked out two of our top contenders in the Shanghai Dragons and the Seoul Dynasty. And now another behemoth of a team lays before them in the Hangzhou Spark. And both of these teams have proven themselves in such a tremendous way.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous seeing Proper take to the stage. Of course, Alarm Rookie of the Year, like they mentioned before, but Shy's performance over today, I think just a little bit scared, maybe. Shock
in the back room, maybe just jitters, some nerves. It's
Maybe
going to be a
some nerves.
tough time ahead of them. However, a lot of people in the audience and a lot of people at home, obviously the fans voted for the San Francisco Shock. There's a lot of fans out there, but I think Hangzhou Spark, especially in the stadium today, have gained a few more of their own.
I think so. There's been a lot of pink jerseys, which has been really cool to see. A lot of San Francisco Shock as well. So it's been cool. I think it's going to be pretty split, and I think it's going to be pretty close when we look at the match ahead. I think there's a lot of just kind of even stat lines across the board, and it's going to come down to those picks.
Well, I think it's about time. Our final match of the day, an elimination match. Loser here goes home. Winner advances to play the Houston Outlaws tomorrow for game number 1. Let's bring out APAC sweetheart, the Hangzhou Spark. Few boos in the audience, but mainly cheers. A lot of pink jerseys. The Hangzhou Spark have already proven themselves. Dropped to that lower bracket. Same with the Shock. Have both fought their way through to meet each other here and now. It's all been about Shy. This entire day, this entire meta, it feels like. Stats pulled up on the screen. Currently, doing a little bit better than Proper. I think the Shock want to turn that around.
Absolutely, and I think when it comes to Shy as well, we saw one of the most dominant performances we have seen from any Sojourn on Colosseo. The map that they were able to secure their win to get to this point in their match earlier today. And so we're gonna have to see some more big things coming out from the Spark, our underdogs. And boy, are they ready to bark.
They do got that dog in them. They've also got a couple of trophies in that cabinet too. Please welcome to the stage, champions, the San Francisco Shock.
The San Francisco Shock, what have they not accomplished so far as a team? This team has such a strong legacy as a back-to-back Overwatch League champions, and they started off this season a little bit lower on the power rankings maybe, a bit of a newer squad coming into this, but they have time and time again shown us why they are one of the top seeds coming into the playoffs. Over the course of the season, had one of the strongest winning streaks we've ever seen.
Yeah, one of the strongest performances in the regular season we've ever had in the Overwatch League. The Shock going undefeated for the majority of it. It was only at the very end teams were eventually able to take them down. They didn't do so hot in the tournaments, and that was the narrative going in. They're killer in regular season, but when it comes to those clutch moments, sometimes they end up falling flat. But here, right now, they need to stand up to the Hangzhou Spark. It's an elimination game. We're going to head into Oasis as our first map in just a moment.
Yeah, so both of these squads obviously have proven themselves, but still want to get even further in the playoffs. And this first map, I mean, it's really exciting to see that Mikey is in the lineup. He's been slotted in for the San Francisco Shock as the tank player. And then sometimes we see Kalush coming back in afterwards.
Yeah, Mikey always playing that map number 1, that control map. Kalush said in the interview it's a very different play style. Kalush likes to play a little bit more reserved, defensive with his team. Mikey has got that tempo mindset, playing it thick and fast.
And I think that tempo mindset is going to be really important for these control maps, especially when you're going against a Sojourn that is as deadly as Shy. You saw the stats, you saw the head-to-head, but it's really about time to see what these Winstons can do, and I feel like Mikey with the aggression and Gushway as well, as we saw that performance earlier today, being able to also juggle the Sojourn on the London Spitfire side. This is where we're gonna need to see these teams clash. Who's got that control?
Final match of the day. San Francisco Shock and the Spark facing off. Loser goes home, winner advances. With a shot at taking the 2022 trophy. Shock definitely want that. 3 trophies in the cabinet, what a hell of a resume. And they've done it with multiple different rosters too, which is the crazy thing. truly one of the most accomplished teams in the Overwatch League we have today.
Our first map of this first to 3 series will be Oasis as our control. And this was a pick by San Francisco Shock. Now, both of these teams for this map type have very similar win rates, looking at 69% there for the Spark and 75% for the Shock. But when it comes down to Oasis as the pick for the Shock, this is where Mikey had a very amazing debut for the season on the Wrecking Ball. Remember that double boop into the cars on City Center? It was a really nice way for the Shock to kick things off. But you see that stack card at the bottom. The last meeting for these teams was the 2019 playoffs. And it was a 4-0 for the Shock. So let's see if they can compete and do it again with that undefeated streak.
Viracomps rolling out. Let's see how the San Francisco Shock also deal with Teru, who's been a menace, absolute menace on the Kiriko, always on the flanks.
Well, it looks like Kushway might be on a bit of a flank too. I don't know if San Francisco Shock's gonna notice that he's ready to jump in.
Oh, there he is, appears right in front of proper space, making his presence known, quick, sharp. Like positioning right now, the Hangzhou Spark forces Shock to move into a small little angle to try and deal with Shy! Oh, Shy takes down that Rookie of the Year. Striker, no Wraith Form, is trying to get something done, but Mikey's already out of the fight. The San Francisco Shock completely split. And Shy with the first couple of kills, make that 3 in fact. Finn gets on the point, just wants to go for the resets, and the Spark will cap first.
All right, so Spark with a really nice attack there when they had Gushway split up, go underneath the point, and then come back in to surprise the Shock. It was a perfect placement of that Winston bubble, and then the Shock got so split that Spark could pick them off one by one. But Shy has just been on a tear. Can he open things up again with another pick? Because that's what we expect from him now.
Well, you don't need another pick of Alpha, you gets it first. Okay. All right, no time to waste here for San Francisco Shock as they reset.
It's gonna be a quick reset here too. Mikey's gonna come back, he's gonna be able to jump in with the Winston, and then it's go time. Violet has the sound barrier online already, and I think that's pretty massive for Shock to be able to use that aggressively if they need to get past this stronghold that Spark has.
Oh, early beat from the San Francisco Shock. Superich is 15% away from his. Of course, they haven't taken as much damage as the Shock have, so you're almost guaranteeing a support ultimate first. Here comes the damage from Shy, though. He's just launching those railguns into that small room, but Gushway again picked. But Finn, what an unreal shot from Shy. 2-tapping Mikey and Finn. And a late beat from the Spark. This will just win it out.
It was a really nice attempt there from the Shock. They needed that sound barrier to push past the Spark and deal with what they were getting thrown at, which was Gushway's hands. But the sound barrier, and now a Spark get to follow that up with that Kitsune Rush, as well as the Death Blossom. That's a lot of damage that's going to be heading Shock's way. And since they use that sound barrier so aggressively to start, they don't have that as a response now.
Double Kitsune Rush, Alpha E searching, hunting for a target, but in fact they found proper. The San Francisco Shock ignoring the rest, the Spark ignoring the rest of the San Francisco Shock, just more focused on taking down the Sojourn. The Shock did end up finding the flip as the Spark were preoccupied, and now Mikey trying to make sure they get as much control as possible, waiting for Proper to get back. The stall is pretty good here from Shock. Oh, the bubble! It just came out in time, and Finn and Violet just trying to pump him full of heals, but he's still so low, has to back out. Little to no front line left out for the San Francisco Shock, but it doesn't matter. Proper is still diving in with that overclock, and the Spark respect it.
Yeah, the Spark could just play a little bit safely here. They have captured 84%, but it's time for Death Blossom from Striker.
Oh, Alpha E. He's lucky he was in that Wraith form, though. He would have been as good as toast. Proper finally gets his revenge, but Teru's quickly there to follow it up. Both Sojourns dead. How does Spark capitalize on this? Are they just going to go? There they are. Okay, well, that answers that question. There's the Kitsune Rush. Violet actually booping Gushway into that small hole there, so the Spark are going to have to back off. They have to wait for Gushway to get back into this fight. But Shy, unloading that railgun. Don't test him, Violet. Never test Shy with an overclock. And now the point, attempting to get flipped by the Spark.
Okay, well, Spark might be able to get this one, but San Francisco Shock are holding on strong until Violet can get back with a sound barrier.
Gushway the Primal Rage just bashing them straight into that Disruptor shot. Actually helps Shy secure that kill. The Spark with 10% to go might just claim this first round. Shock have beat to come back.
Yeah, they're gonna need it as well, as Terra's gonna lay down that Kitsune Rush right in front of the Shock to keep them at the doors before they can get there.
Someone's gonna touch, someone's gonna touch! Striker, triple blinks on the point, here's the recall. Still a beat available for the Shock, but already, Mikey's actually not receiving the beat at all. He's down in the hole, he's down in the well. The San Francisco Shock have no other ultimates to back them up, and the Shock are gonna have to face the unrelenting aggression of this beat and Blossom. They've only lost Mikey, so they've managed to sustain, but not when Shy's on the case. Goodbye Proper, goodbye Finn. Striker hits the recall, but this overtime is ticking down. And Spark will claim round 1.
So many big picks coming out from the Spark. But I gotta say, I feel like Shock have a good chance to come back into this one. Did you watch how Violet's Lucio was able to control a lot of those fights? Alpha Yi got booped away with the Death Blossom. Ushui would get booped away. So this is really big. Keep your eyes on Violet to be able to help keep the Shock competitive in this first map.
God, look at him.
Shy, like,
just plays in the face of the enemy team.
he has all the support of the world. Super Rich behind him with the overhealth from the Sound Barrier Teru as well, giving over those Suzus to make sure that Shy can keep playing an aggressive game. And when you've got Alpha Yi right there as the Reaper right next to you, it's very difficult for anybody to get close. But as we enter into the second round, Hangzhou Spark will beat San Francisco Shock to the punch to get to that high ground.
Oh, Proper, that was dirty! A little power slide, a little headshot on Shy. Okay, okay. What more you got for us? Oh no, Proper! Oh no!
He died a hero! He died a hero!
At least he died with a smile on his face. It's all right, you got the clip. We'll make sure we get it on Twitter, don't worry. We'll clip it before you fall off the map, all good. It does give Spark actually a chance to come back into this fight though, Rose. Violet did taxi Proper back. He's got 50% towards that overclock already. San Francisco Shock holding on currently, as Shy just trying to find an entrance, Rose, but it's almost impossible with Mikey just sitting on the doorways.
Not only that, but look at how San Francisco Shock have spread themselves out around the point. Shy has to peek his head out, become vulnerable in order to get access to any of the members of the Shock.
Shooting the bubbles now. Isn't that fun? Oh, nice Suzu. You see that? That railgun did no damage because the Suzu came out and Shy could have got a kill, but Finn saving his frontliners. San Francisco Shock still controlling now. As the Spark are getting chased away. They get... Okay, they can't get the stagger on Alfie, luckily for the Spark.
But the double pick that Proper got at the beginning of this round has already netted him an overclock. So while Shock have control at this point, they can play a bit more defensively, allow some space for Proper to go in there and try to get some more picks.
Oh!
Doesn't even need the ult!
All right, Proper. This was the matchup people wanted to see. Your Rookie of the Year versus Shy, who's just been an unstoppable force throughout the regular season on Sojourn and in the playoffs, helping secure Spark victories. Like, this is the guy you look for on Spark to either find the picks or just clutch up at these last possible moments. Proper still hunting for another headshot. Oh, Teru. 90% now on the board for the San Francisco Shock as both Kitsune rushes are used on the point. As the Spark just playing ring around the Rosie. Look at that focus fire coming in from the Shock and the beat on top. This cake's pretty delicious. The San Francisco Shock, I mean, they've lost Violet, but there's little to no hope now for the Spark unless Super Rich gets back in time with that beat. Overtime ticking down, beat does land.
All right, well, is Spark gonna be able to follow up on this one?
Teru is pretty low as Shy just takes it to Striker. There's still a chance for Spark to come back. Death Blossom available for Alfie as he tries to set himself up. But with no Wraith form, he has to play a little bit more scared, a little bit more safe. But Mikey is left out to dry by the rest of his team. Finn goes down to a Shy railgun off camera, leaving Mikey high and dry.
Heavy investment from both teams, but man, Super Rich coming in with that sound barrier was the saving grace for the Spark. Now they get a chance to maybe win the map out here, but what's gonna happen with the sneak attack? What is Alpha Yi planning
Oh
here?
no, Jet, check your corners. Man, that bubble from Gushway. Not sure if that stopped the healing going through or those cards just didn't reach him in time, but that was a little two-tap from your boy.
I mean, Alpha E was sitting on the health pack. He also has the life steal as the Reaper, but Proper has anything to say about this one.
Oh. Okay, that's an early lead from Mikey there. All right, Spark end up backing off. Alpha E doesn't spot an opportunity to move up just yet. They're playing on the point a little bit more defensively until they decide to go. Kitsune rush out. Suzu already used by the San Francisco Shock, so Alpha E's in a prime position now to just drop on their heads. Finn gets chased away. The Death Blossom's good, and Shy unleashes the railgun. The Shock, with the help of Finn, take down Alpha E, but will it be enough? There's so many low health bars now. No, Shy is going to clean. 65% for the Spark. They've managed to claw their way back in.
Yeah, well, this is going to be last fight territory, though. By the time that Shock come back, they're going to need to rely on Mikey's sustain with that Primal Rage to get in there. But then also, Violet can follow that up with a Sound Barrier. But it's really about that damage lineup of the Shock. And if Super Rich's Sound Barrier for the Spark will be good enough to keep them in this round and close out the map.
Oh, what? Oh, Proper, please! This isn't ranked! This is the playoffs! Mikey takes down Shy with the Primal Rage. As the Spark near 99%. Striker's still got the Death Blossom. The Shock, they're gonna flip. And they take second round on control. Mikey shaking his head. He knew it shouldn't have been that close. The Hangzhou Spark trying to claw their way back in 100 to 96. As we go down to City Center as our final round.
This is the round we typically see Winston. So this is one that these Winstons should know very, very well. For both of these teams, I feel like it's been a hard-fought battle, but I feel like we need to hear some energy from the crowd. Who are you rooting for?
All right, final round of control. Spark with a quick take of the high ground. That's where Mikey got that double boop on the Wrecking Ball. No Wrecking Ball today, though. No silly heroes. Oh, nice little boop there by Super Rich. I want to control that high ground as much as possible.
Be careful!
Oh, Super Rich! Wow, I don't think he expected Strikers to be up there. That was rather unlucky. All right, point's going to unlock in a couple of seconds. Still, Spark control that high ground, which is really nice for Shy, but still Proper with a nice little angle. The only thing that's shown is their head, so as long as you kind of click on the body, you're good. Point unlocked, Shock cap.
You can see that Striker's trying to contest with this high ground here as Mikey and Hushue were tussling for it. But now, all of a sudden, Spark have started to infiltrate onto the point.
Oh God, you've got to pay attention to Shy after Shock. Right now, just looking at Gushway. They do execute it, so they're all good, but Shy in a precarious position. He's separated from the rest of his team right now as they do end up regrouping. They're going to have to wait for Gushway. They're just hoping, they're praying that Shy can get this right click, but Shock aren't giving him the opportunity.
It's going to be really difficult as Shock just continue to play around the architecture of the map. And Shy just kind of constantly hunting, but keeps getting displaced by these disruptor shots from Proper.
Oh, Proper knows he has the advantage now. Shy going super low. Oh, that body shot didn't even land. My word. Uncharacteristic miss there from Proper. As Gushway makes another re-entry into the fight, but 100 energy as Teru takes another body shot.
Haven't seen these Kitsune rushes yet as they are still coming online, but Violet once again, with all of the damage that he's been putting into this fight, has the Sound Barrier ready to go to allow Shock to get aggressive.
Wow, we see Proper there, just diving straight onto Teru. These executes from the San Francisco Shock right now are sublime. Not giving Teru a chance. He threw the Suzu down, but obviously it doesn't last that long. It looked like he wanted to use Kitsune Rush, but Shock are diving as a 5-man unit over and over again.
And this is why San Francisco Shock play Mikey in these control rounds. Because he gets to get aggressive, and it's working out to set the pace of these fights.
Oh, Gushway hiding in his small corner. Violet just isolated for the rest of his team. A big boot into traffic. No, Gushway joins the rest of his team. That Suzu's good enough for the time being, but Finn goes down to the car. Oh, he's roadkill now. Oh, and it looks like, yeah, goodbye. Hello and goodbye from Striker, just hitting him with a reset real quick. 99% once again for the shot.
That was very funny. I like that. Reset's good. San Francisco Shock to get to approach the point again, and this time with 2 DPS ultimates in their bank. And as well, when Mikey has the Primal Rage, he can go in there and make sure he's dislodging the Spark for the overclock that can come through.
Striker's teleporting behind them here with the Death Blossom. They didn't see it coming. Double kill for the Reaper. As the San Francisco Shock just take over this fight and map. 99% ticks over. And the Shock, they claim map number 1.
Control is good. Mikey coming in to play that first map. Has started off Shock strong. But Spark now, they get a chance to pick their map. And when they get to pick, get to do something that is a little bit more advantageous to them. So we'll see if they're able to do that again, as they did versus London Spitfire earlier today.
Showing up right now with a Shock. I think it's still the battle of the Sojourns. But Shock recognizing how much impact Shy's been having over the course of the playoffs, but the way they played around him on City Center was just unreal. Just stopping him from getting any value with those right clicks. Oh boy, we got a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna jump to a quick break. Spark choosing their map. Up next.
2019 Overwatch League champions! Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Vile's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Toulouse says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Kilo, dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
A stick on Hardy. Striker's able to bring the Titan down.
Sam straight to the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
The Shock's thirst for victory must be quenched. They take the first map off of the Spark. It was a tough ask though. Couple of 99s, 96s there at the very end of it all, but the Shock still came out on top.
Yeah, and it had to make a pretty big adjustment after that first round. Hangzhou Spark taking that one pretty convincingly on University, but after that, San Francisco Shock really bumped it up a notch, be able to make that first map theirs. Pretty close in the stats. I mean, both Sojourns, they died 10 times, so that should tell you a lot about where the focus is for both of these teams to eliminate that giant damage threat in both Shy and Proper. But there's a big sub coming in here. Mikey, obviously, gonna go ahead and bring up one map for the Shock, but Kalush now stepping in to take the helm.
Yeah, large. Both height and width. Large sub for the San Francisco Shock. I'm curious if they ever get their map pick. Whether we go to something like Circuit. It's been quite an interesting one for the San Francisco Shock. Of course, we're into Hybrid next, and it will be King's Row, as was Spark's pick.
This is a good pick for the Spark. This is one of their best hybrid maps, and overall, I mean, Spark, I know we've been bringing this up a lot, but Hybrid's one of their best map types with 71% win rate, and King's Row is the one they have the most experience on and the highest win rate. So they're really hoping that that's going to be a big advantage for them. Plus, they've played it a lot during the playoffs to pretty great success. So I feel like that recency bias is a good reason why Spark would want to go here for Hybrid.
All right. See who's defending and who's attacking first. It will be Shock's choice. Now the stakes have really never been higher right here. Shock want to defend that trophy, right? They've got so many in their cabinet already. This will be the Spark's first chance to taste that victory. They make it through here. It's going to be Spark on the defense versus Shock on attack. As we go to King.
We're going to see more of the same compositions as Spark make their exit from that defensive spawn. But it's about how they set up that really sets them apart from other teams. They're going to play a lot around Mundata. Maybe some sneaky plays coming in here as Alpha Yi gets set up right underneath the statue. Is that going to be enough of a scare tactic? Maybe.
I want to see what Striker's been doing. Let's have a look. Come on, Striker. You rarely see it.
Looking.
Oh, okay. Nope. And not even going to give him a chance. Yeah, edge up. Alrighty. See how Super Rich kind of handles this situation too? You've seen him manhandle a couple of Lucio players in the past. Wow, look at that. Spark taking a boatload of damage already. That shot was kind of large from a Proper, and his hotel control with the Shy on and off angle. And the San Francisco Shock know it. No power slide, no bubble. So, okay, they're more than happy to back up here. But a good start for the Spark. With a kill onto Finn, easy reset. Can you get any Saggers? Kalush spending a little bit too long in the front line, it seems. Same with Violet, who was trying to taxi him out. Okay, 3-0 charge for the bank. There's the pesky Lucio I was talking about.
Striker's gonna get staggered here too. Kalush gets pretty low, but is able to disengage and wait for the rest of the team. But at this point for the Shock, it's really about trying to match the pace of the ultimates that are coming online for the Hangzhou Spark. Teru looking at the first Kitsune rush of this map. Oh, but Shy's gotta watch himself.
Teru, as much as he does damage, he's very clutch when it comes to the heals. Shy on a nasty angle, but that power slide, such a strong ability to get you out of the way. Kitsune rush for Teru, instant Suzu. That's the name of the game. You got a Suzu ASAP, but it didn't save Super Rich from a headshot from Proper. And now Alfie pushing into the hotel, but Shock actually responded to that with a beat, forcing Spark all the way back. And now Proper's hurt. He's hurting and he's hunting. He does get topped up to full. And Shy goes down. San Francisco Shock stamping their mark on point A.
Oh, what a beautiful sound barrier and Kitsune rush coming out from the Shock. Especially after they were able to sustain in the hotel long enough for both of those ultimates to come online.
Oh, Shy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, of course Shock are not going to let that go unpunished. So big stagger for them as they start to keep pushing the aggression forward as Proper lines up to get this overclock online and out of the gates. He's got that 100 charge. He's going to be looking for a juicy target with that one.
Ooh.
Especially not to lose the charge right now, too, by not getting any of that chip damage.
Teru's gambling with the Grim Reaper there for a second. You do not want to pick Proper. You hold that charge for 8 seconds, that railgun. Quite a long period of time. And then you only do like a spit of damage to maintain it.
Look at all the free push, though, that Shock are going to be able to get. They're about to round this final corner before they use any of the ultimates that they have in the bank.
Yeah, really nice, really nice. I mean, the Spark haven't really got anything to answer this. Gushue doesn't have Primal Rage either. It's a prime position for Kalush to open this one up. It's from the top rope. Oh, Striker bowing swiftly out. Shy with 100 energy, plus obviously using that overclock. Striker thought better of it.
It's a really nice push there from Striker, too, to just try to pressure out Shy so that he wasn't going to have free fire onto the team, but now it's Kalush's time to pounce.
Yeah, look, straight for the high ground for Shy using that power slide, but Kalush is hot on his tail. A nice beat, but can they punish anybody? Yes, they can, is the answer. Although Striker with a Death Blossom, where he at? He's on the payload. Shy and Super Rich, unaware. 3 kills for Striker with a Death Blossom. And now the Spark trying to hold on. Teru with a very risky Kitsune rush. I mean, Alfie and Gushue are on there. So they are going to be able to make sure Shock disengage. That ability haste is, yeah, it's tough to deal with.
It's super tough to deal with. And at that point, too, you know, Shock were down a few members, but it still felt really risky. If that hadn't paid off, that would have been a really big waste of an ultimate. But it's fine. Spark are back to defend. But Shock are going in with
good
that
disengage there. Oh, Super Rich gets caught on the pipe. No, Alpha Yi shut down by Proper. And now Shy is in his sights. Proper with a 3K. That overclock sending the entirety of Spark back to spawn.
Crowd going absolutely wild for the play that Proper just made. And he's not done yet. But where did Violet go?
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Okay, well, we don't know the answer to that one, but what we do know is that Shock are gonna at least get a little bit of push here as Violet picks his way back from spawn. Disruptor shot coming out here from Shy, trying to push the Shock forward so that they cut into the sight lines of Shy. But Gushue too needs to go in with this Primal Rage now because Shock's getting close to the end.
Oh, Gushue. He's isolated himself with the rest of his team. The San Francisco Shock take his leap as a go sign. Back to the spawn for Shy, but he actually takes out Proper. Somehow the Spark, even without Gushue, managed to come out on top. The keen eye of Teru throwing those kunais straight to the dome of the front line of the Shock. They're going to hold on to the payload with 2.5 minutes to go. Still a decent amount of time for the Shock to attack.
Definitely, but you do have to watch out for Teru because I feel like this is where he really gets to thrive. This third point of King's Row has so many different hiding places that Teru can go on some nice flanks and then swift step back to the team to go help them when they need it. Teru is going to have another Kitsune rush online, outpacing Finn just a little bit, but this is a big ultimate for them to have for the defense.
Woo! Okay, Shy. All right. Strike off the map. Quick reset. Oh, Violet gets back. All good. All good. Almost felt like she didn't even need the Kitsune rush, but it came through at the same time as that railgun from Shy there. You take that though, you take that. Another reset, another about 30 to 40 seconds off the clock. Setting up positioning is quite important. Although saying that, Shy's going aggro with the rest of the Spark. He's unleashing the overclock proper, ducking back into spawn. Shock currently completely split. Shy on the exit, you see his face there, didn't know what hit him. I'll tell you right now, his brain's getting scrambled. Terror with a lucky swift step through the wall, returns to the rest of his team. There's the Shock now, move past the final bend.
They've got 5 ultimates here too. This should be enough to sink the payload in over the line and get all 3 points.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, noticing Croppers all the way up in the front line. They have to do something about it. Striker with mad damage too from that Death Blossom. They isolate Shy. Alfie next on the menu. The San Francisco shot. And they're going to push that payload in. There's the team kill you wanted to see. 1 minute and 8 seconds for the shot.
An absolute overwhelm of power coming in for that final team fight for their attacking round of King's Row. But now we got to switch sides and see what the Shock can do to be able to take this map.
Still a lot of Spark fans in the audience, a lot of Shock fans too. Properly diffing your team. Well, right now, he's getting the better of Shy. Especially when Shy goes for those really aggressive angles. We've seen him do it throughout the entirety of the playoffs. He's often either off on an off angle or like super far ahead of his team, relying on that power slide to get back to safety. Proper a couple of times just catching him out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Shy has the most deaths out of any player in the server right now, 7. And the next highest would be Super Rich with 5.
Oh.
But still, an average of like 2 or 3.
All right.
This is what happened to Violet.
Here's the blooper you wanted to see. Oh,
and
he's gone. Goodbye, Violet.
Man.
You still got to have fun with it.
Yeah.
It's all good. You're still capped. You can ignore that.
It was like a proper fell off the edge and he started laughing at himself.
Exactly.
You gotta have fun, or else why are we playing Overwatch? Anyway, Spark. They come out of the attacking gates. Alfie already taking a little bit of damage, but what in the world is this flank here from Finn?
He's being cheeky. He's being cheeky with it. It's pretty. You have to be careful though. If you get hit with a kunai and a couple of extra shots from Shy or anybody else, that will signal your point A presence.
Striker was right there though too, for Finn to be able to swift step too, so that was okay. Shouldn't have gotten too punished for that. But Hangzhou Spark gonna make this forward position.
Oh! Jeez, how does Shy keep finding these angles? Finn goes down, and the Shock are escorting themselves off of the points. The help of Violet. They should be able to get another recontest here. At least stall it out. Of course, Kalush still being alive and them having a Lucio, you'd at least think so. Here they come. Round 2, jumping in. 2 ticks acquired for the Spark. Now Shy still hunting. Oh, Violet, how'd you find yourself there? Striker, reconfigured brain now after that railgun shot passed through it. And that'll be point A unlocked for the Spark.
Contrary to maybe popular belief, Mondada won't be able to save you from everything. But Spark do get the payload unlocked in. On the attacking side, Teru's Kitsune rushes are going to be really impactful. You can push the pressure a lot, and as that Kitsune rush launches forward, it really does set the defending team back unless they have any sort of sustainability resources like the Sound Barrier or the Primal Rage in their kit.
You see if San Francisco Shock give Spark the same level of push. It doesn't look like they want to. They're going through the bar area. Yeah, so remember Spark ended up giving San Francisco Shock almost the entirety of the second point. Kitsune Rush will be go time for Finn. He's been spamming Zed, just letting his team know it's soon. 99% ticks over, and there's the Kitsune Rushes. Isolating in the bubbles, and Gooseway takes down Proper. That beat not received by Proper or Kalush as they're just focused down. And once again, Shy just free firing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the power of the Kitsune Rush can do, but the Sound Barrier just didn't come online and hit the right targets that it needed to, so Spark gets to keep moving this payload forward. But now it's, you know, pretty even odds here as both teams use both supportive ultimates. So 2 DPS ults, 1 tank ult on the board for each team. Striker, though, maybe just having the Death Blossom come up a little bit later will be good for the Shock to hold on to the second point.
Boucher's actually going for a big flank here. That's going to be a bubble to separate the team as the Primal Rage is used. Proper has found himself with no man's land. Still hits the shot, though, because of course he does. But Alpha Yi has already taken Shock to task. A double kill with a Death Blossom. And now presence on the payload. It's only Striker. He's lonesome. He's got a Wraith form, but he ain't living long, I can tell you that. Oh, he gets out. Okay, spoke a little bit too soon, but Spark still get the point.
So much resource going into removing Proper from the field. I mean, Gushue used the entirety of the Primal Rage to knock Proper away and almost all the way back to a different neighborhood. But Spark did have to throw everything that they had at that team fight in order to capture that second objective. And Shock still have resources to use here. So both Proper and Striker, watch where Striker goes. He really wants to get in there to use this Death Blossom.
Overclock. Teru, swift stepping backwards. Oh, super rich! Oh, Proper. Another nice overclock kill. And Gushue not getting that leap the way he wanted it. All right, they've halted them for now, but still a monumental time bank for the Spark. I mean, 4 minutes on this last push. Shock struggled very much so. You can tell that time bank, of course. Oh, Striker, that was cheeky. Not sure it's going to get too much, though. A well-timed Suzu there from Teru, and an amp speed from Super Rich will escort them to safety.
But that still buys some valuable time off of the clock here for the Shock to keep this defense up.
They're going in again.
Kalu's just getting so aggressive here, knowing that Finn has that Kitsune Rush available to lay down to keep this, maybe punish the Spark when they move in.
They want to try and force Teru or Super Rich to use ult super early on, so then they can kite all the way back and then use their Kitsune Rush to then go in again. Very much a bait and switch if you play up their spawn. Speaking of Kitsune Rushes, both of them are coming out. Suzu to save Alpha Yi as Shy receives the beat just in time before he's eliminated. And now Cluj in a sticky situation, but always backed up by Finn. Another Suzu to save his life. Big reset, just trading blows, glancing ones at that. No kills just yet, but that might just change as Shy uses the overclock but gets shut down by Proper once again. Oh, Alfred Smith! How does he keep finding value on that Death Blossom? Shock! Overextension! Alpha Yi with a 4K on the Reaper. That's a team kill. Complete reset for the Shock as Spark rounding that final corner.
Oh, that looks so good for the Shock there. But at least they are going to be coming back with that Primal Rage. Proper as well, definitely getting some big shots onto the Spark, but they've got to keep their defense strong here. 2.5 minutes still for the Shock to contest.
All the eyes of the Spark right now are looking at Proper. He's got the railgun. He's being kept alive somehow. Finn with godlike heals, making sure he can keep Proper alive so Kalush can do dirty work in the back. All right, the Spark forced to reset once again. There's 2 minutes to go. Very winnable, very holdable right now for the San Francisco Shock. They have Death Blossom, well, they will soon. And Proper, if he keeps hitting shots like that, that time is evaporating.
Yeah, I mean, Spark, the 4 minute plus time bank that they had coming into this third point is expiring pretty quickly as Spark might not even be able to finish with as much time as the Shock. Minute 30 left. Proper ready with the overclock.
Oh! Shock with the resilient defense thus far, but Shy cracks that one open like an egg. And now the Shock with a double support ult. They use the Kitsune Rush, but hold on to that beat. Pushes Spark all the way back. Here's the Kitsune Rush, and Striker in trouble. But no, he dips back, but a little bit too far. He gets the beat, but the perfect focus fire from the Shock end his life. They're going to finish with less time in the bank, but time is important. Teleport Death Blossom for Alpha Yi. Chase them into the spawn room. The Spark, they have beat. And San Francisco Shock struggling to get to the point, but they make it, but no! Shy manages to snipe Kaluj on the entry, and they gain their minute.
Yep. Just shy of touching the payload. And also just shy things. That was an incredible defense by the Shock, though. You know, 4.5 minutes look pretty insurmountable there, and pretty likely that the Spark were going to capture all 3 points, but very even time banks now for both of these teams to assail these 3rd and 4th rounds.
See if Spark can now deconstruct the defense of the shot. Very similar time banks, but Spark had a magnificent run through 1st and 2nd. That time bank was unreal. Oh, this will be the death blossom. Look at the shot here.
Oh.
They're all so low. Trying to, again, almost like an overcommittal for their health
That
bars.
was an
Just
ace, by the way.
not even a 4K, yeah, a complete team wipe for Alpha Yi. It was good to hear from him, obviously, from that earlier game with Danny on the stage. Quite a happy chappy, that's for sure, and you would be. You're coming in as the 12th seed, currently facing Shock, 2-time champs. One of the favorites, especially during the regular season, had a ridiculous undefeated streak.
Coming out of the gate, Sungjo Spark want to swing. They don't have much time to be able to get as much done as they can. It's gonna be Shy pushing the aggression of the Shock to corral them into the hotel.
Look at that. Absolute one-man army from Shy right now. He was the one that was pressuring Shock there, no one else. Violet, don't test the kid! Again, Shy just takes his head clean off. And with no Lucio, the Shock are gonna have a tough time actually leaving this fight, to be fair. The Spark can just pile on the pressure now. Another 100 energy, Shock gotta know.
This is gonna just have to be a point capture here for the Spark, and I know the Spark are running out of time and overtime's going to start to get into effect, but that's why the Shock are here to defend close to where this payload is gonna round this first corner. As we enter into the archways, you're gonna see the Disruptor shot here from Shy.
Teru? All right, Finn, instant Suzu and a swift step as Teru gets back to the rest of his team too. I don't think you're expecting that in a playoff game. And Kiriko behind you. There's Goochway diving in, forcing both bubbles, but Teru eventually pays for his sins as Proper finds 2 with the railgun, and he's leading the charge. Shy takes him out, but the Shock still have numbers. The spawns might be available for the Spark, but it's only Super Rich on the points, and they take him down in the end. And that is where the push will end for the Spark. Now it is up to the Shock, goalposts in mind. With 1 minute and 15 seconds, just getting it under that archway after you cap.
Initiating match.
I think Shock can hear those cheers, the smiles on their faces. Maybe that 3rd round didn't quite go the way that they wanted it to. Obviously looking at a full hold, but there was some really nice work coming in there from Super Rich. I don't know if you noticed that first point got really opened up there by Spark when Super Rich went in and poofed Kaluj out of the way for the Winston bubble. But it was Proper that was able to shut things down. Disruptor shot down, the damage to follow it up. And once you remove that healing from Teru as well as that frontline presence from Gushwei, the rest of the attack crumbled for the Spark.
All right, doors open in 5. Shot capping point A is the goal, and then pushing that payload just 70 meters. Or 30 meters, sorry.
This should be 2 good attempts here for the Shock to get this attack. They might not even need it. Oh, Teru's used the Suzu.
That's
pretty
nice.
selfishly.
Pretty selfishly. Hold on. We've got about 10 seconds left on that cooldown now, and counting. Almost, to be fair, he almost one-clipped someone from Spark. A lot of headshots. Nice precise aim from Teru. Burning down the time back right now is the goal for the Spark. If they can extend this fight all for the better of them. Oh, Shy bumped into the taxi cab there. I mean, they'll do that to you. If you live in London, you know. Look at this time back they burnt down. That 15 seconds advantage. Nowhere to be found now, and Shy just easily power slides away from the rest of the team. And a nice little wall climb there from Teru to save Shy. Kalush super low. And this is going to be last fight now, Rose. 20 seconds to go.
It's been a lot of jogging for position here, but Shock need to find an opening, and that's gonna do it!
That's the opening that they need. Alpha Yi down, and the Sparks' last hope here on King's Row is going to rely on Shy getting a pick.
One tick for the Shock, 2 upcoming.
You can take this, you can take your time if you're Spark right now. You know the Shock have to move that payload. Super Rich in a bit of a precarious position, but Show is Shy. Closing in on the overpop right now is Proper. As the Spark made their re-entry onto that point. Those Kazuna rushes laid down and Kalush is dead. Whittling health bars now of the San Francisco Shock. And the B on top for both teams. They might be able to buy enough time to be fair for Kalush to come back, but that respawn timer is immense.
Yeah, the overtime is gonna be expiring as Gushwei throws hands!
Gushwei throwing hands towards the Shock, bopping them away. The Winston God strikes again. Kalush, the only one left alive in that primal, but it's not gonna happen. The Spark are gonna claim map number 2, tying that series up.
King's Row was Spark's map pick, and it looks like it worked out in their favor. But now Shock get a chance to pick, and we're entering into dangerous territory for the Spark. We hit this point already in Spark's match versus the London Spitfire, but escort and push coming up. Spark gonna need some cheers and support.
Double elimination, rather goated. The 12th seed Spark making that miracle dark horse run through the lower brackets. Shock standing in their way of a guaranteed 3rd place in the playoffs. We're going to jump to a break. We got Shock choosing the next map after this.
We had some great plays today, some great games today. We got more coming your way.
Piece by piece. 3% away from this Nano Blade now, though. So, Smurf wants to initiate early before the Blade's a factor, but Jinmu goes in.
Not going to happen, and Creative cannot get the sleep start to connect. That slash through. Jinmu once more finding 3 with a blade. Big value for him. Follows up with a headshot.
No ace.
Jerkins onto Binham. That is the team kill. That is a massive amount of distance now.
Try and find a way to keep London Spitfire at bay. Ken looking to set up a big power drive here.
Oh, just right in the middle, and that might have been a counter shield bash from Admiral to get out of the way. Flora has overclocked. He's found 2, make it a 3rd, drops down, landed. Flora stepping up to the job, and what New York need of him to do.
Since he's been away. Good headshot on Finale, though.
I mean, it's safe.
It's forcible, though.
Finale's good for at least 1 in that case. If there isn't just an insta headshot to shut him down. Here's what I mean. Krillin going attack mode.
Wait, no. Okay,
2, 1 second.
No clamor. Yeah. He was off the map at least 3 times in that small fight. Now they want to Happy, by the way, just to keep him up and alive. Or Muse with a punch.
This is dangerous.
That was close. Okay.
Power block.
There was no power up punch.
Oh,
no, you can't do this.
Oh, dear. Another one falls to Muse, and now the Defiant can surge forward once more. That buys some key seconds for the Raven. Have they used that time to formulate a real defensive plan here, or are they still going to fly by the seat of their pants? Hawk hit with the Discord Orb, blown up pretty much instantly there by Shockwave, who comes on in. That's going to be 2. Another one from the Disruptor shot to get rid of that Immortality field as Shockwave has this on lock. Kai obliterated. OG running back to Spawn with his tail between his legs here in the Vancouver Titans with 44 seconds left. They've got to get this one home.
And now we'll pop it, slides forward, tries to cut them off, throws the nade down right here into the doorway. Transfer Aim God nullifying a hell of a lot of his damage though, because he just can't quite get the headshots to connect. 2 kills going found to the side of Fusion, but it's answered back by 2 from Marvel. Picks up Aim God, picks up Carpe, ends up falling. Marvel is just doing everything
How
right
many
now.
is this?
He gets Fixa. That's going to be 3 for him. The Immortality field obviously not quite going to count, but now here he is on the point, still relatively healthy. but so is Bellisria. He's got Zest to try to back him up. Marvel has to make his exit, but he's straight back into the fight. He keeps this point contested. He does not allow the flip to come through, and now he gets the kill into Bellisria. The minefield comes down. They'll just reroute. The flip is there. Absolute highest tier Overwatch that you really can get. 4 minutes out the Hangzhou Spark, they clear the point, they get it. 70% is Bernard crashes through 2 to get the elimination.
Shy on the Sojourn. Just putting up numbers. Finding 4 members in that fight.
Shy is a one-man army.
Finds Fit, Blade pulled out immediately. Finds Prophet, finds Smurf, Architect. Huge. Picking up 4 eliminations with the Blade itself. Nano does go in. He comes up with 2 quick kills. Izayaki and Lip both falling. Gets a third. For the Hangzhou Spark, they can absolutely contend with the best of the best.
Welcome back. Spark ended up taking King's Row, and the audience cheated a little bit because they're here live in person, of course, and they saw it first. There's a big substitution coming in for the Hangzhou Spark. You can see a lot of new faces on the stage. We are going to Circuit Royale next. Alfie stepping back for Pineapple, but don't worry, we're not done there. 3 whole substitutions for the Spark. Kind of a crazy time. We are seeing Circuit Royale, meaning Kilo is also coming in for the San Francisco Shock. Irony for Super Rich, there you go. So a little bit of a change up. Not too surprised here to see Kilo in. So Proper and Kilo can just play double long-range hit scan. Kilo's also been a fan favorite this year. He's a cracked out aim. And it's been interesting to see Kilo kind of evolve too. I remember watching him in scrims before the season even started. His aim was just unreal, like so smooth on the Soldier. And that was when Soldier was like super OP. Running at light speed because of the old DPS passive. It was a little bit insane. But he's the one you really want to look to when you want Proper to play a certain character like Widow, for example. They have Kilo come in, play the Sojourn. So yeah, big changes for the Hangzhou Spark, but you almost expect it right now on Circuit Royale. You do default back, or like most teams default back to the Sigma comp, and the Shock are probably going to do that. Kalush, just one of his best heroes, is that Sigma, and this map is perfect.
Yeah, that's definitely why we're seeing Shock pick this map. And just overall, I mean, this is one of Shock's best maps. It's not even just because Kalush is able to play the Sigma, but it's also because of how much practice that this team has had on it. And they've beaten some pretty tough teams with this map choice already in the playoffs. I mean, Shock, they've sent home the Dragons, they've sent home Seoul Dynasty. But what's really interesting is looking at Teru's stats from this last map. Pretty significant backpacking, I would say.
Yeah,
a little bit of carrying.
Damage.
Yeah, a little bit of carrying coming in there from Teru. Shy getting focus fired more often than not for the Spark. And so Teru picking up a bit of the slack there to get in a lot of damage done. That was 13% of the Spark's overall damage. But there's one more sub we haven't told you about yet, and that's Bernard subbing in for Gushue.
Yeah, so definitely some Sigma here for Bernard, I can imagine. Yeah, Teru, of course, ex-DPS player, who's on Vancouver Titans at one point. Was playing a lot of Mei back in those days. So you imagine, like, okay, Mei right-click, kind of like Kunai, it's a bit faster, but yeah, Teru, still a menace to deal with. All right, can Shock take the map on their map pick? Is the question.
Well, given their historical record, I would say, yeah, pretty likely. Pretty likely, you know, Sparks still do struggle on escort and push, but we're waiting for all of our players to get settled in, get ready to go, so that they can attack this map strong. But you know, Shock, like they're pretty well oiled when it comes to this map. They know exactly how they want to play this. So we'll see like the Widow and the Sojourn coming out from Kilo and Proper, and a little bit of a meta shift, which is cool to see, because it really is Circuit Royale that we start to see this differentiation away from that Winston Kiriko composition.
Yeah, you very much have to be confident in yourself, your team, for that, because the comp right now, like the meta, it's pretty focused on just setting up the Sojourns, setting up the Reapers, and then Kiriko just being a small little flanker and a nuisance. But playing something completely different on a map like this can really throw a spanner in the works. I mean, the Shock are the perfect team to kind of do that. Looks like Banar maybe having a small tech issue, but we'll be sorting that out. No problem.
Look at how Coach is just dialed in.
Stone Cold Killer. Nah, he's still got a bit of a small space as well. A couple of boos there from Spark fans in the audience. I don't know if the crowd might pick that up, but... All right, let's have a look at some stats. 69% charge shot accuracy.
Nice, Proper. Very nice. Very
Charge shot
nice.
kills kind of equal there. Shy dying a little less, but damage output, fairly even stats across the board, apart from that charge shot accuracy. You'd expect a little bit more sometimes from Shy, I think, especially when it comes to final blows, just how much impact he's been having. But Terra's also getting a fair few final blows too.
I think,
Kiriko.
yeah, so maybe that's taking away a little bit from the stat.
And Alfie, to be fair, with the Beyblades,
Sojourn.
right?
Yeah, well, he did get that 5K.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's definitely going to tip the scales a little bit away from Shy's favor. But also, it's just how much pressure the rest of the San Francisco Shock are putting onto Shy. He's been getting hard focused, and a lot of this meta right now is trying to take that damage off the board. Hi, Kilo.
All right, Banar, he's in his seat. All good. Gonna get into Circuit Royale in just a second. It looks like shot already. Courtesy of Proper, thank you very much for that. Just waiting for Hungro to be set and ready to go too.
It's pretty daunting, because this is the first time we have seen Spark make such a drastic change to their roster going into the tournament. I mean, one of their matches, we did see Pineapple get subbed in for Alpha Yi, and he played the majority of that series to keep Hangzhou Spark in the playoffs. But since then, it's been more Alpha Yi leading the damage department for the Reaper. But with Bernard and also Irony coming in, you know, Hangzhou Spark for the majority of the season were relying on that support duo of Irony and Super Rich to really bring them success. But in this last stage, we've seen Peru, we've seen Neko come into the roster, and so they've had a kind of their spoiled for choice a little bit when it comes to the support line.
Yeah, their roster is ginormous. Sparks kind of always has been. Just a lot of investment into the team and making sure it's well-rounded. And in situations like this, it does end up working out in their favor, because they're able to sub so many players out and put more specialists like Bernard coming in, playing this Sigma, I can imagine. Circuit Royale is the next map. It was Shock's choice after that win from Spark on King's Row.
We're gonna have to wait to see what team is going to start out on what side, as it looks like there will be this Shock that are going to...
Yeah, Shock are attacking first. Then Spark on the defense. So we're getting the Pineapple Widow, Bernard on the Sigma, Shy, of course, on the Sojourn. Get to see a little bit of Irony on the Zenyatta too, which is always quite a treat.
love it. Absolutely perfect way to kick off Circuit Royale as San Francisco Shock come out with the Sojourn and the Widowmaker as we expected, but also the Zenyatta and the Batiste for the backline from Finn and Violet. Both teams mirror matching each other when it comes to these compositions, but it really is on the Spark to try to corral the Shock into a place where they feel like they can contest them a little bit better. So as this card starts to round its first corner for the Shock, the Spark are going to try to capitalize on that by not giving up too much space. And that's why that Sigma is good, because you have that deployable shield to help push the enemy team back.
Very much less about Proper versus Shy in this one, more Pineapple versus Proper. Fresh face coming in for this series. Proper the grapple, spots Shy. Yeah, a little bit too scared. You take that shot as the Widowmaker, you want to duck back down. Can't go for an instant re-peek or fearing your head getting torn off.
Shield from Bernard has been really good to keep Pineapple in a safer position to try to peek out to get those headshots. But now it's Proper's time to shine. Look at how he's strafing around the cart, dipping and diving just a little bit to see if he can find an opening. But Kilo is not taking the shot angle.
It's a really nice flank from Kilo right now. That flux is even better though from Bernard. Teru does end up going down. They have to deal with Kilo on the flank right now. They've got to take him out. If Kilo gets another kill, no, okay, he is shut down eventually. Only a minimum amount of heals right now for the Spark. They've been Zen. That window was used fairly early by Violet to try and force an issue around the corner. Bake Spark back up. Of course, you can one-shot people or low health targets like 200 HP with the Widowmaker, fully charged shot through the window. So it does force your DPS and your squishy people just to back up a little bit and just LOS. Oh, nice rock. Oh. Kalush. Okay. Spark. Oh, how did Teru die to a punch from Finn? Not sure. Wait, Finn's still going. He's dead. All good. Finn's still getting kills. Somehow, yeah. Teru's dead. No, come on. Don't give him a shot. There you go. Shut him down eventually. Nice defense right now from the Spark. A minute and 30 for the Shock.
Not much time left in the bank here for the Shock to work with, but Spark also didn't need to use any ultimates in order to keep Shock from aggressing onto the point. But with 4 versus 4, this is a lot of ultimates that could get thrown at this point. And to be fair, Shock don't have much farther to go to get a little bit more time added to their bank after they capture this first point.
Oh! Irony with a fully charged right click there through the window. A Transcendence good enough to heal people through that flux from Kalush. That window is up for a couple of seconds as sights get activated for both Widowmakers. Everybody's lining up for Kilo just to knock him down, but that lamp is beautifully placed by Teru. He's not going to get destroyed and actually helps the rest of the team stay alive through those railgun shots.
Kind of looked like Kilo maybe were looking for a bit of a different placement there with the Disruptor to help get rid of that lamp, but with Kalush, a nice pick on a Bernard.
Oh, okay, there we go. Point A finally cracked open with a team kill. Took almost their entire time back to actually do so. And a lot of ultimates invested. San Francisco Shock now moving up to try and get a couple of spawn kills maybe.
I want to watch this replay because this is the 2K that Proper got. Teru already in danger, but easy pickings for Proper, especially when Shy is gonna so graciously slide in front of you.
Oh, that reaction time is sublime.
Yeah, it's really good, and that's exactly what you expect from the DPS players in the league. Shy getting pushed away just a little bit as you see that Disruptor shot coming out from Kilo, but Bernard has another Gravitic Flux ready, and there's no Transcendence on the Shock to be able to negate that, so you're relying on Violet's Immortality Field.
Flux, Kalush doesn't... My God. You still got to fear Proper, even if you're playing a tank. Nice back-to-back team kill for the San Francisco Shock. They're going to put that car in. That's checkpoint B unlocked. And Proper still hunting, searching for more prey.
I guess you don't need the Immortality Field or the Transcendence if you just have Proper to click some heads. Completely negated Bernard's Gravitic Flux, took that offline, and now Proper gets to get a bit aggressive with those Widowmaker sights. Pineapple doesn't have a response to this either. He's not doing enough damage in order to respond with the sights with Widow sights of his own.
Yeah,
So
ideally.
he's gotta play safe.
Yeah, you ideally also like always want to counter sights. Don't want to give the Widow an advantage, especially on the attack where they can push with the sights for free basically. Because at this level, you're not peeking sights ever. People have way too good of a name. Oh, Shy's on a nice little angle, but dealt with easily by Proper. We know Shy loves to play up like that. For getting a taste of his own medicine, as that payload is trucking along and Proper finds another kill of Irony. Look at this flank. Do they know he's here? Oh, the flux!
Who's gonna touch?
Setting Proper up with the headshots. Just keep killing, son! Who's gonna touch? Absolutely nobody.
Not if Proper has anything to say about that one. Beautiful territorial control there coming out from the Shaw.
All right, they struggled on first. Can they get, well, dish out the same medicine to the Spark? 18 final blows for the San Francisco Shock versus the 10 from Spark. Proper with 7 of those out of the 18. Kilo with 6. Supports with 4 combined and just Kaluge with 1.
Ready for battle.
Proper go kill. I think is the game plan there.
Fair enough. Sounds like a pretty good game plan to me. I mean, this is how Proper just shut everything down. Shy peeks his head over the balcony. Proper's able to take that clean out. But yeah, where in the world was Irony to be able to get that snipe? Shield goes down for Bernard.
Oh my God! How'd you even see him? And this is just, I mean, this is just wonderful. Teamwork at its finest.
Super beautiful with the sights too. I mean, as soon as Pineapple is in view, of course, Proper is going to be able to follow through with that. But I mean, you're looking at the duels across the board from the DPS, Proper versus Pineapple. Pineapple trying to get a big pick, but it's the shield from Kaluge that's going to keep the damage lineup of the Shock safe so that they can try to go for these big picks to keep Spark from getting any progress. So how do they get around this?
Oh, Proper. You know he's going to grapple there. Look at where Pineapple's positioned in that small room. Look at the an angle there on him. Of course, we can see the X-ray. There's the leap. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, just gonna send out the Venom Mine, try to force San Francisco Shock back a little bit. Because that, along with the Disruptor shot, okay, I guess Shy's just gonna...
All right, don't worry, Pineapple. Shy's got him. Don't worry. You're free, you're safe. Beautiful first pick. Right, now. This is an issue now, because if you have Pineapple in a position where he can set up a line of sight first, Proper has to like aggressively peek into that. Payload is moving around the corner, and Shy also in a nice spot. He's just farming Kaluge for this railgun charge right now, just trying to chunk him out as much as possible, hopefully go for that one shot. He does take a body shot from Proper, who's sitting in the scenery. Oh, a jump shot from Pineapple's good. You can shoot through those little, small little angles there, but very unlikely you're going to get one. Oh, you see Proper, he's trying. Pineapple spotted him. A grapple shot? No. Proper's smarter than that.
Proper's going to take a different position here to have a bit of a straightaway now onto the defense. Finn with a nice kill on
a really nice kill. Yeah, they end up trading rather aggressively. Both Batiste going down soon. What? Oh, come on. Don't let him get away with more. Surely not.
Oh, at that point, what a nice attempt there from Proper to keep that defense alive there for the Shock for that first point that Spark had already captured. But we haven't seen any ultimates yet coming out from any of these players, so it's about time that those get online. And it plays a little bit differently now, because you're really not looking at the Kitsune rushes to open things up. Despite having these beautiful straightaways to work with, it really is going to be about these Widowmakers to try to buy some time, and then the amplification matrices to get space.
Proper not having those sights just yet, kind of doing a lick more damage. So at least I suppose they are going to have sights for this final corner here. But another perfectly timed window and a right click, a Transcendence. Super early. It's going to be able to counter that Flux with ease, but Proper and Kalush still taking names and numbers in this fight. A Transcendence was beautiful. No immortality in it though.
This is why San Francisco Shock pick Circuit Royale and why Kalush is considered one of the best Sigma in the world. He has 37% of the Shock's damage right now with 8,500. And he's holding down that front line so strong that Spark, every single time they get picked off by Kilo or Proper, they have to go back and reset and try again.
And there is the sights. Look at Bernard. He's in the corner of that room with a shield in front of him. Ooh. All right, sights down now. So, I mean, never peeking a Widowmaker when she has sights, especially in Overwatch League. And in the playoff scenario, no less.
But it's about the overclocks now. The sights may be gone, but you still have some amount of information about where each team is going to want to play from. And so Shy's ready to go. He's looking for that opportunity. You heard that voice line. So Shy and Kilo, watch that duel.
Still got to watch out for Pineapple, though. He could go for a grapple shot right now. Oh, he did. He ended up missing. You're right. Overclocks are going to be the next course, I think. Oh, Shy takes care of Popo. Now Pineapple gets a free sightline. Both Sojins using the overclock, but Shy does Kilo in. Oh, and another one for Shy. Keep it coming. Violet. Oh, there's no chance you survive there, unfortunately. Not playing Kiriko. No swift step is Irony. He's claiming the last 2 kills. The payload eventually getting to that second point.
Oh, the stagger onto Finn. That's got to feel really good there for the Spark, but nobody's pushing the payload.
All good, all good. Sarah's there. And Pineapple.
Okay.
Still got to touch the objective.
Listen, the
Kills
objective
are cool,
is very important.
but objective, much better.
I've seen too many C9s today, please.
That's
My heart
true.
can't take it.
Yeah. Please heal Proper. Just give him the orb. Oh, Teru, you got to know. You see... Yeah, okay, you see the tracer rounds there. Oh, Irony, by the way. Oh, that... Irony forces the Transcendence out of Finn. The Flux is going to come up too, but it completely misses. Bernard misses that Flux on the hairpin corner. Kilo takes down Pineapple in the meantime, but they do end up trading as he was in an unfavorable situation. Flux advantage for Kalush now.
Kalush can go into this one, especially knowing that Irony's Transcendence is off the board. So it is just going to be about that immortality field or the Widowmaker just getting a snipe.
Drop through the window. Oh, Violet. Actually ends up going down to Pineapple. I can imagine that was through the window as Violet was trying to amp out as much damage as possible. Oh, Proper. Oh, here it is. The Widow versus Sojourn. No, go back. Oh, Proper so low. Will he get it? Oh, he got him. Violet and Proper falling for the shot. In fact, a complete team kill for the Spark. That window on the side for the Spark is so good, sets Irony and Terror up for success. The sights come out, but it's too late. The Spark will complete the map.
2 full completions here for the Spark and the Shock, and we're going into extra rounds again. Kings Row was a rough one for both of these teams and definitely came down to the wire. And once again, we're looking at both of these teams having very similar time banks going into rounds 3 and 4. But that extra 35 seconds here for the Shock could really matter. That's an extra team fight if they decide to go fast enough. But a lot of these fights, because Sigma is at the forefront, have been very elongated, so they're taking more time than what we're used to seeing with the Winston Kiriko meta.
Take a long time to set up. You are waiting for that pick again, but it's the Widowmakers, which do take a lot more time. All right. Ashiwa Shock got. Then in 39 to defend against. I mean, this was just I mean,
unfair.
is the
You
disruptor
disrupt the
shot cheating?
That's cheating.
I mean, look
That's
at
a
him.
dishonorable one.
Oh, he's so scared and proper, still like a statue, like a stone gargoyle. All right, Spark on the offense. Crowd's behind Spark right now.
Spark are one of those teams that take an inch and turn it into a mile. So yes, that grapple shot might not have worked, but Pineapple will still start to rotate into a position to get a bit of a better angle. So Bernard is really going to be using the shield to try to shut down the angles that Proper and Kilo want to get onto the team.
And the respect they're playing to both Widowmakers is quite important. Kilo's got 100 energy though. Even he's just kind of hiding in the bushes. But again, Shock just need to stall. With only 50 seconds, if you just kind of chill out for a moment, just start poking away, maybe you get a pick just like that, you're going to set yourself up because it takes so long for Spark to regain the position. And now Kalush can maybe even force the issue. In fact, Kilo's going to do just that. Irony up on the high ground. Did not see that one coming at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't win those duels. Kilo's able to get that charged up shot, but this is what we were worried about. That 1.5 minute time bank has slowly drained away, and with 15 seconds coming up, Pineapple's looking to get a big pick and a big opening for Spark to be able to push this payload even further.
10 seconds to go. The payload is in the hands of the Spark, but not for long. Shy goes down again. Pineapple has to come up absolutely massive now for them to just even have a chance on this point. I mean, you can stall, I suppose. Look at Benai, he's just peeking, getting on the payload every now and then, burning that shield, burning the grass just to try and stay alive.
Every time he does that, though, the more time that goes, that overtime wick will start to expire even faster. So Spark might start to run out of time to try to popcorn this point.
Not exactly the perfect grapple there from Pineapple. Sights coming in. Proper is super far behind on sights. The lamp comes out, it is destroyed. Bernard takes too much damage. What a perfect play from Kalush. A Transcendence out a window, but it looks like it's going to be the end of the road here for the Spark. Just around that second corner. Kalush looking as serious as ever. Like you said before, Rose, his damage right now, he's almost hitting 40% of his team's damage. 14k damage right now for Kalush, 14.5.
On the flip side of that, Bernard has 9,000. That's a pretty big difference when it comes to how much damage output both of these Sigmas are getting. But for Kalush, you know, this is their comfort. This is why they picked Circuit Royale. And now they have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to try to push towards that final destination. And that orange box of victory is not too far away. But if Spark have anything to say about it, they want to stop Shock before they get there. But 2 minutes and 15 is a lot to work with. That could be 2 team fights.
See Kalush with this. So he hits the flux, comes around the corner. That lamp is right in his sights. What a flank. The rest of Spark thought they were safe. There was a shield right in front of that lamp, so you're thinking it's going to be there for its entire duration. But Kalush big brain enough.
But the reaction as well. Not only was he able to deal the final blow here to Bernard, but he was also able to rotate around and take out Pineapple, so that damage was off the board too. But look at this rotation that the Shock are taking. This is a very unconventional route, as somebody's gonna be trying to progress this payload forward, and Proper takes this off angle, and just like that,
how far up he's playing.
Yeah, they're already pushed so far up, and Proper is in such a prime position to get
Shy with no slide. He slid down the stairs, Rose. Another pick onto Irony. And the payload's been moving this whole time, and they've got 1.5 minutes left.
Exactly. I mean, Immortality Field being burned as well gives Hangzhou Spark less longevity to be able to come back in and recontest this cart. But Pineapple, he's hunting for picks. He's just got to get the shield from Kaluj down.
Oh, that's an awkward payload for them to defend. It's a meter to go, and Proper's lighting the stage up. The San Francisco Shock on their map choice will take match points in the series. The Spark on their last legs. The true dark horse of the tournament, the 12th seed coming in, looking to take down the two-time champs in the lower brackets.
Such close maps all across the board. But Shock fans are rising up right now.
The energy in here is electric. One more map away for Shock to face Outlaws tomorrow. We'll be right back after this.
And it all comes down to this. You can feel the momentum.
The 5th season is coming to an end, and it's time to crown our next Overwatch League champions.
To be back with such a fresh game, I'm here for it.
For the first time in a damn long while, we have LAN. It has been a long time coming, and it feels great to be back.
There's just something magical about a global tournament finally pinning the West and East regions together. Completely different environment out here at LAN.
This is where legends are born, Matt.
I feel like we have seen the ceilings go even taller.
Come at me, bro. Let's see what you got.
This one's for all the marbles. This is the last battle.
The stakes are continuing to get higher and higher. It's supercharged with emotion.
Touch! They can't do it! Every upset, every tournament, every victory has led to this moment. This is the big international event.
This is the playoffs, so you gotta give it all you've got.
One last cataclysmic fight. This is the place where MN3 stuck his flag.
Why did they beat him today?
That's legendary stuff.
Was that triple collapse? The Pelican comes out of nowhere. That's 2 of the Storm Arrows. Millimeters away from victory, and they've got it!
All Prophet sees is fear and dead men.
Beautiful stuff.
What is more satisfying than that?
But it's been one-man army up the front.
One man, 4 foes, and one flip of the coin.
Everybody fighting tooth and nail here.
It is do or die.
Oh, man! This guy's a real deal. We are going all the way. Today is about maximum Overwatch.
Are you not entertained?
One team's journey will end today. The San Francisco Shock sitting on match points against the Dark Horse team, the Hangzhou Spark. Few substitutions here and there. Looks like Spark going back to the roster we saw at the very start of the series. And Rose, it's their map choice. We're on push. And we're going to Colosseo.
Sounds like the crowd is pretty happy to see the Spark coming back in full force here, but it was still a very close affair looking at how Circuit Royale went. But yes, we are going back to basics. So Shy, Alfie, Dushui, Super Rich, Teru, they're gonna be holding down the fort, playing that Winston Kiriko composition, so expect to see more of that as we move into the next map. But also on the other side of things, San Francisco Shock are bringing back in Striker for Kilo, so no more of this double hit scam pressure from the Sojourn and the Widowmaker. Shock also going back to the same comp.
Yep, just Kiriko comps now for both teams. This is Spark's final battle. They need to clutch up here, take us to a map number 5, take us all the way. Or the Shock will be advancing. And Spark's journey is at an end. Shy shut down in that last game, Rose. Didn't see heads or tail of it.
Yeah, Shy had a really tough time in kind of Circuit Royale, but also King's Row, just constantly getting hard focused by the Winston and the Sigma. I mean, Kaluj just doing some pretty big heavy lifting for the team on the Sigma, over 40% of the team's damage, which is a pretty significant chunk when you look at the tank and how much pressure that's going to put in. But Proper as well, that impressive 2K, 3K at the very end of Circuit to make sure that Shock would capture all 3 points of Circuit and even go to more rounds. Really impressive.
Every member of Shock comes alive when it counts. Even Kaluj on the defense, hitting the flux, taking down the lamp, and ending Spark's hope on Circuit. We'll see if this will be the difference maker. Looks like we're just about to head into the game. Spark got another hope. I mentioned it before, the thirst for victory must be quenched. The Shock, they want another trophy in their cabinet. They want to battle their way through the lower brackets to make it to that final day.
We're heading to Colosseo as our next map in the series for Push. And if you remember the series from earlier, from Spark versus London, Spark were able to beat London Spitfire on their map pick when historically Colosseo's been pretty good for the team. That's how they shut out the series and were able to make it to this point. So I feel like maybe Spark getting a bit of a confidence booster from that experience to pick Colosseo versus Shock.
Both Striker and Proper, especially at the start of the series, were just prescribing pain to the Spark. I felt like when Alpha E was in especially, his Reaper play on King's Row really did save them. I don't think they would have got nearly as far if he wasn't coming up with those very, like, late into the fight Death Blossoms that were getting multiple people. The gates are opening for what could be the final time here for the Spark if Shock can close this one out. A quick rotation to the mid as we begin the dice of death between the Sojins.
Look at them strafing. They're going to be walking in and out of this main corridor in order to get some damage, charge up that railgun, as well as just try to keep the focus of these fights towards that middle lane in the neutral. Proper with the disruptor shot. Shock are starting to get aggressive with this one as they push the bot forward.
Yeah, Proper playing like Shy right now, playing all the way up into the front line. Rather uncharacteristic of Shy playing this far back. It's a slow dance for the time being. Although we don't want to see another 2-minute no kill coming through fight. But, you know.
Sometimes that's just what it takes.
I mean, Shock worth that game, to be fair.
Yeah, it was like 4 minutes. It was a lot.
It was a long time.
It was necessary. It's necessary because it does, in this meta, really mean a lot when you get that first pick. And so these Sojourners are definitely looking for that. But Proper just getting so aggressive here. And this is really unusual, but he's got to get these picks.
He's doing a little bit more damage than Shy right now. Kill's got to come through soon, ladies and gentlemen. Eventually, Gushue is going to make a move. Does dash into the front line, and there's the first blood. But it's Filu taking out Teru. No Sojourns to be seen in that kill. While losing Teru is disaster for the Spark. Gushue and Alpha E just so low for the majority of that, and they have to back away. Shocking to take control for now, although Teru getting back to the fight's rather easy.
Yeah, Teru can just swift step back, and so there really hasn't been much progress made for either team. Shock do have control right now as Teru does make his way back, but he's still got a flank. And I feel like this is heavily punished by Violet's Lucio, as Violet is traditionally one to just wall right around and try to get a flank onto the enemy team.
You can tell how much is on the line right now. No mistakes want to be made. And Shy is the main focus again for the Shock. Proper's hunting, but he can't quite find the kill. Gushue in a whole heap of trouble. That Kitsune rush from the Shock was so good. Forced Gushue to jump away. But it's so vulnerable in the air because he can't lay down that bubble. And now the Shock getting the bots moving again. It's the hardest point of the map now. Assaulting this high ground. A lot of mobility to do it though, but Proper, well, he's just standing in the disruptor shot. What did you expect with Shy in the railgun? And there it is. Shy coming alive on Colosseo. Swift team kill onto the Shock.
Big progress made here for the Shock, but the Kitsune rush, it didn't get them as far as maybe they would have wanted. At this point, Spark, they're going to have a lot of progress here before Shock make it back to this high ground to go in, try to take this bot back. But they're looking at Proper. Shy just used the overclock, so really it's going to be on Proper now to make some waves. But Gushue going in there with a primal rage to disrupt him.
It's going to be matched with the beats, however, so he's not going to be able to find an instant kill onto Proper, no matter how hard he juggles him. Speaking of which, Kalu's creating a circus there in the back line of the Spark. Shy ends up falling. Good primal rage from the main tank. They do get that pot going again, Rose, but again, the high ground's so treacherous.
But Shock have already used both of their supportive ultimates, and Spark still have yet to. They've been holding on to these for the perfect moment, and the time might be now as Alpha E gets ready with the Death Blossom to move into the back line of the Shock. Maybe that Kitsune Rush is going to help him achieve that goal.
Can't believe the bot has only gotten this far and 4 minutes have already elapsed. There's the Kitsune Rush from Teru, and now Alpha Yi slinging out the damage. Oh, Wraith form, yeah, no problem. Striker down, Shy with 3, and there we go. Bot moving again. These team kills are coming in very fast for the Spark, Rose.
They're coming in fast for both of these teams. We really haven't seen anybody get close to that first checkpoint yet, but at this, the Spark start to take this aggressive positioning, and Teru plays so far away. What you're really hoping for is that maybe Teru is going to be a great target.
Oh dear, Shy's in trouble, and Teru is dead. Shy tried to power slide on the street and get up to the high ground to be with Teru, but he slid into the room.
It's so dangerous to go into a room with a Reaper, because you know that those shots are going to ring true. But Striker now...
Oh!
But the Ikakius doesn't even need to use the Death Blossom.
No, he does not. Bot firmly in control of the San Francisco Shock right now. Death Blossom, Alfie. Oh my! He can't get out, surely. Wraithborn, healed up to full. Still got that Death Blossom. Jumping on Kalush might be the best idea. Goosh earns himself a Primal Rage as Alpha Yi makes his way in, using Kalush as a body, as a meat shield. But Striker ends up taking out Shy. Pure disrespect from the San Francisco Shock right now, knowing who to focus down. Shy has died 3 times, the most on his team at this current moment in time. And that bot is moving to the checkpoint.
This might be the first checkpoint unlocked for a team as Shock Proper's just pushing the aggression.
Alfie at least coming up with 1 kill. Do not let them get that checkpoint. Nice boot onto Proper, sends him careening over the edge.
Wow, this is just how back and forth everything has been, that we're at the 4-minute mark and still no checkpoint has been unlocked. Spark now going to be able to push past this midway point, but they have a little bit of meterage to make up for that Shock have been able to get the advantage on. But it's going to be down to this Kitsune Rush from Teru. He's got to stick with the team this time around as Super Rich taxis him back in order to be a part of this team fight.
Get him back!
Oh, there are nice angles. They know he's up there, yeah. Kalush can spot him out. But look at this, Kitsune Rush, Suzu straight onto Gooshway so he doesn't get insta-pop. But Kalush has got something to say. Something very angry to say. It's used the Primal to disrupt the assault of the Spark. You trade that though. Primal for Kitsune Rush is quite a good trade for the Shock.
Especially when Shock have a Kitsune Rush of their own that's going to be coming up here.
Speaking of which, there you go. You called it perfectly, Rose. And now the overclock coming in for Proper. Spark and Karen in the corner. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from those railgun shots. 3 minutes to go for San Francisco. And oh boy, are they in the lead.
That bot is so close to the checkpoint. Spark have a chance to come back here to recontest. And they're trying to push them away, but can Shy get the overclock?
He's got the overclock. He's hunting for somebody, but he just can't find the angle. Again, Shy goes too aggressive as Finn just deals with him with ease. Checkpoint in the sight for the San Francisco Shock, and maybe that trophy too. That Death Blossom is just 100% disrespect from Striker. Checkpoint unlocked for San Francisco.
And with only 2.5 minutes left in the time bank, this is pretty big in terms of a lead that Shock gets a play to keep. When you have this lead, you don't have to get so aggressive and play as risky, but Spark do. So you're gonna see Gooshway go in there, see if they can get any environmentals.
Big Primal Rage from Gooshway, but hot on the trigger is Striker, using that Wraith form so he can't get pooped away. Bot in control, Gooshway just using that Primal to get some information about where Shock is. As the bot is halted for the time being, the Shock, a perfect disengage. Speaking of disengages, well, how about a re-engage? Shy again taken down. There is nothing he can do in this game. Alpha Yi's chasing Striker. He's eventually cleaned up. And a Death Blossom available for Spark, but they just keep falling one by one like dominoes.
Now at this point, that lead's going to further extend here as Kalush takes out Gooshway, and it's only 1.5 minutes remaining.
Oh, Alpha Yi, Death Blossom straight in that bubble. He's trying to dance with it, but no, Kalush just bashing him away, saving Finn in that very moment. Alpha Yi just contesting the bot too. He's already used the Wraith form. He's looking like he's struggling to find a target.
Everybody on the Shock is split up right now, so it's hard to figure out how to focus fire.
Let's move.
But eventually, Spark will come back into this fight, take back control of the bot, but with 1 minute remaining, Jaws, Spark have to get this Kitsune Rush down in order to keep their playoff dreams alive and in this map.
Couldn't have put it better myself than Proper with a railgun. He's got Shy's name and number. Look at him. Just perma looking at the enemy Sojourn. Okay, Gushway completely ignored. Super itch in his face. Kitsune rushes out for both sides. Teru kills Kalush as Proper just dashes, using that power slide to get into the back line. Overstepping of the Shock, but still a long way to go and overtime is approaching.
Well, this is where the Spark have to play perfectly, but that Kitsune Rush was the start for Spark to tie up this series. The bot's gonna get really close to the checkpoint, but not before Shock are able to come back in. So this is 2 more team fights that Spark have ahead of them, and they're looking down the barrel of Proper's Overclock.
Overclock versus Overclock, Shy versus Proper. They both put it, and Proper decimates Shy. Alpha Yi standing in his way. It's a 4v5. Spark needs something pretty to clean this fight up, but Teru falls. The San Francisco Shock making the lower bracket run. Alpha Yi, Gushway, they're all gone. The San Francisco Shock, the Apex Slayers do it again. A killing spree through the lower brackets. They will face Houston tomorrow for a chance in the finals.
What a banger of a series we had on our hands to finish off the day here, live from Anaheim. House a little divided when it came to what team to root for. But at the end of the day, San Francisco Shock come out on top after the back of some incredible plays from the entire team. Circuit Royale, very dominant performance there from Kalush. Mikey kicking off the series with a bang there for the Shock too. But at the end of the day, after those close maps there on Kings Row and also Circuit, Shock get it done.
What a journey for the Hangzhou Spark as well. The 12th seed making it this far, running through the lower bracket faster than we've seen any team do it before, it feels like. But their final hurdle, they were unable to overcome. The San Francisco Shock will see themselves in the final day, taking down every APAC team that stood in their way.
I can't believe it. Shock have taken out some incredible titans of teams this entire playoff run. And this was after, you know, I feel like they struggled a lot in these past 2 stages to find their footing and get back into things. But they finally look like they figured it out, and they look like the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah.
They were so dominant at the start of the season.
It's incredible to see this team evolve over the years and still find this success. I think we got Finn down on the stage with Mr. Danny Lim, so we'll throw over there to see what he's got to say.
Johnson Nickler, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by Finn for the post-match interview. For short, you could call it Finterview, I guess. Maybe not. All right, Hex, that didn't work. Finterview 웃기지 않나요?
조금.
All right, Finn agrees. It's a little bit funny. All right, I'll take that. Well, I mean, congratulations, of course, on this win. Would you say that there was like a weakness that you saw in the Hangzhou Spark in their previous match that sort of got you guys the win today against them? 자, 오늘 일단 승리를 축하드리면서 오늘 어떻게 보면 항저우의 전 경기를 좀 보면서 좀 특별하게 보인 약점 같은 게 있다고 보시나요?
그냥 솔직히 저희는 차이 선수 빼고는 딱히 뭐 없다. 그래가지고 그냥 차이 선수만 좀 조심하자 했는데 제가 좀 따여갖고 왕이 길 때 그래서 좀 화가 나 있었는데 다행히도 동현이가 복수를 해줘가지고 좀 잘 된 것 같아요.
Definitely, I do feel like, you know, for Shanghai or for Hangzhou Spark, it's Shy and there's only Shy and no one else. So we really wanted to be careful of Shy. But unfortunately, I did get picked out a lot at King's Row. So I was getting a little bit mad. But thankfully, Proper, 동현이가 Proper 맞죠? 네. Proper was able to get revenge. So I think that really helped us get the win. Also made me really feel good as well. All right. This is not the end of the road for the San Francisco Shock. Tomorrow is an important one. If you win tomorrow, you guys are going to the grand finals. I'm pretty sure you're feeling confident to beat the Houston Outlaws. So I just want to ask you, Finn, what is the score going to be between Houston Outlaws and San Francisco Shock?
3-0.
3-0! There you guys have it. I'm going to end the interview right here. Johnson Necro, back to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. A 3-0. That quick, that clean? I don't know. Houston Outlaws still looking pretty good.
Sounds like fighting words. That can only be settled tomorrow, apparently.
Yeah, they got a chance to go to the finals once again. The San Francisco Shock, no stranger being in that situation. Last day of the playoffs. The Dallas Fuel, of course, already made it. They're guaranteed a second place. They want a photo finish. San Francisco Shock have their chance as long as they take down the Houston Outlaws, who have also made a very impressive run through the playoffs.
But there's one player that has been a playmaker and a difference maker, and that is your Alarm Rookie of the Year. And that's Proper from the San Francisco Shock, our player of this match. What can't this player do? We've been singing his praises all season, and he's just shown up time and time again.
One of the greatest rookie performances of all time. Alarm Rookie of the Year, potential MVP of 2022. Insane performances. Widowmaker Sojourn, whatever you put the guy on, he is going to pound.
I feel like even on the Sojourn, like the pressure of playing that hero and finding value is even more so, because this meta is opened up by those picks from the Sojourn, from the Widowmaker, and Proper seems to get it done every single time. That's why San Francisco have been able to send home such incredible teams this playoffs run.
Yeah, he put Shy in his back pocket there at the very end. That Coliseum match did not really feel close, at least in the Sojourn duel. San Francisco Shock had a game plan going in. You can see how well they executed, not letting Shy escape from any kind of dive. It was a wonderful, wonderful thing to see. Can they topple the Houston Outlaws? That's the big question. That's going to happen tomorrow. I think we're going to take a bit of a break, though. We're going to jump over to the lovely people on the desk, and they can wrap up the day. See you soon.
Let's go, dude, man. Nice! Let's go! Let's go!
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. Zoe here, joined by Danny, by Costa, by Reinforce, and we're ready to wrap this day up. First things first, though, let's discuss the game we just got to witness. It was another elimination match, and unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to the Hangzhou Spark. And that's a bit of a heartbreaker because they look phenomenal heading into these playoffs. They were that pink stallion your friends told you not to worry about, but you had to worry about them.
Everyone should worry about them.
Absolutely.
They had a crazy run, but, you know, I think it was poetic how the Hangzhou Spark went out. You know, Shy got a taste of his own medicine of this is how it feels when you have a Sojin just go absolutely crazy against you. Proper had one of his best matches on the Sojin so far, and he is peaking at the exact right time, really helping the San Francisco Shock and elevating them to that next level. Honestly, a masterclass from the Shock. I think the Houston Outlaws should definitely be worried about this team.
Yeah, I mean, this is San Francisco Shock in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They are a two-time champion of the Overwatch League, 2019-2020. And here they are again, making a deep run in the playoffs with veterans like Striker on their lineup. Violet as well deserves to be mentioned. I mean, he was an MVP candidate in 2020, and here he is again on the main support this time around. This is a San Francisco Shock that is capable of anything. Despite what you thought of them going into the playoffs, of course they were the number 2 seed, but maybe, you know, they're not as well-rounded as before. This is a team capable of making any kind of run in the playoffs, and honestly, they are one of the teams who could really put up a fight against the Dallas Fuel in a grand final.
And I also want to give a special shout out to Pluge. He said it at the start of the season, I think it was, that he is the best Sigma in the world. Pulling it out here on the Circle Royale, definitely getting a Sigma diff against Bernard. MTD at the most pure fashion.
I also want to give a quick shout out to Hangzhou Spark because for me personally, I didn't expect Hangzhou Spark to make it this far. Like, they came in to the playoffs, 12th seed, and they just had a crazy run. Of course, Shy is really good. Gushui, Alpha, like everyone on the Hangzhou Spark had just phenomenal like performance throughout the playoffs. I was so happy, and it was just crazy to see them like go so far.
It's also cool to talk about Teru as a player. He's gone through a lot of ups and downs in his career. He was on the Vancouver Titans as a DPS player, moves over to the support role as going back to contenders, comes into the league, picks up Kiriko, and has a unique spin on how to play the hero. Very aggressive style. I think there's some validity to how he's doing it. Had a great run, helped them get to this number 4 seed in the playoffs.
Yeah, let's see them off properly and say goodbye to the Hangzhou Spark because their season unfortunately ends right here. But what a run it's been, what a playoffs this team has had, because really like Alpha Yi, I think during this playoff, he had one of his best performances in potentially his entire career.
Yeah.
It's insane what this team accomplished.
Yeah, and I'm so happy it ended this way for
Absolutely.
the Hangzhou Spark because they are the number 12 seed for good reason, all right? They've done a bit of goofing around some points throughout the season. Changun, you know, substitutes here and there. But this is the Hangzhou Spark we wanted to see in the playoffs because we knew what they were capable of with players like Shy on their lineup. Now, we've seen some incredible highs from them. You know, this season in the mid-season Madness, for example, we had, you know, Shy with 65% of his team's final blows on that Dorado map. I'll remember that forever. But here in the playoffs, them making a deep run because of Shy, this is what we wanted to see from the Hangzhou Spark, and they lived up to that potential. We didn't end up with like, what ifs? What if the Hangzhou Spark this? What if Hangzhou Spark that? This is Hangzhou Spark at their peak, and I'm so happy we got to witness it in front of a crowd as well. This was awesome.
Absolutely. Also, it was, of course, a blast to witness Gushui infused by the primal rages of spirits in the past.
Primal
here in
Blade.
Anaheim.
Anaheim!
So, yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute blast. But this also means that we get to see more of the San Francisco Shock. Let's see if they can make it a run to the grand finals. We will find out very, very soon. But first things first, we had an absolutely filled day with amazing games, amazing plays, and great moments. So it is now time for best of the day. And I'm going to kick this one off with...
I missed this.
I don't even want to announce it, but I just want you to take a look at it because that's the alpha energy we needed coming into this playoffs. Not just his play, though.
This is where he gets the 3K?
Energy.
Yep.
I love it.
Oh, this Primal is great. As a Winston player, this is everything I wanted to see.
Slow, Johnny.
Yeah, let's go, baby.
But now he's going to stop and take a second.
I remember this.
Sit.
There it is.
Damn.
Woo!
He's saying that to Smurf, a two-time champion of the team that he plays for now.
And he goes, sit, Smurf. Sit down.
Yeah, we lost it backstage. that was fantastic. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I needed for today. And it happened very early in the day, so I was pumped for the rest of it.
Yeah.
Danny, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment, I mean, I think this is the best of the day. I think we're just gonna, are we gonna just see the clip or?
It's not a competition, Danny.
It is a competition.
Okay.
Mine is better because it's me coming back to the desk, baby. With my dance, the warrior dance.
You picked yourself as your best of the
Yes.
day. Okay.
You guys have no idea how happy when Hex told me. Hex was like, Danny, I have a great intro. Thank you, everybody. I have a great intro for you. I was like, what is it? He was like, we're gonna play the intro, the warrior song, and you're gonna come out and you're gonna do a dance. I was like, heck yes.
I mean, fun
Thank
fact
you.
for everyone at home. I mean, you didn't get to witness the glory that is these three guys absolutely going nuts every time that song came on. Like literally every single day throughout the season, when Warrior was playing, they put out a performance.
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
Like, it was dancing, singing, rapping. Not great, but it did happen.
We try.
Yeah, there was
I
dabbling
think I
and
was pretty
rapping.
good.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Anyway, Scott, what was your best?
Yeah, maybe we move
Wow.
on from that. I think it's important after a great day and highlighting how great Proper is as a player to know that he still bleeds and he still fails like the rest of us. We all make mistakes, Johnny.
No.
Even Proper makes mistakes. See, look at how great he is. Wow, nice shot, Proper. Yeah, he still makes mistakes. He still falls off the edge. It's happened to all of us. We never admit it, but we've all done it, and Proper did it on one of the biggest stages. I think it's also funny, this is where Chipsa did the exact same thing. So two of the greatest players.
So
to
you're
ever do
saying
it.
that Proper and Chipsa is the same person?
They're pretty much equivalent at this point.
Actually.
I just love how Proper just like he falls. He's like, oh.
I mean, that's the
Silly
moment
me.
where you know the camera is following your move.
Yeah.
Like, I better smile now.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
Oh no, people saw that. Reinforce, what tickled your fancy?
Well, naturally, I had to go with a Winston player. All right,
Obviously.
come on.
Every
We got
single
some amazing Winston players in the building. So I got Fearless for my best of the day. All right. But this time it didn't go that great for Fearless either. I mean, he's punching up the ledge in overtime to save the round for the Houston Outlaws. Brother, what's going on? What's going on over here? I mean, you can tell that this guy's a tank player and not a damage player because that was awful. That was
Are these
woeful.
best of the days or worst of the days?
I was going to say,
best for who?
we just had some of the best Overwatch we've ever seen in the history of the Overwatch League, and we didn't have a single good play from a single player.
Actually, I have an alternate worst of the day. You know how I usually get a bit wacky in the post show? I got another wacky thing to bring out, all right? Let me just show my Scandinavian thing a little bit, all right? So you know how we're in Anaheim, all right?
Yes.
And you know how like in Nordic countries, like where I'm from, you know, like in ancient times, in Viking Age and stuff,
Where is this going?
they named like a lot of places like Heim, right? They ended it with Heim.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And I think, you know, I'm just guessing. That probably means like home.
Yeah.
It probably means like home, right?
In
So-
Germanic, Heim is a home.
you
that
could
is correct.
say, you know, just like basic math, I'm assuming here, I don't know what they thought, but this is Anna home, and we're not
Anna's
seeing
home.
any Anna, and that's really bothering me, that this is Anna's home, and we're not seeing any Anna. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm
Is
done.
that- is that-
I think
Like,
I
this is
wanna-
Anaheim, and
This one
there's
keeps
no
stopping.
Anna in
Don't
Anna.
clap! Don't clap!
Don't
you guys.
I don't get
encourage
it.
That was so bad.
I,
Like, you might as well
That's
rename
nice.
it to Kurikoheim. Am I right? No, all right,
any-
okay. Well,
schedule and brackets. Anyone? Any takers? I think we should take a look at it. But there it is. Losers bracket. Reinforce got saved once again by a graphic.
Come
Let's take a
on!
look at the losers bracket first. The San Francisco Shock and the Houston Outlaws will battle it out against each other. That's going to be a really, really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, can we go back? Sorry, we're getting wacky.
We have
Hex,
the technology.
I'm going back in time. Can we please
he's
go
living
back
in the
and-
past
We
again.
need to look at this run by the San Francisco Shock through the
Yeah.
lower bracket because this is impressive. They beat the Shanghai Dragons 3-1, beat the Los Angeles Gladiators 3-1,
3-1.
beat the Seoul Dynasty 3-0,
3-0.
beat the Hangzhou Spark 3-1.
3-1.
They have had a ridiculous
Yep.
run.
It looks very linear.
Yeah,
I love that.
it's Houston Outlaws is next. They're the next door that they're about to kick down and try and ruin their playoffs as well.
Houston, don't ruin it.
Don't ruin
Come on, guys.
Don't ruin the graphic for us, Houston.
Okay.
Well, but they might. They very well might. I mean, Outlaws, I'm sure they're out for revenge tomorrow
Yep.
when they go up against the San Francisco Shock, just like you said earlier today, Danny.
Oh yeah, that's true. I said that in my first post-match interview with San Francisco Shock. I said, "Oh, you guys are gonna play tomorrow," and then I realized
you spoke it into existence.
I did.
Because you're an
I
actual
did.
wizard.
I'm a
now,
prophet.
the winner of that match will face off against the Dallas Fuel, and we're in for a treat. Like, we couldn't have scripted it any better. We had some amazing days already, and that was the schedule for tomorrow's games. But let me tell you about tomorrow's show, because we've got Leah Denise and Cherry's Booth, the voice actors for Jungle Queen and Sojourn. We're also announcing the Dennis Havelka Award. We will be announcing the MVP Award, and Overwatch 2 developers Alec Dawson and Dion Rogers, will be joining us for the worldwide reveal of Hero 36.
Oh, man.
And I guess we're also crowning the 2022 Overwatch League champion. It will all start at 3:45 PT on Watchpoint. Set your alarm, mark your calendars, tune in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Be there.
See you all tomorrow. Grand finals, baby. Let's go.